I think he is stepped out for a second, maybe. He was here. Okay. So over to you, CB, for moderating the opening session. I'll just look for a second.
Yeah, people will join. Good morning. And first of all, thank you very much for joining this dialogue. We are calling it as a dialogue, not as a conference, simply because at this juncture of renewable energy development in Odisha, a dialogue is required between all the stakeholders, because currently Odisha has to do a lot on renewable energy. And I think there is a roadmap that needs participation of all the stakeholders so that the roadmap is robust, is implementable, and has the support of everyone. Now, having said that, I just want to take a few minutes to take you through the agenda. We have an extremely interesting agenda for the day where we have tried our level best to get as many people to participate as possible. Almost all the stakeholders from industry, from government, from civil society. I'm so happy to see Jagadananji here, a doyen of civil society in Odisha, has played an extremely important role on land and forest and capacity, skill, youth agenda in the state. And we have many other civil society groups who are represented in the program today. Obviously, the first session is going to set the stage. And I'm really happy that we have most important stakeholders who are going to decide the future of renewable energy in the state present at the podium today. We have Mr. Amresh Kumar, who is Managing Director of Odisha Hydropower Corporation. We have Suresh Chandra Maharana, who is EIC, a very important stakeholder on renewable energy. EIC plays an extremely important role in policy development. Mr. Manithiram, who is Chief Executive Officer of TPCODL, the main distribution company of Odisha. And of course, Jagadananji. Now, if someone can start my presentation. Yeah? What I want to do is to take next 10 to 15 minutes to discuss what we are doing here, what role iFOREST envisages for itself in this journey of renewable energy development and growth in Odisha, what is this project, why we are here, and what we expect at the end of the day from this dialogue. Now, okay, please. Little bit of technical glitch, but I'm sure we will be able to solve it quickly. Good. Let me, for many of you who do not know about iFOREST, I just want to give you a brief about who we are. We are a fairly new organization. We are an independent non-profit environmental research, and we call ourselves as an innovation organization, working in the field of environment and development. We were established in 2019. Our work is very regional focused. There are many organizations who focus on broad national agenda, development of national policy. We see ourselves as a regional organization who is going to set agenda, work with regional states and regions on environment, energy, and other developmental goals. Our initial focus is on Eastern India. That's why we are in Odisha. We are working in Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, largely the coal belt of India, where we think there is extremely important work that needs to be done on renewable energy. And our programs are on just transition. Tomorrow we have a very interesting meeting. We are releasing a report on Angul, Odisha's largest coal producing district. The study has taken more than 6-7 months for us to prepare, and we are going to launch that report tomorrow, which is on just transition. How do you transition one of the biggest coal-based economy to a green industry over next 2 to 3 decades? So any one of you who are interested to understand what just transition means and entails for this country, do join tomorrow. And we obviously have a program on clean energy and climate action. That program has organized this meeting, and we work on waste and pollution. Why we are focusing on Odisha, and I have already given you the hint, okay? It is a highly climate vulnerable state. In fact, there is a dichotomy. Odisha also has one of the highest per capita CO2 emission in India. In fact, if you look at the per capita CO2 emission, Odisha will be in the first 1 or 2. The numbers are not very clear, but it is in top 2 per capita CO2 emitting state in India. But it is also highly climate vulnerable, from heat wave to cyclone, currently flood and drought. It has always been climatically very sensitive state, a coastal state. And therefore, there is both an opportunity to develop renewable energy in the state, as well as obligation. As a state, everyone has an obligation to discuss, debate, and contribute to climate solutions. I think that debate is over, that whether we need to contribute or not, that debate is over. As I'm talking to you right now, China has its worst drought in 500 years. Europe is going through massive drought and forest fire. California has seen that. In February and March this year, India had heat waves. Who would have thought that there will be heat wave in this country in Feb and March? But that's what it is. That's what we are seeing. So climate is taking a huge toll on the economy that we have built, on the lives of people, on livelihoods of people. So that obligation is there on Odisha also. So both from opportunity and obligation, renewable energy has to be an important agenda for this state. What we are doing in Odisha, as I said, we have already done a report on just transition in Angul. We are going to discuss it tomorrow, release it tomorrow. We are working on forest fire in Odisha and looking at an alternate non-timber forest produce economy, which will reduce forest fire in the state. We have a project, we have just started a project on the steel sector decarbonization. And then we are discussing today what is RE investment and policy for the state. What is RE investment and policy project? This is our independent research initiative to support the state. We are right now at first phase of the project, which is in-depth review of what has happened, as well as doing the stakeholder dialogue, which this meeting is all about. The second phase is to do some work on re-estimation, and I will come back to that point in my presentation. We are also thinking about techno-financial modeling, because policy cannot be developed in vacuum. Many times in this country, we make policy without doing a lot of background work, and therefore policy doesn't deliver. And we think that techno-financial modeling for RE is important for this state to understand where the opportunities are. Of course, we will contribute and recommend an independent recommendation on what the policy should be, what kind of investment should happen. So this is what the project is. And as I said, today we are discussing the first phase of the project. Now, before I end my presentation, I want to point out 2 or 3 issues which is important, which I think all of us today should consider while we are debating the new RE policy for Odisha. The first thing is, whenever I talk to people in Eastern India, they say that we do not have renewable energy potential. In fact, there is such a strong feeling, whether you go to Jharkhand, or you go to Chhattisgarh, or you talk to people in Odisha, they will tell you that हमारे पास potential कम है. वो गुजरात और राजस्थान में बहुत potential है. I think this myth needs to be busted. there is huge potential. The way we are estimating potential itself is wrong. Today, the potential in this country is estimated based on certain percentage of wasteland. So solar potential is estimated by saying, how much solar can you install on 2% of wasteland? Obviously, Gujarat and Rajasthan has large amount of wasteland. But that doesn't mean land doesn't exist in Odisha, or for that matter in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. In fact, we have done some re-estimation, a broad ballpark figure on if that 2% wasteland is increased to 10%, how much potential will be there? If we put solar on mining wasteland, then how much potential will be there? If we put solar on reservoir, then how much solar can be installed? And the numbers are fascinating. By doing a little tweaking in the formula, Odisha's renewable potential increases by 5 times. Currently, MNRE says that potential is only about 26 gigawatt. If you take 10% of wasteland in Odisha, that potential becomes 151 gigawatt. There's 20 gigawatt solar potential on mining wasteland and on reservoirs. So I think the first thing is that we need to bust this myth that eastern part of India doesn't have renewable energy potential. The second thing we need to discuss today is that we are actually in the midst of a very fast evolving industry. And I have just put what has happened in last 3 years in India. Ignoring 1 year of COVID, there was nothing that happened during 2020. But see what has happened in last 3 years. In 2019, we had National Mission on Transformative Mobility and Battery Storage, as well as 450 gigawatt was announced. That was 2019. 2020 didn't happen, nothing happened. And look at what has happened in 2021. We have production link scheme for solar manufacturing. Prime Minister goes on the ramparts of Red Fort and says we need to make India energy independent by 2047. In COP26, India says that we will reach net zero by 2070. We have green hydrogen and ammonia policy targeting 5 million ton announced in 2022. We have PLI scheme for advanced chemistry cell battery storage in 2022. We have a new RPO, which is talking about 45% renewable energy and 4% storage target by 2030. Think how fast this entire industry is moving. And all these has happened in the last 3 years. And therefore, we are now talking about a new green economy. And that economy is not theoretical anymore. That economy is in front of us. Solar today is cheapest source of power generation across the country. I'm not talking about for the 6 hours that sun shines, solar is the cheapest source of energy today. Okay. If you do not have a pithead coal power plant, and Odisha has that advantage. But if you are transporting coal to coastal area, a new coal power is about twice as expensive as new solar. And this is not my data. This is the data of Central Electricity Agency. Renewable with the storage will start competing with coal by 2025. We have seen the auction of SECI, and we have the ex-managing director of SECI with us today, where round-the-clock renewable energy is now competing with new coal. That also, and today I'm talking about 2022, the situation will be pretty different in 2025. And by 2030, the share of installed renewable capacity will be twice as much as coal. And as I said, this is not theoretical. This is all about market and money. And you can see the graph below. All the renewable energy technology prices are plummeting. And tomorrow we are going to discuss the result of our modeling on coal and solar and storage cost for Odisha, which we have done as part of our Angular study. And there also the numbers are pretty much the same, that we are reaching an inflection point where renewable with storage will start competing. Round-the-clock renewable will start competing with coal. And therefore, investment is coming. The biggest coal power plant company, the biggest coal mining companies are investing in renewable energy. CIL has formed 2 wholly owned subsidiaries for solar manufacturing. NTPC is talking about 60 gigawatts of of renewable energy, and all the private companies, Tata, Mahindra, Adani, Reliance, everyone is now focusing on building a large portfolio of green technology, renewable energy in the next few years. So this new green economy is a reality. It is no more the fantasy of few researchers and green NGOs. This is a reality of the market that we need to recognize. And therefore, I think Odisha RE policy for 22-23 should have an outlook that recognizes both the potential as well as the market condition. But my first advice to all of you when you are discussing RE policy in Odisha, and as I said, I come from a civil society which has worked with tribals, land, mining community, and understand the sociological and cultural aspect of Eastern India. My first advice is do not try and copy RE development in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Okay. It's very different ball game in Odisha with Rajasthan, both in terms of large tract of revenue and common land that is there in Rajasthan that doesn't exist in Odisha. Low population density. Odisha has a population density of 850 people per square kilometer. Rajasthan has 240. Gujarat has 350. So also understand the density of population that is there. And of course, it's a very forested state with 37-38% of forest area. And therefore, Odisha will need an innovative policy to pool land and rooftops to set up solar and wind and other renewable technologies. You will need much more innovative policy with land than what Rajasthan and Gujarat requires. The third point I would like to make is there is a huge opportunity to build livelihood and jobs in the state based on renewable energy. Large solar doesn't provide you a lot of jobs, but small does. Solar for productive use does. And therefore, I think the policy should also focus on how do we create jobs and livelihoods for large number of people in the state. You will, of course, have, as I said, huge opportunity to build large renewable projects on mining, on reservoirs as floating solar, pumped hydro, green hydrogen. Those opportunities will be there. I'm not saying Odisha should not look at those opportunities, but I think it is important not to look at only these opportunities. Okay. There are many, many more things that this state can do on renewable energy. Of course, captive plants are going to play a very important role. 2/3 of all the coal plants in the states is captive plants, and they too will have to meet RPO target, and therefore they should be incentivized to invest in RE technology. And of course, Odisha should also be thinking about manufacturing from the green transition. I just want to tell you, China has moved ahead on renewable manufacturing because of cheap coal power. Many people do not realize that cheap coal power has played a significant role in China being today the center of solar manufacturing in the world, because renewable energy manufacturing is energy intensive. From silicon to panels, you require large amount of energy, and the cheap energy you have, you will be able to do that. And therefore, we think that this state should not miss the opportunity to build a new green energy economy. There is an opportunity. As I said, there is an opportunity, there is an obligation. And that opportunity has to be captured with both hands. My major concern is this. If Eastern India does not capture this opportunity, then we are looking at a very new energy geography for this country. This is the current energy geography of India, which is taught in 8th and 10th class in all the textbook. This is where your coal is. The current energy geography of India is this, which is the coal geography. Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, the center of coal production, which is supplying energy to this country. But this is the new geography. This is where your renewable energy is coming. All these three states are missing in renewable energy. Now, I don't think that this should be the reality. Unlike coal, which is there in few geographies, renewable energy is there everywhere. And therefore, I do not think that the coal states should miss the opportunity of being part of the new energy geography of this country. And this is what I will urge all of you to look at, that how can coal estate themselves play an important role in developing this new energy geography. With this, let me close my presentation. I thank you all again. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so see, sorry for this delay. We have, thank you, CB, for your opening address and the presentation. At this point, we have two baseline presentations, one from our end and one from PwC. So, my presentation is on. So, can you help? Sorry, this is not my laptop. Just pardon. It's coming up with this first. Thanks. So CB has already kind of introduced our work in Odisha, what we've been doing. This presentation that I'm making kind of presents the initial findings that we've had based on conversations, very in-depth conversations we had with stakeholders around the issues of their, around the topics of their issues with the current policy and what are the expectations going forward. So this is a broad summary of that. Eventually, during the day, before we begin every session, we will have a little more detailed with respect to that particular technology shared with you before the panel discussion starts. So just to set the context, to give the background, the Odisha Renewable Energy Policy, which currently exists, was announced in 2016. And it had set a target of installing 2,750 megawatt of RE capacity by 2022. Now, at present, the deficit in terms of where we've reached is nearly, it's more than 25%. In wind and in in wind and in waste to energy, no capacity was added during this period. And as far as solar is concerned, the deficit was, just a second. Yeah. So the deficit was nearly 70%. Now, what this requires at this point, as the state is thinking about initiating a new policy this year with a time frame of 2030, is an introspection, is an evaluation of what has happened and what are the new frameworks and incentives that can be provided to the industry to facilitate investments, and how the growth barriers can essentially be addressed. Now, we started this process through detailed consultations. We had 7 focus group discussions with the various stakeholders, including civil societies. And this is this conference is also part of that conversation, which we are continuing, and also kind of engaging media and building momentum around this issue. This will be converted, as CB said, into some concrete suggestions to put forward to the government for consideration. As far as status of RE in Odisha is concerned, it's a very coal-dominated landscape. We understand that. There is 9.5 gigawatt of capacity, utility capacity, which is installed. And then there is an additional 11.7 gigawatt of captive capacity as per the CEA database. Clean energy in the grid has a pretty significant role still to play, because 23% is coming from hydro and RE combined, hydro being 18%, and 5% being rooftop. In the captive space, the green energy has not, 5% being RE. Captive space, the green energy has not moved. It's less than 1% of the installed capacity. And overall, RE installations remain 2% of what the assessed potential is. This is, like I said, significantly short of the even modest target that was put up. And it is absolutely not aligned with the kind of growth that has happened at a national scale. Going forward, the requirements for sort of accelerating the space and completely transforming Odisha's RE geography becomes extremely important, because there are new requirements that are coming up from the center that have to be met by states. In last month, the Ministry of Power has come out with new RPO requirements for 2030, giving a new trajectory of growth. And by 2030, your requirement will reach to 43.33%. This includes dedicated requirement for wind, hydro, and other renewables, and as well as a 4% dedicated requirement for storage procurements. We've done two scenario analysis, one based on a high growth and one based on a low growth. And in the low growth scenario, we feel that Odisha needs to necessarily at least reach 30 gigawatt of RE capacity by 2030 in order to meet the renewable obligation. And the main sort of burden of this achievement actually lies on the captives, because 20 gigawatt would need to come in the industries and 10 gigawatt in the grid space. And if you look at the high growth scenario, of course, this goes up by 7 to 10 gigawatts. And the other thing which is clear is that at least in utility space, there's no need for new coal to be added. Now, looking at some of the conversation that we had with the stakeholders, it's very clear that at a very fundamental level, the market is looking at demand and supply gaps. The proactive promotion of investments, of RE investments in the state has so far been missing. There is implementational challenges in terms of dealing with multiple nodal agencies and the limited capacities of certain government organizations that keeps kind of getting brought up again and again. And then there are the development level challenges of, the issues that the developers are facing in identifying land, acquiring land, getting clearances. And then if there are small pockets of land, then the infrastructure is not readily available. So the development cost makes them, unviable, or, it's not pursued then. On the demand side, there is limited availability of PPAs in the state. It is a surplus state. Coal and hydro are much, much cheaper. And then there's a weak enforcement of IPOs as far as other obligated entities are concerned. So overall, at a fundamental level, both demand side and supply side challenges are pretty significant. In terms of kind of summarizing the key priorities that Arpo, can you change the slide? Yeah. So the key priorities that the stakeholders have identified. There is a clear need at this stage of enhancing emissions. Sirius talked about it. The RPOs requirements are reflecting it, but this ambition needs to be kind of aligned with what the market needs in terms of whether it is the alignment with respect to land being facilitated or other development sort of infrastructure being provided. Institutional strengthening needs to be prioritized, and it's very clearly emerging, at least from the industry conversations, that there's a need for one single nodal agency to be given charge of RE in the state. We'll see how the government kind of responds to it, but from the industry, there was this very strong requirement which was repeated almost in every focus group discussion that we had. Facilitating investments can be across, it has to be across board, whether it is land identification, procurement certainties, innovative project designs and investment schemes, etc. And also, very importantly, the high potential markets and technologies within Odisha, which are specific to the context of Odisha, needs to be clearly backed, which means captives as a big market, which which CB has already mentioned. And I'm sure it will be stressed even in from the government perspective and when PwC kind of presents. But also then RE for agriculture. There's a huge proportion of land in the state which is under monocropping. So there is enough potential for you to then also supplement farmer income through agro photovoltaics. Solar rooftop, floating solar, pump storage, hydrogen storage, etc. These are all, especially hydrogen storage and manufacturing. These are areas that CB's talked about where low cost coal can actually work in your favor to kind of drive the markets. And during the later sessions, we'll hear more from the industry and experts about these topics. But these are essentially the focus areas that need to be backed very dedicatedly by the new policy. And we need to strengthen support for DRE for a rural transformation, given the massive amount of forest and agri dependence that the state has. And lastly, the focus of the policy should also be on overall kind of ecosystem building when it comes to creating more green jobs, when it comes to building capacity building structures within the state, to also then take advantage from this RE boom that the country is going through, not just within the state, but also outside. I'll stop at that because now I'd like to invite PwC for their presentation, which is also a baseline presentation. But since the organization has been working very closely with various government departments, so their perspective comes from more within the system. And that's why we thought that having two baseline presentations here would help set the context straight. So I'll invite Vishwadeep to the stage, who's Director, Management Consulting for Energies and Utilities for PwC. Please come on. No, but I think he has to. But I'll do.
Okay, so if it's there already, there is some issue with it. So you can move, so you don't need this. No?
Okay, great.
Good morning, everyone. Is this on? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Manvi. Thank you, CB, for organizing this dialogue on renewable energy policy for helping in growth of renewable energy in the state. Thank you for inviting us to this stage. I am Vishwadeep, and I represent PwC. PwC has been closely working with. It has been associated with the Odisha power sector, I think, for the last 25 years. And we have been part of the reforms journey in the state. Currently also, we are engaged with at least 5 to 6 assignments. We are engaged with OHPC. We have a team sitting out of Gridco. We are also helping ORIDA in program management for solar projects. We are with OERC also. We are also delivering a roadmap on renewable energy transition for the state. That's with GIZ. Having worked with so many entities and with the state energy leadership, this gives us a sneak peek into what the decision makers are thinking about the renewable energy policy. And now is an apt time. I think you can go back to the yes. So now is actually a very apt time to have this dialogue. We have been working there, and we will be able to guess what to expect out of it because of this association. We will be, I'll just try to cover why is Odisha so relevant? Why is having a policy so relevant now? What is relevant inside Odisha? Which ones are to be targeted? And what to expect out of the policy? So given that the various discussions we have had with the state leadership, I will be focusing on this. Now coming back to our association with the state, truth be told that PwC has been here for 25 years and we have learned a lot from Odisha's reforms journey. Most of you would know that Odisha has been a pioneer in energy sector reforms. It has been the first one to unbundle. In 1997, it is the first state in the country to have an independent regulator much before the Electricity Act came. It was first to privatize, and of course we have had our success and failures, and again it has been privatized. Over the next 5 to 7 years, we are going to see that Odisha's energy system is the most robust, most automated, and the best power system in the entire country. We have, and thanks to Gridco and OHPC, we have the cheapest, most cost-efficient source, and our cost of power is lowest in the country among all the major states. And this gives that the a very low tariff for industries in the state. Now, sadly, having led so many things, Odisha has not been a pioneer in renewable energy reforms or in this India's renewable energy journey. We haven't developed much of renewable energy in the country, what was planned. So how do we go into it? Next, please. Now, if India has to succeed in this energy transition, Odisha has to lead from the front. Why is it so? Odisha has to play a leading role because it is the 8th most populous state in the country. And if we talk about GDP, manufacturing GDP, Odisha is also the 8th in terms of manufacturing GDP. We have lots of resources in the country. In bauxite, coal, chromite, and iron ore, we are the leading producer. And in manganese, we are the 3rd. And because of this abundance of resources, we have all the energy intense industries in the state. And as they guzzle a lot of energy, they also produce all the emissions. And that's what Manvi and CB were focusing on. Manufacturing, mining, quarrying, these are the most emitters or energy guzzlers. And our economy is 33%. 1/3 of our economy, Odisha's economy, comes from these two sectors, while the national average is at 20%. And if you see the growth rate also, we are growing at a much faster pace compared to how the rest of India is growing in these two energy intense sectors. So on one hand, we are very energy intensive and we are growing very fast. So while it's a large ocean, there is also a lot of motion in the ocean. And that's why, you can go. And that's why Odisha's demand for energy is very high and growing, and this becomes relevant to have an energy policy at this stage. And these are some more numbers to justify this thought process. And the energy intensity of GDP of Odisha, and that's what Sivi was also mentioning when he spoke. Odisha is 3rd in terms of energy intensity of GDP. All the other states are much below it. Over the last decade also, these are some more numbers to say the way we have been growing. Over the last decade also, Odisha's electricity consumption CAGR has been 11.5%, while the national average has been 6.5%. And if you see all the primary energies, we have grown at a much faster pace than how the rest of India has grown. So that brings Odisha to the forefront of energy transition. If India has to achieve, Odisha has to lead the transition now. And this is the sad part of the story. And this is the reason. Now, we understand why Odisha is relevant. Now, let's get into what is relevant in the state. The energy policy has to focus on certain aspects. Now, what are those important aspects of it? These numbers state that how Odisha's, how Odisha procures its energy. Divided it into two things. We have a grid, which is the discoms. Then there are captives. Gridco procures power and supplies to the discoms, and it has PPAs of 8,000 megawatt, and it is fairly distributed. We have around 60% thermal, 28% hydro, and 12% renewables. There are captive plants of 11,000 megawatt capacity, and almost all of them are thermal. If we consider the total energy consumed in the state over the last few years, you would see that only 1/3 of the total is through the grid, through the discoms, and 2/3 is by captive, and almost all of it is coal energy. There has been, and if you see the last 7 years, you will see that Gridco has signed PPAs with hydro and renewable energy. There has been a change. in the last 7 years, there has been no change for captives. Because as I think Manvi has mentioned that, the RPO for industries has been lower compared to RPO for discoms. This has to change. And this has also been mandated in the Green Open Access regulations. But intense decarbonization of both discoms and industries are required, and industries has to play a more significant role given the starting point is very low. Now, the state, having interacted with the state leadership, the thought process there is they are not willing to mandate this or impose it on the industries because that would slow down them. Rather, the focus is on creating a conducive environment. Through this policy, they want to create a very conducive environment so that the industries develop renewable energy sources inside the state. So that's point number one. They were not going to impose. Probably OERC is going out to bring out an RPO regulation, which may be in line with the national trajectory. And we'll talk about the trajectory next. Yeah. So I think I don't have to talk about the graph on the left much. The only point we'll make here is this year, Odisha's discoms were at 15%, while captives were at 3% in terms of RPO. Suddenly next year, it has been revised to 25%. It's a huge jump. And also they have segregated those groups of RPOs into wind. Wind and hydro have been suddenly imposed. And it's maybe difficult to meet those in 1 year. So those are the challenges which are coming. Now, if we transpose this, what all sources we have today with discoms, what all sources we have today with captives, and where they have to reach till 2030, we would see that by 2030, discoms and captive plants will have to, for wind, discoms will need 1120 megawatt PPAs or need to develop such capacity. Hydro, discoms would need 400, while captives would need 1110. In wind, captives would need 3000 megawatt, either develop the capacity on their own or sign PPAs. For others, discoms would need 2467 megawatt, whereas captives would need something around 18,000 megawatts. So there is huge amount of capacity which has to come. And the state leadership wants that the utilization to utilize the state's potential. And of course, those sources have to be techno-economically feasible. So as far as possible, they want to meet this 26,000 megawatt requirement till 2030 through sources inside. So that will be the focus of the policy. And they are not going to mandate. The leadership which is here, we have our discussions with them, they are not going to mandate. They are going to create a conducive environment. So that's what the thought process has been. Let's go. So that's been the broad guideline that I have understood interacting with the leadership, be it DC sir or be it PS Energy sir. So they need to create high energy capacity for discoms and industries. And they want that the requirement has to be made from sources inside the state. They don't want to mandate. They want to create a conducive environment to attract industries and IPPs to set up their capacities in the state. And also freebies and incentives, they want to minimize it. So how do we go about it? Now we'll get into each of the facets. Let's so these would be the policy objectives. Yeah, I'll go to this then. Effective period has to be 2030. I'll not get into that. The point number 2 is project implementation. On project implementation, what has happened, project identification. Now, the earlier policy did not have anything where an IPP would come, identify projects and develop it. It did not have that. Here, the basic objective is going to be that we have to create, the nodal agency has to create a pipeline of projects of different technologies. There would be guidelines around that. And apart from that, IPPs and captive power plants industries will be allowed to prospect, to enter into the state to prospect and identify projects. So that's going to be the core of the policy this time. That's what we understand. There will be allotment criteria, how to allot these projects either through bidding or through first come first served basis, how to allot these projects to private players. There would be things on needs to be clarity on power offtake, tariff setting, and a nodal agency. There has been a clear requirement that there has to be a centralized nodal agency. And yes, the leadership is thinking about having a nodal agency. It will be like a single window which will identify projects and allot them and also monitor them till the end. So it will be a single window clearance this time. Fees and charges, there would be fund for development. I won't get into it. And that nodal agency will take care of permits, clearances as a single window, will take care of transmission and land. A banking regulation is also to be expected out of this policy, although it won't be like the earlier days where it would be a 1-year window, it would be a smaller window. It would talk about regulatory support, state government support in terms of my incentives and all. There would be few. And then there would be stringent guidelines on monitoring. Once a project has been allocated, it has to be developed within a certain time. It cannot be transferred. So these are the different elements of the policy that the state leadership is thinking about. So let's see how this comes about. And it will also cover a lot of technologies, and that we are going to cover in a separate session. So that's it for now. We can start. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have, our remarks by special guests, and I'll request Mr. Amresh Kumarji for his opening remarks. Thank you. So Amresh ji is the Managing Director of Odisha Hydropower Corporation.
Very good morning to all of you. Everyone, the speakers who spoke before me, they have put into perspective the need for renewable power. We need to achieve, or at least try to touch 500 gigawatt figure by 2030. This is the commitment made by our Honorable Prime Minister. And this is definitely a very ambitious target. And I must say that the country is going forward in a solid manner to come to near that target. Government of India are formulating different policies. Our energy basket, our energy portfolio is undergoing a fundamental change. Not only the generation side, the transmission, distribution, and the end users' behavior all require a radical change. The energy sector is undergoing a fundamental transformation. Government of India, they are formulating the energy storage policy, which is likely to come in next 2-3 months. In fact, we had been awaiting for it for last 3-4 months. Meanwhile, at state government level also, the required efforts and required actions are being taken as brought out by Mr. Parida of PwC. RE has to improve, and it has to go to 50% of our energy transition or total energy portfolio. It puts a lot of pressure on everyone, the regulators, the government departments, the developers, transmission operators, and distribution operators all are under great pressure to entertain as much renewable energy is possible. And very sincere efforts are being made by each and everyone. But the end game remains that how to make the power affordable and a quality power for the people, quality, dependable, as well as affordable. These three parameters, how to make sure. Renewable power, it has many benefits, but at the same time, it comes with many constraints also. And the main constraint is its intermittency and variability. This issue needs to be addressed. For this, hydropower is the enabler of the renewable power. To put it in other words, renewable power has to have the foundation of hydropower to succeed. Identifying this, Government of India took a very wise decision to include hydropower also under renewable power. You all know that hydropower, it is a clean, benign, green power. It comes with a lot of benefit. It gives grid stability. It can take care of the variation because of its almost immediate start, stop, and load variation by its primary governor at the powerhouse level only. This primary control is also contributed by the hydropower. However, this hydropower, it has its own challenges. Development of hydropower is a huge task. And the biggest problem for its viability is the initial capital cost being very high and the time of development taking as much as nearly 7 to 10 years, and some of the periods getting delayed to decades also. So in the initial years, the tariff, hydro tariff remains high, and the state utility department, they show their reluctance that hydropower is costly. They have also their own constraint that they have to go by their own commercial constraints, and they have to give the power in a very affordable range. But the intangible benefits that the hydropower gives gets ignored. So in order to make hydropower tariff meeting the people's requirement, the Government of India came up with a concept plan, and we from the government side, OSPC and GETCO, we have given our comments that how to make the hydropower as a business acceptable to the utility department from its very beginning. It has been proposed that this debt equity ratio from 70 to 30, it can go to 80 debt and 20 equity. At the same time, life of the plant, it is now increased to 40 years. We have said that In fact, all over the world, including India, the hydropower has been operating for more than 5 decades. Then the return on equity also, we have said that it can be thought of to be lowered. So all those things we have and I am quite hopeful that in coming days, with this calculation getting changed, this will become affordable even in the initial years. One fact here that as the time passes, the tariff of hydropower gets reduced, and every year it keeps on reducing. In Odisha, the oil plants of OHPC, they are producing power at a tariff rate as low as ₹1. And you may be very glad to note that the hydropower is a source of power which finally makes the tariff affordable to the poor and affordable to the common people. One of the few things that I want to add here, as Mr. Bhushan told us, that thermal power is the cheapest source of power, and how China gave the impetus to the development of hydropower. If we develop renewable power with the fuel of thermal power, that is not going to be acceptable now in these days. And please let me give another perspective on the history of hydropower development. America developed its hydropower between 1920 to 1940, and that was the chief source of power. And many of us is not aware that because of the cheap hydropower, the aluminum industry in those era of First World and Second World got a big boost, due to which the aviation sector of and Russia probably achieved its by the industry, but supported in the back by hydropower. So hydropower in many countries also, I would like to put another perspective, where the base power. And in Odisha, as per the Central Electricity Authority list also, still about 800 megawatt projects are to be awarded. OHPC is in the planning process to develop 3 pumped storage projects and hydroelectric projects, 63 megawatt, Kharak project, Salki, Jalapur Dam 2, Lower Machkund, etc. So Odisha, in my opinion, it should develop its full hydropower potential. Let me share you my experience of only 1 year with OHPC is that whenever the power supply or power constraint comes, the gridco, they look at us to inject power in the system. And we have come to the rescue of the power system of Odisha. At least I have witnessed it 2 or 3 times in my short tenure of 1 year. Odisha, it imports power through the MOU with various power utilities of the country. And if the internal resources are developed, our dependence on outside power will get reduced, and this power can be consumed absolutely within the state. So the key remains that we develop our own internal resources. We should mobilize our resources to develop pumped storage projects as well as hydroelectric projects, which will support the renewable energy. Another point that I wanted to make here, that whenever there is a tariff calculation, same method is applied, be it hydro or thermal. In case of levelized cost of electricity, the discounting factor uniformly is taken as 10%. But the business maths is different. In case of thermal power, the upfront cost is less and their operation maintenance costs keeps on increasing. And hence, thermal power plants, they have more money available for their bank, whereas in case of hydropower, the cash outflow in the beginning is very less, but the cost of operation, that is very, very less, and it goes on decreasing over the time. So when you discount it with the 10%, the energy cost of hydro comes very less. Just I want to impress upon this house that you want quality power, you want dependable power, and you want it at a cheap price also. The world pays higher price for the quality, but here you pay less cost for your quality. Power is power. If you are going for the quality power, you should pay more. But of course, this whole economy has to be put under one basket and rationalization is required. So the government in its wisdom, regulatories are in wisdom, they are rationalizing the things. So it has been observed that if the discounting factor in case of hydropower, it comes to 6%, then this rationalization happens actually in favor of the hydropower. The hydropower development, it is now a must, the whole country has recognized it, and NHPC and other central PSUs, they are going in a big way for entering into MOU with various governments. Recently, they have entered into one, NHPC has entered into one MOU with the Nepal government also. So we need to speed up, we need to correct our processes, we have to improve upon our processes, and we have to devise our methods, we have to devise our policy, that how to make a strategy that when the government comes with the policy, when they give us enabling environment, the project developer should be in a position to develop it. Because hydro projects as well as PSP, it will have a lot many challenges. So how the risk allocation is to be done, how the project management has to be improved. After that, all those things will determine the success of the government. So thank you very much. So it can be very long, but there is a constant of time. So thank you very much. And thank you.
I think everyone recognizes the importance of hydropower, now considering the fact that you have a hydro RPO as well. So you have now 1200 megawatt that needs to be installed by 2030.
Just a minute. One point I had to make. Just hello.
Quick point because we are.
I had to make one point that this about greenhouse gas emission we talk about. Let me share with you the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in its 5th assessment report. They told that only nuclear and wind power have lower median life cycle greenhouse gas emission than hydropower. A study of nearly 500 global hydropower reservoirs by International Hydropower Association in 2021, it has found that hydropower emits only 23 gram CO2 equivalent per unit of power produced. Whereas the nuclear, it is 12 gram CO2 per kilowatt unit. Solar, it is 49. Solar, it is 49 gram. Gas, it is 490. And coal, it is as much as 820 gram. So far this greenhouse gas emission is concerned, there also hydro is going to be a great contributor.
So may I now request Suresh ji, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all. Respected Jagannathan ji, mentor and co-founder, Center for Youth and Social Development. Respected Amrish ji, who has given a presentation, very nice one. Respected Sanwag ji, CEO TPCODL. Respected Manvi Singh ji, and respected Sri Biswadeep from PwC and Sri Chandrabhushan ji from iFOREST. Here, I just want to say one thing. Initially, I want to say that Odisha, the average temperature is 32 degrees centigrade. It is the highest, it is hottest, one of the hottest state of India. And every year, people running up after the cooling aspect due to its rise in temperature. So what the situation we are looking around at present, just imagine what will happen by 2030. So many air conditioners, coolants will come up. And people, it is very difficult to manage this situation. What are the policy we should make? We should make keeping in view of those aspects. Even we may cross demand of our 10,000 megawatt. And not less than that, only 1/3 of the generation are being used, total consumption being used by the discoms. And 2/3 it comes from the industries. So in this respect, I want to say something. From the time memorial of evolution, human energy has been the first and the foremost element of survival of both animal as well as plant kingdom. Without energy and its exploitation, whole universe will be extincted. We know it. I want to just motivate a few words so that we know all the analysis factors, everything we know, but we should all get motivated to achieve it. Being the nodal agency of state hydropower, I want you all gear up. Once you get geared up, you see, we are having everything within us. We have all the talent. We have all the knowledge who are sitting here. If not knowledge, we can get it. But we should get motivated and use it properly. So in our solar system, sun is the one and only source of energy to all the planets concerned, including the earth, only where the human civilization exists. The different sources of energy resources on earth that are fossil fuels such as coal, petroleum, natural gas, and non-fossil energy, all even solar, wind, all come from the sun. So I want to say the electricity is the fourth necessity of the mankind. Without electricity, life is not imaginable at present. Earlier, it was the roti, kapra, and mokan, and Akshaya Shakti and green energy, which we have to exploit to our best at present if we want to survive in the globe. That everyone agrees. One thing, we should get motivation as a state. We, the people of Odisha, should get motivated from solar energy through sun temple. We worship, Odisha people always worship sun because they knew sun is the only energy source of energy. In our mythology, sun being worshipped as God is believed to the ultimate solution of all problems and hardships related to energy that we come across. We worship sun and we have built up a world famous monument called Sun Temple, defying its significance. Next, in Odisha, we worship Lord Shiva and other god and goddess. Every two of the enormous springs, innumerable springs and water pools, which are the enormous, although enormous, due to our geological aspects. Not last but least, the major boundary of Odisha is connected with Bay of Bengal. And in the coastline, wind flows throughout day and night. And this is a type of energy we can harness. So all the facilities are there in Odisha. We should gear up. As far as biomass is concerned, we have a huge potential and we can access it from the huge number of cattle paddy fields available in our state. The Ministry of Power recently released the long-term growth trajectory of renewable energy policy and an energy storage obligation till the financial year 2030. By the financial year 2030, the country expects total 43.33% of total electricity consumption are to be met from the renewable energy, appeal to all the stakeholders. Simultaneously, the stakeholders have been given option of energy storage up to 4% by 2030 to meet their energy storage obligations to help achieving the target. The three categories, wind RPO, HPO, large hydro, commissioned after 8th March 19, and other RPOs, which include solar hydro commissioned before 8th March 2019. During 2020 and 21, we have EAC electricity. I just want to say, EAC electricity has crossed 75 years in establishment. EAC, Office of EAC Electricity was founded during the year 1946, December. And we have completed 75 years and we are celebrating Diamond Jubilee. EAC Electricity was the only electrical organization in Odisha who constructed all the hydro projects, who constructed all the HT lines, EST lines, distribution lines. Till 1964, even he contributed distribution sector until the OEC was formed. It carried on with all the activities here in NH Investigation Office. EAC Electricity had a design cell to design the hydro power stations. So, although at the present scenario, all the contractors came up to construct the projects. Earlier, there were no contractors. We all did by ourselves through our engineers and departmentally. So we had that much. We have that much knowledge with us. So in this section, I want to say during 2021, however, we have not stopped our efforts, giving our efforts to the state, and we are still contributing to the state. At present, we are collecting about 4,000 crores of electricity duty. So in 2021, two number of SFPs, small hydro projects, have been commissioned by us. Lower Boitarani, it is 24 megawatt on August 2020. Saptadhara, small hydro project, 18 megawatt in 3/11/2021, and that increased the state small hydrogen capacity from 57 megawatt to 99 megawatt. During 2022, Bargad Hydro Regulator SHGP, 9 megawatt SHGP was commissioned in May 22, just 2 months back. And furthermore, 3 more SHGPs are coming within a year or 1.5 years. And that amounts around 56.5 megawatt capacity. I expect it will become maximum by end of 24. And further to this, another 250 megawatt of SHGPs, which are in our hand, whatever we have surveyed, they are coming by 2030. A lot of projects are there to be surveyed. A lot of projects there to be developed. Actually, I was telling you, Odisha is rich in hydro capacity. As far as numbers of springs are concerned. Anywhere you go, you can make small hydro plant. And we can distribute it locally. And those things are to be, it will also stop the transmission loss, if something like that, or transmission infrastructure cost. We have to go in that way because at present, it is also being helped by the present central government policy of in distribution sector. Any licensee can also use the existing distribution system of a present licensee. Those things it is open also. So that is I think that is a better way so that it will help our state. So that we cannot see we can see a variable number of small distributions coming up and which they will take their own responsibility to distribute. It has some advantages, also disadvantages, but we should go for it at present scenario because we cannot generate about 10 megawatt hydro generation and make a transmission line of 10 kilometers. So it will be costly instances. We have the time for us to think in a different way. So as far as our hydro policy is concerned, we had some following clearances were required during up to 2016. Odisha renewal policy and amended up to 2019. Forest clearance in 2 parts. Environment clearance, drawing and design approval, power purchase agreement with WIDCO, land acquisition, NH railway clearance, the principal clearance from Department of Water Resources, if the existing infrastructure of water resources were used. So these clearances were very difficult to get, a time taking. So at present, it is a high time to have a single nodal agency and everybody should report him. Because once as AC Electricity cannot move to all the departments, there's so many jobs to do, and they in the policy also, although it was very beneficial to help us, but the thing is that some commitment should be there from the department, some policy and some timelines should be drawn up, and those some guidelines should be made for the regarding timeline and also clearances and some different type of approach should be made. And the thing is that we should all be committed accordingly. Without our commitment, we will not do anything. We were just thinking and listening to everything and going back and doing nothing, just like that. At every moment, I think, whenever I work, whenever I committed to do a job, do you know, when I do the job, I think 24 hours about it. I always think 24 hours about it. You must be knowing, my colleagues are there. And I don't leave it until it is finished. Remember, the thing is that we should have some intuition power, number one. We should have vision, future vision. And more than that, we should have some commitment, some interest. We can achieve it. You see, one thing I want to say, yeah, sure, definitely, 1 minute. So many things are to say, technical show, but I just don't want to elaborate technical issues because everybody is going to presentation, we will have a discussion. To conclude with our glimpse of old history, glorious history, I want to just say one thing. Kalinga kingdom, from Ganga to Godavari, those who might have come from Odisha, they should know, also just have a glimpse of it. Kalinga kingdom, the glorious history of Kalinga, kingdom spread from Ganga to Godavari, once upon a time, which remained unconquered, even during Mughal invasion era. though almost all other kingdoms had lost their freedom. We are the proud successor of the people of that kingdom. Remember, we are very brave. We are rich in heritage, culture, natural resources, and with the broad ethics of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That's why in Odisha, everybody gets pleasure and everybody loves to stay in Odisha because we are so good people. And it is also needed to say that our state is the pioneer in the disaster management system, maintaining zero casualties. It is possible due to our interest, unity, commitment, hard work, and able leadership at government level. Since we are the achievers, Odisha shall undoubtedly meet the target of RPO by 2030. I am sure. I am dead sure that we will receive. We should learn use of solar from the famous Sun Temple. Remember, he should be an icon for us. I have been interested do something, some art part like that. I have also found out a different way how to motivate people, how to think about it. But thing is that many people are unable to know about the energy saving aspects, the B guidelines. Even many of us maybe, pardon me, may not be knowing if we increase temperature by 1 degree in AC, how much energy is saved. But we are giving very fundamental things we do not know. Suppose we are giving a plug point in charger, we are not removing that plug. Do you know how much energy you are wasting? 0.27 watt. That is called ghost loss. This small energy loss always counts. In computers also, if you don't unplug the installations, we will also lose about 4 to 5 watt. So whatever we may do big issues, we should not avoid the small things. That is what I am focusing. I have also achieved my energy consumption goals. It is less time to tell. So we should start from the drop by drop. We may build up a ocean, we may build up a pond, but we should preserve it by drop of water. Thank you very much.
Mr. Manitharam for his remarks.
A very good morning to all of you and to my co-panelists. I think it's been 90 minutes of bombardment of statistics and the need for a sustainable journey. I think all of us do agree here sitting today. There is no doubt that it's a journey which we need to be part of. And probably there is only one question to be asked. Why aren't we as part of Odisha being thought that we are not part of the sustainable journey? Fundamentally because we don't have enough renewable generation happening within the state. Just to share a little bit of me, I started working in hydropower plants, 18 years. And my founder said way back in the late 1800s, he passed away in 1904, and he was planning for hydropower plants in the late 1890s part of it, trying to get approvals from the English government to put power plants in the Western Ghats. So he very simply said at that point of time, India requires clean, cheap, as well as abundant power. And when I look at that statement, nothing has changed. We are looking at clean power as the whole workshop is all about that. And all of us want cheap power. And with digitalization, with technology upgradation, all of us want abundant power, 24/7. So having born and brought up in that environment, I must also share, while my panelists did share the role of hydros, I had this great opportunity. These plants were built in the early 1900s, between 1915 or 1917 to 1927. And I had the opportunity to maintain some of them, and I had the opportunity to also renovate them. Typically, a thermal power plant has a life of 25 years, a hydro plant has a life of 35 years. We maintained power plants for 80 years and at the best of efficiency. And today, as I speak to you, a plant which is 150 megawatt in the Western Ghats, Bhira, which was commissioned in 1922, is still running. Commissioned in 1927. It is still running, 95 years old, with best of the efficiency. That means the turbine is at 91.5% efficient. The generator is 98.5% efficiency. So obviously there are lessons which we learned there. And in my stint over there, while this was one of the upgradation which we did, what we also did was we saw the 100 years or the 90 years rainfall which was coming and how the rainfall was decreasing. But in spite of that, what we did was every water which was trying to go away from the mountains, we put bunds and brought them back into the pond itself to see that we don't waste any water. It gets back to the pond so that we can use it. Also, we thought about various ways of preserving that water so that we don't lose through evaporation and various other methods. And eventually what we found was we generated 10% more than what it was typically designed for. And we're very happy as engineers to have contributed that much, limited resource, and how do I still maximize it? And I think we are in that state today. We have a limited resource and we all know fossil fuel is limited. So how do we maximize it? Having said that, while you saw a lot of numbers, I still want to share in terms of how energy is in India today, how energy is in Odisha today. Let us look at the economy of India, $2.7 trillion, sixth in the world, and highly aspirational to be number 3 in the next decade and a half or so. Obviously, we look at this point of time, we are looking at a $5 trillion economy and a GDP, which all of us would agree would grow anywhere around a minimum of 7 to 8% going forward. And if that has to happen, obviously electricity is needed for that. And typically electricity grows above the GDP. Typically in India, it's not the case. So it grows below that, but still we would grow anywhere around 5% of CAGR at least. Today, when we look at our peak power, it's close to 210 gigawatts. 5% growth in it, we have a figure of 10 gigawatts. And if you want that in renewable, you have close to 50 gigawatt of installation to be done every year. And that's not an ordinary number. We added close to 13.5 gigawatt last year. And we are looking at numbers coming with the economy growing, with the power requirement growing. Our energy requirement in the coming years is very high. Look at Odisha. Odisha is going to go much higher than India because it did not grow in the first 50 years. The last 2 decades has been growth. The next 2 decades is going to be exponential growth. We had a year of funny in 2019. We had 2 years of COVID, 2020 and 21. Come 22, the first quarter of this year, we have grown at 25% of power requirement in Odisha. And that's a mind-blowing number. Only that we as a state, we were still sustainable, except in terms of giving 24/7, except for some blip when the power plants went down. But then what reality is there in front of us is our growth in Odisha is going to be immense in the coming years, thanks to a good governance within the state and thanks to the overall way people look at Odisha today, growth is imminent. And so lots of industrialization is on the cards. So if energy is going to grow, how do we look at it and how do we actually see that we still make it sustainable? The way we have grown this year, when we look at it, when we look at the 24 hours graph, our graph shows our peak is somewhere around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. It goes on till 3 p.m. to 4 p.m.
but the real peak happens exactly at 10:45 in the evening, and it goes till midnight and up to 2 in the morning. And that's where renewables don't work. So literally, we as a state will have to see why it has grown there and how do I still contribute that. So these are air conditioning loads. Obviously, Odisha is prospering, India is prospering, AC load will prosper. India today has just 7% of AC within the country. When we look at US, it is 90%. When you look at China, it is 60%. So this 7% air conditioning will increase in the coming days. And why not? I mean, everyone wants to have a comfortable life. Our sensitiveness towards the heat is at least our children cannot bear anymore the heat part of it. So air conditioning is going to be obvious, and that load is going to grow. That means our load at 10:45 in the night is going to go. So there, when typically, while wind may be there, which is not there in Odisha to a large extent, solar will also not be there. So load management will also play a key role. While we arrange energy, this part also we need to see how do we manage this part of the load. So while these are the realities, as DISCOM, we look at the DSM side, and also the way we are looking at the RPO obligation. So when I look at the RPO obligation, as a state last year, we were at close to 98%. And going forward, I'm very sure we'll be highly committed as far as the RPO obligations are concerned. But then it's a state which, as we saw early in the morning, that 66% is all captive load, and they don't contribute anything to RPO. So that is a big problem, which probably with the new policy, it will get addressed, but that's very crucial for the renewable contribution as a state. So overall, if you have 15,000 megawatt of load in the state, only 5,000 megawatt is RPO compliant, which obviously is a big drawback. So when I look at this situation, and it's very important to look at the DSM, because demand side management becomes very, very crucial. So we will play a role in it. And obviously, it's important, as EIC rightfully said so, that how do I look even 1 degrees temperature rise, what is the effect of it? So while it's important for us to bring about the awareness in terms of how do we consume electricity, and look at the way we would regulate it. As DISCOM, obviously, we'll play a role in terms of sensitizing our industrial consumers as well, to see what's their inefficiency within the system, be it the way they consume power with the motors they have and other stuff, which we are doing it. So now, when we look at the way ahead, and as PwC shared the policy part of it, I think we are at a journey where, when we have a state capacity of 8,000 megawatt, we are at a renewable capacity of just around 200 megawatt, and we have a potential of close to 25,000 megawatt or 25 gigawatt. I think there is a lot that needs to be done. So obviously, we take a pause and look at why some of the states are successful in the country. And as Mr. Bhushan rightly said, there is nothing to do on the eastern side on the potential. And especially for Odisha, there is enough potential available. And 25 gigawatt is big ticket item. Even 50% of that is big ticket item to explore. But let us look at Tamil Nadu, for example. When they first did the study, early 2005-6 part of it, they estimated a wind capacity of close to 3,500 megawatt. Today, it generates close to 6,000 megawatt plus only in the wind part of it. That means the early potential which was enabled, it has crossed even that. The solar part of it also has got a similar journey. And today it's one of the top 5 states in the country which produces renewable power. But one of the key elements which was successful for Tamil Nadu was seeing the landowners as being partners, by seeing farmers as partners. And that created an environment where everyone became part of the journey, and both solar and wind became a very successful journey part of it. So we know that Odisha has enough land. We have potential part of it. So enabling policy is something which is very key. So I think at this point of time, while the country has put target for itself, very aspirational, Odisha also needs to put targets for itself. That's my belief. And that can only drive the renewable growth, that can drive the sustainable journey within Odisha. And as we saw the numbers, we are highly energy intensive state, and we really need to be part of the sustainable journey. So here, what we need to look at the term called BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goals, which is very, very important for the state part of it. That means we set aspirational targets, look at others who have accomplished within the country as well as abroad, and see how do we innovate ourselves and take this journey forward. Obviously, to achieve this, an enabling policy is very, very important. So when we look at our journey, when we started, FIT was there, feed-in tariff. And when we look at other countries, let's look at Vietnam. It was as bad as a country which hardly had any renewables. It gave a FIT around 7 cents in the year 2018. The whole world was in Vietnam to be part of that journey. So today, the whole country couldn't even accommodate the solar journey because it had so much potential, and everyone was there trying to produce solar power over there. And it had, in fact, a problem of transmission lines. So that enablement we need to have within Odisha to see that we can promote, which is actually possible. Let's look at Australia or even other states where some of the policy norms, we are looking at virtual metering in Australia. By introducing virtual metering, any citizen within the country can be part of it. I want to be consuming green power. I can't put my own rooftop solar. All I do is become part of virtual metering. There's a plan somewhere. We as a group, as a society, as a team of friends, as a group of family, we just start consuming green power generated somewhere, distributed amongst us. So it can be a 10 kilowatt plant, it can be a 50 kilowatt plant, and a few of us join together and become part of it. Someone does the investment, maybe Tata Power Solar does the investment. All you need to do is give your money and take that cheap power and be part of it. And because we all know that that is going to be cheap power. And what happened in Australia eventually, the grid power, which was 10 cents, became 17 cents. And the solar power or the virtual metering actually dipped down below the 10 cents part of it. So these policy changes can really make things happen. And this is the time which we really need to think about it. 2 or 3 things which comes to my mind is when we as a country decided that we need to have UMPP way back in the 2000, early 2000 part of it, because we really were short of generation capacity. So today as a state of Odisha, why we can't think of UMPP? Define UMPP, because in that UMPP of solar, a solar UMPP, maybe we can put enough policy advocacy to see that all you need to do as an investor is walk into the state and start putting the plant within the state. All the enablement will happen to see that a UMPP of solar happens. So such approaches probably can attract investment and make things happen. Now, for each and every citizen to be part of it, we need to probably have an awareness campaign in terms of, I will consume whatever I generate. Mera ghar, meri bijli. It's my house, I will generate my own power. And Odisha is passionate about its state. Odisha is, as rightly shared, it's a state where we pray the sun god. We know what power it has. And I think we can use those approaches to see that a state, which is one of the hottest in the country, can definitely make every citizen consume its own power by generating its own power. Bhubaneswar has been nominated as a green city. And I think that's a project which we are in the midst of it. And we can take it as a benchmark project to see that among the cities in the globe, why Bhubaneswar cannot be one of those cities being termed as green city. Various initiatives are planned in that, and that can make every citizen be part of it, every office be part of it, and every establishment, be it commercial or industrial, be part of it. And if I look at the peak power which I shared with you, while all of this is one part of it, the hydro importance was shared rightly with you, but the way hydro plays a role, not in terms of cost, in terms of regulating the power, in terms of regulating the frequency, that's the greatest role it can play. So today, if my peak power is at 1045, hydro can come in and go out anytime. Hydro water is limited, and peak power happens exactly in summer when the water levels are pretty low. So you need to preserve that water to see that we use it exactly during the peaking part of it. So that is something which will be important. And that's where the pump storage unit will also play a key role. As a country, we haven't put enough time and energy into PSUs. But when we look at other countries, you look at England, you look at London, it has 1 hour of peak power. And what does it do? It pumps in, all the pump storage unit comes into place. So today we have enough hydro in Odisha. So PSU will have a role to play. The cost is at maybe double digit of 10 rupees. But then if you require power for 1 hour, I cannot put a thermal power plant for that. Obviously, you need something like a PSU. So how do we ensure that we bring PSU? How do we ensure as a tariff, we differentiate what will be my tariff between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the night? And what will be my tariff? So that also needs to be managed through OERC in terms of which we will do as a DISCOM. We have done enough studies on that, but this is very, very critical. Unless peak power tariff is put at a cost which is palatable to all of us in terms of sustainability, it's very difficult to manage or regulate power. So PSU, I firmly believe, will play a very key role. And in this policy, PSU will have to be anchored, the new policy, so that we are able to understand the way we are consuming power in the state and how do we actually regulate it through various modes, hydro, PSU, renewables, as well as the thermal part of it. Yeah. So finally, while land is an issue, which is not in a big way, we also have a lot of water bodies. So floating solar is something which we need to look at as well. It's 10% expensive than the normal solar, but then we can make that also happen within the state. So enough opportunities are there. And I think by good policy coming up in the coming days, we can see that Odisha is also part of the sustainable journey. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the most important point you made, and which is taught to us in environment, you can't have renewable energy with business as usual consumption. So super efficient appliance will have to go with renewable energy. And therefore air conditioning, for example, is unsustainable. The current air conditioning that growth that will happen, I don't think we can sustain an electricity system with the kind of air conditioning demand that is going to take place in the country. Now, finally, I have Mr. Jagadananda, and I'll request him for his remark.
Thank you. I think this session is going very long. And good morning, everyone, distinguished panelists and all of you. You know, when you come at 10 o'clock to a hall of this kind and size, and you have to search for a chair, the event is already successful, Chandrabhushan. So thank you, iFOREST team, for really making it possible to bring all stakeholders together to think, reflect, and set an agenda for the state to think about renewable energy, experience the problem, and operationalize that. And I'm so delighted to be part of this gathering. I'm also delighted that, you know, our EIC, Sri Maharana, very clearly articulated how important it is for the state to embrace this, and how important it is for the officials of the state to reflect about it and to act passionately to operationalize it. That is important. That is important. Because sometimes the doctors may be very good, like Sri Maharana. The professors may be very good. The hospital may be very good. And the operation can be very successful. But the patient dies. When the patient dies, everybody is sad, actually. That, we had a successful operation, but the patient died. I think we should not get into a situation of that. What we need to do is, we need to see that the patient also survives. So having said so, I think with these two brilliant presentations by Mandavi and the PricewaterhouseCoopers, I'm so happy that, the ball is set actually. We know now precisely the problem, and I don't want to further add, color to the problem. The problem is already known. The state, but at the same time, we are in an era at this point of time. This is the SDG era, the Sustainable Development Goals era. And the beauty of Sustainable Development Goals is everyone is talking about Sustainable Development Goals. The governments are talking, the corporate world is talking, the civil society is talking, the multilaterals are talking, the bilaterals are talking, the financial institutions are talking, the West is talking, the East is talking, South is talking, North is talking. Everyone is talking. So this is a wonderful opportunity and a timing for all of us, right? When a mantra is there and goal 7 is very clear, clean and green energy, right? Am I correct, Madhavi? Goal 7? Yeah, goal 7. So each goal is like a mantra for all of us, actually. So there is a mantra available. Everyone is tuned to dance. Everyone is set as part of the orchestra to play their role. And so what else you need actually? So therefore, what I'm going to deal is, I would like to share 3 clear issues which has to be handled in our state when we think of a clear RE policy, and so that, there is a climate, there is an interest, there is an enabling environment, and there is an ecosystem created in the state to make it happen. The first issue is, you see, in Odisha, whatever I see now, you see, our demand load is not very high like states like Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu, right? There are obvious reasons for that. Of course, in those states, the MSMEs have played a very big role. Odisha MSMEs are still struggling actually for a decent, what you call stable operation. The large industries in our state have captive power plants. And the problem there is, but their RE obligations are being discharged outside the state actually. They're drawing power in a very big way for their own need, but their RE obligations are outside the state, right? The Navaratna companies, I don't want to name them in a gathering of this kind, they will go to Andhra for their wind energy and Rajasthan for their solar energy. How do you do? The other thermal power corporation will be going everywhere in the country except Odisha actually. Will draw all the resources from Odisha. That is the paradox, that is the tragedy actually. Others would like to do solar parks, they are interested, excited, but land allocation is still a problem, and the EIC, the list of clearances which you need, make you run from place to place. And I think I have no hesitation to share, because I have also been part of the system for some time as the State Information Commissioner of the state. Bureaucracy has changed, but not changed to your and my liking actually. So therefore you have to run. You have to run, and making people run makes the system very happy actually. until they're part of the system. The moment they're out of the system, they suddenly realize, and all gyan and all wisdom happens after that. So therefore, how do you make this energy transition happen? How do you make green hydrogen from our great water bodies in Odisha actually? We have Chilka, we have Hirakud Dam, we have what not actually. How do you really make it happen? There is a great potential there. Our friend from the Tata Power mentioned about making it a people's movement actually, people's campaign, maybe to start with from the state capital. I was a great believer of rooftop energy, and at some point of time, Crux Power, and some of them are here, they motivated me, I should go for that. 18, 19, I completed my small installation. I thought system is working very well, and this will be a test case for me to see how the system operates. It was a test case for me, a pilot. Registration was done. Immediately there was a little, OTP generated. I was very happy. I thought the system is excellent. It's working well, and so on and so forth. And then the box stopped at some point of time. I will never get a nice bill or a bill which is necessary, which is the real bill. So, somebody has to work, run to get that bill. Subsidy was never a reality. It was not that I went for rooftop for a subsidy actually, but I wanted to test check actually, to see the motivating and the enabling policy of the country and policy of our state. Never came. And then finally, when it was transferred to a private distribution company, I was very excited. I said, now everything will run well. Because I had a residual problem, my first communication was made to the CEO of the private company. I'm not interested to, create a fuss in this gathering, but I'm just sharing my own experience, my pains, my agonies, my frustrations. And I tell you, when I'm sharing my agonies and frustration, I'm sharing as the former State Information Commissioner of the state, which is equivalent to the senior most Chief Secretary of the state. That was the protocol I was enjoying. Forget about that. No reply came. So I thought, maybe there is some problem in the system, or there is some problem in this rooftop, what you call architecture. I think the point I want to drive is, if you want to really make it a people's movement, there has to be a lot of confidence building measures. Those confidence building measures calls for a multi-stakeholder partnership. And that multi-stakeholder partnership calls for governments to come in a big way, the private players to come in a big way, the civil society has to come in a big way, and the citizens also have to come in a big way. And during all that was happening, my neighborhood, and mine is the first, and let me tell you, I constructed my house sometime in the late 90s. And my house had the first solar heater system. And the moment solar heater system came, everybody was very curious. They came to my house. I offered a cup of tea, and suddenly from 1, it became 20 actually, immediately. Everybody was so fascinated. Oh, you are getting free, hot water, right? So similarly, when this came up, still, my neighborhood asks me, how has been your experience, sir? Are you ready to recommend us also to do that? I said, wait, I am not still stabilized. The moment I am stabilized, I will invite for a cup of tea and ensure that all of you have a rooftop also. So I think we need a sincere confidence building measure. And without that, this is not going to happen. I think if we want to really make sustainable development goals a reality, we have to localize sustainable development goals. And goal number 7, if it has to be localized, there are many ways in which it can be localized. And until it is localized, you see, we talk in the somewhere mid-air actually. And I have no hesitation there, right? I'm still sitting as a member of the standing committee in the Niti Aayog to look at how do we localize sustainable development goals? How do we do that? And to do that, we have to move away from the rhetoric to the reality actually. Rhetoric is one, but reality is another. So the policy deficits, the technical support, the confidence building measure, this multi-stakeholder partnership, the single window clearance, they are all very, very important as part of that ecosystem. And lastly, for those of you who are social entrepreneurs, I see a lot of social entrepreneurs who are into the green energy space. So congratulations, compliments. It's not an easy job, right? It's not an easy job. You will have to really have a lot of dhakka, a lot of struggle, but you have also sympathetic people like Sri Maharanaji as the EIC, and there are others also. I'm sure the energy department is present here. And if you are present, please take a special note of some of the points which are emerging from here. And another good thing is there is a new funding opportunity also which has come, not for green and renewable energy, but for social enterprises. The new social stock exchange, it's already notified. Now there will be new social stock exchange will be a boom for social entrepreneurs to float their interesting financial products, which are going to save the humanity, save the society, work for the society. At the same time, will attract venture funders to support your cause. So that opportunity is available. And I must compliment before I conclude iFOREST, especially Chandrabhushanji, Shrestha, Mandavi, and the whole team actually. They're passionately engaged in Odisha, and I have never seen a scientific research, civil society, think tank group showing so much interest to a particular region and to a particular state. And so welcome, Chandrabhushan, and we are all there. Will be supporting, and this climate, when everybody is here, this meeting is not a seminar to listen and go away. Somebody said that. It's an event where we are all going to put our stake actually. We will work with Tata Power, we will work with our EIC, we will work with our Hydropower Corporation, we will work with each one of you, and we work together also as a team to see that Odisha's renewable energy, which has missed the boat, the national boat. Nationally, there is so many things happening. Odisha, on the RE front, very few things are happening. So we have missed the boat. So we will quickly get back to our boat and set the boat in a direction so that we are much beyond what is expected out of Odisha. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Absolutely fantastic, Jagadananji, to bring the ground realities in this room. So yes, we have big ideas, but we also need to recognize the ground reality and what we are dealing with, what we need to improve. The problem with a chair is that I would have liked this session to go on. There is so much knowledge and wisdom on this panel, but I have to stop at some point of time. And I think we are 30 minutes delay, already 30 minutes. I had planned for a Q&A session. I'm sorry, I'll not be able to do it because I will be cutting in the time of other panelists. They are as important as this panel. So I'll break for tea. I'll request you to come back in 15 minutes so that you can hear other stakeholders as well. Let's give a big hand to this panel. Thank you very much.
Just a quick announcement. We'll begin the next session shortly. So all the participants are requested to bring in their tea and coffee so that we are just on time. Hi, I would request everybody to please reconvene, bring your tea, coffee in the hall because we should start with the next session. I would also request Arpo from iFOREST to please take charge of the session.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we are starting our session in a short while. I will invite Dr. Ashwini Kumar as the moderator of the session of the large solar. And I will request Mr. Bhakti Parida sir. He is business development manager for Tata Solar. I will request Hara Prasad Mohapatra sir to please take a seat. He is CEO of Canyon Consultancy. I will request Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, CGM Commercial, TPCODL. I will also request Mr. Shobik Das from AMP Energy to be here on the stage. Yeah. Okay. So in the meanwhile, I will give a short presentation and then I think we can go ahead with the panel discussion. Yeah. So it was supposed to be good morning, but finally it's good afternoon and we are here. So this will be a very short session of 1 hour. Myself, Arpo Mukherjee, I am from iFOREST, and we have done some analysis on large solar status of Odisha and what has been, what policy barriers this sector is facing in Odisha. So I will be presenting that in next 3-4 minutes only. So you see, there was a target which was set in 2016 that by 2022, Odisha will get 2200 megawatt of, sir, please join us on this. Odisha will get 2200 megawatt of solar renewable energy in Odisha, but you see, we have achieved only 401 megawatt, which is only 18%, and we are deficit by 600 megawatt, which is a huge in terms of capacity. And but you see, after 2016, the pace has started to pick up. But if we go on the same pace, Odisha will be able to install only about what do you say, 1000 megawatt of ground mount solar only, but not achieve your 26 gigawatt kind of target by this thing. Currently, the policy provisions are that nodal agency, there are two nodal agency for ground mount solar, JETCOL and OREDA. This you all know. JETCOL is for above 1 megawatt and OREDA is for below 1 megawatt. And there are 4 implementation models which are having in Odisha, that are land-based solar, project utilization on water bodies, floating solar, projects on the consumer sides of the meter, projects on the consumer sides of meter, that means rooftop solar, not rooftop solar, but things which are on the ground mount, but in larger capacity. Then we have solar parks, which is of two models basically. One is jet call solar power parks, and they are private parks. So private people can also put their solar plants in parks. So these are all the models which are happening in the policy, and there are some concerns from the stakeholders, specific stakeholders, that if you see DISCOM, so DISCOM has the concern that this state is a power surplus state, and we do not need extra electricity, especially when the electricity is expensive than the APPC cost. Odisha has a very less APPC cost. It has 2.8 rupees only. And solar plants which have small capacity, 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt, 20 megawatt, cannot sustain the solar power plants which has a capacity of 500 megawatt or gigawatt scale, which is happening in other states. And then they prefer for going for ISTS procurement, that is interstate transmission procurement, which is very cheap, and there is waiver of the fees of interstate, due to which it is a direct commercial viability to procure power from different states than producing it in their own state. For industries and captive power plants, so industries which do not have power plant, and there are industries which are having power plant inside their campus, the implementation of RP obligation, renewable purchase obligation, is very weak, and banking and wheeling of power of solar is not allowed, and the nearby sites to the solar industries are normally dusty, so they do not want to set up their plants, solar plants, near mines or their plant area. They want to set it up a bit far from their places which are cleaner, but the problem is that banking and wheeling is not allowed, so they cannot invest in the large solar sector. And then there are some project development challenges, like large land patches are not available in Odisha. So we have to identify those kind of land patches, because if we are talking about 30,000 megawatt, we need 600 square kilometer of land in Odisha, and which has to be parceled in a manner so that at least 50 square kilometer of area can be identified to put a solar power plant, and that kind of land patch size is not available. The development cost of the small parks, which are 5 megawatt, 10 kilowatt, 10 megawatt, or up to 50 megawatt, are very different from the cost of the projects which are at the scale of 500 megawatt or a gigawatt scale. And then there is confusion between the institutional, who is doing what. There's a lot of confusion. People are going from one place to other place to get the clarity. So these are some kind of concerns and implementation model. And we have some suggestions which we have got from the FGD. It is that to align the targets of land identification and support infrastructure development. So you have to first identify what kind of land you have while you're setting the targets, and then appropriate proper land so that which has also grid connectivity, which has all the kind of clearance, there is no wildlife passing through. So before allocating land, you should look after that this kind of land are available or not. Then prioritize potential assessment and identification of land resource through a sincere collaborative of ITCO, IPOCL, and GetCall. Currently, what a problem in the FGD was coming, that ITCO is giving land patches are so small that people could not put 1 megawatt of power plant in that. So that cannot be used for big solar power parks. Introduce of dedicated investment scheme for small ground mounted projects of 5 to 50 megawatts, since these projects are a bit expensive than large. So there can be some incentive mechanism for that. Ensure and support RPO compliance by obligated entities through facilitation of banking, open access, and virtual net metering. Capitalize on existing industrial development policy and strengthen support by adding specific provision for solar sector. Also build capacity of responsible institutions, eliminate institution confusion, and build collaboration. So these all the points which we gathered from the FGDs which have done, and these are collective information which I've got from the players who are working in large solar sector in Odisha. So I would like to now ask Ashwini sir to please moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpo. First of all, I would like to thank iFOREST to take this initiative. And I have been listening to the first session. I think a lot of questions have been thrown in that. And I think this is the time that we need to be little more focused in, in our recommendations, or so that we can reach the goal which we set it. As has been said, Odisha is a perfect state to provide the opportunity. And I think we have talked about that the per capita energy, per capita GHG emissions in Odisha are quite high, but that's natural, because Odisha is, I would say, the basket of minerals for the entire country. And we have so many industries. For example, chromite, nickel, almost 100% is from Odisha. And besides that, you have the bauxite or coal, even 25% resources are here. So there is such a strong mining activity, industrial activity, and many of these fall under what you call, in terms of carbon emissions, hard to abate sectors. So this is bound to happen. So I think let us not get unduly worried about that. We need to plan for the state. There has to be some framework that what do we want to do. I have been at SECI, and I know, and otherwise also is in public domain, that Odisha has been buying a lot of solar power through the route of PPAs. It means the power is generated, for example, in Rajasthan, and that is coming to the state here through PPA route. And that was the requirement at that stage, maybe in order to meet the RPO requirements and in order to make a headway start in developing the RE utilization in the state. But I think now this is a good time that after 2016, when we are getting now again, defining the policy for the state, all the issues we need to discuss. Now, I think the basic framework which I would like to suggest is, at the national level, the Honorable PM says Atmanirbharta. That has to be done at a local level as well. We need to think at the state level what can be done locally. Then sustainable. How can we sustain in terms of pricing, in terms of resources, in terms of anything. So it means when we are talking about policy, that need to serve these two, I would say, the broad contours. And and only after that we can look at, I think from the presentation made by Arpo from iFOREST, one thing is also emerging, that resource assessment for all the technologies. That's also one of the key areas. Now we'll have to decide that how do we want to proceed further in policy? Like, do we want to go in a market mode, or do we want to go in a regulated, mandated mode? So that's one of the important decisions which we'll have to take, because we have seen like the large solar power plants or the wind power projects have in various parts of the country. But if you go little smaller, then even at the central level, we could not make that progress as was envisaged. But I think the consumers are there, users are there, everybody has a right to use the clean energy. How can we facilitate that? So we need to find answers to all such, I would say, the questions. Some of the framework what emerged during the discussion so far, I would again like to refer to for the perspective. One is that hydropower. There seems to be good potential for hydropower. There seems to be some prospects of what you call pump storage, hydro pump water storage. So I think that has to be. Now, that point was also touched upon, that peak timing. how broad is the peak? Suppose that is for 1 hour. What are you going to do to meet that peak? You're not going to set up a separate power plant for that. How do you meet? So it means the storage, the question of storage comes. How best efficiently we can use the water storage, then battery storage. Then what is the perspective on the decline in cost of battery storage? Today we start using it, or we start using it, I would say at the grid level, maybe after 3 years or 4 years. How do we build up those trajectories? I think all these questions are open, will be really interesting to answer all these questions. Another thing I would like to mention at the opening point, that MSME, that sector is often neglected. And I would say this is not the problem specific to Odisha, that's the national problem. Even like, for example, the steel sector or cement factory or the MSME sectors, they are unable to take benefit of clean energy at most of the places because of the reasons that their balance sheet is not like that anybody will do with them long-term PPAs. And at the same time, they don't have the capex to install their own systems. So how do we help them? Somebody referred in the morning about virtual metering also. I think all these kind of, or the people have started talking about what they call it virtual contracts or virtual PPAs. Instead of metering, they have come to virtual PPAs. Any such market interventions, are these going to be useful? Are these going to be facilitative to the sectors which we are envisaging? Similarly, for captive plants, like there's a large capacity, which is, I would say, locked up in this state. How can we mandate them? I would say mandate, or maybe through market mode, we can help them in getting to clean energy sources. So with these initial remarks, I won't take much time because I am having a very illustrious panel with me, and these are the persons who work at the site. We are all tabletop people, but these are the people working in the field. So their, I would say, experiences are very important. I would like to ask to begin with Mr. Parida, who is from Tata Solar. So who is from Tata Solar, that Odisha had a policy from 2016. So what your experience have been, and for the new policy, what kind of recommendations you would like to make, keeping your experience in side that you face certain problems, certain issues, hindrances or bottlenecks. So over to Mr. Parida.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Bhaktibhushan Parida. I handle business development in Tata Renewables in Odisha. So currently, from past 2 years, I'm working in Odisha. Almost every sector I have touched in Odisha. I worked in rooftop segment, ground-mounted project, also floating solar. Not only for this 2 years, already virtually I worked for Odisha past 3 years. I was in different companies. So from that time itself, I found, implementing large-scale projects in Odisha a little bit tough. Why? So there are different aspects I'll discuss in further discussion. So currently, if I say our installations capacity in Odisha is 451 megawatts. It's almost very less to comparing to other states. If you discuss about Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, they are far away from us. Andhra Pradesh also nearly about more than 4,000 megawatts. Chhattisgarh is about more than 500 megawatts. So why is so? There is conducive environment over here, ease of business, attraction of investors is more over there. So that should be taken care by regulators of Odisha, and we should think about that. When you go for a large scale implementation, the investor always think about the returns. So returns comes with the security of payments, implementation of projects, evacuation of power. So that should be ensured before to, participate in the bidding or to install a solar projects. So for that, we should, take a role model, like in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Gujarat, they have, made good solar parks. We are far, back in that segment. We don't have any proper solar parks over here. Though there's announcement of solar parks has been done by R.K. Singh, Power Minister. That should be implemented. I believe it should be implemented very fast to achieve this target. And the major thing is Odisha is a cyclone-prone area. So solar parks, which is unidentified, I believe in Baleswar or some part of Ganjam. So that is only the cyclone-prone area. So there is a threat. It's a challenge for an investor. He will always think that, how the long run will be happen. For the 25 years, how will sustain if this cyclone came more than we have seen the Feni. So in that context, I'll say at least the solar park should be in a western part where the isolation is very good. And the evacuation of power, that is another segment that should be robust. Currently our evacuation system to cater the large scale of solar, like let's say like more than 20 megawatt, 40 megawatt, that is not there. So that should be developed, and proper land identification should be there. Moreover, we can say holistically, I can say the solar park should be developed in a proper manner to cater this kind of power. And another way of is like, Odisha is a terrain where a lot of forest and water bodies is there. So we can use our water bodies also. That is another implementation of large scale solar also. So we can plan and identify the large scale water bodies like Hirakud Dam is there, other water bodies is there. So that can be a major installations, large scale installations. Also implementation in rooftop segments also, that can be a part of large scale. Large scale, I can say particularly for the big steel industries, other major manufacturing industries can go for large scale installations. And another mode is like group captive projects, where third party investment is there, and customer can take power from any position through open access. So for that also, power evacuation is a major problem. So that should be taken care by our OERC and transmission systems also. So this is the major problems, I believe, in Odisha to handle the power evacuation, land, and the ease of business. So my point is to attract any utility scale project, we should have some ease of business to bring their investment to Odisha. So that is my point.
Thank you, because the spirit of the discussions in the dialogue. So thanks for keeping it short. Maybe to begin with, I would like to request all the panelists to give your preliminary ideas and all. Maybe in the next version, I'll have some further questions.
I just wanted to one point. RP obligations is there. So this year we have 7.25 RP obligations. So by 2024, it is around 9.75. So solar. So every year it is like 0.75%. So 0.75% is equivalent to 16 megawatt hour target. So at least we need that much of enforcement to the every obligated entities where in the Odisha, they should go for solar or any RE implementation. So that is will be our to achieve our target.
Okay, thanks. Maybe we'll continue discussion later. Now, I would like to request Mr. Harprasad Mohapatra, who is a veteran in the sector, who has been heading the distribution company. Jetport, yeah. So I think your I would say we have seen it from that side. How is the experience of the earlier policy? What gaps were there? And how do you want to improve it now? So that's the, you can touch upon even the RPO part, what has been referred to.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, coming to the policy had a target of 2,200 megawatt for solar, which is of course not achieved. But we must realize that 2 years of the policy period have been wasted due to pandemic, and the effect is also still continuing. Price rise of the modules and etc. So those developers who have suffered losses during the last 2 years are still not able to stand properly. So it is it cannot be said that total it is a failure. Of course, there are ways to improve it. There are many areas where improvement is required. So the main area of concern is what I find during interaction with the developers. Every other developer told that they are unable to find purchasers for their power if they are generated inside the state. The reason is interstate transmission charges have been reduced to nil. And we also know that the other states like Rajasthan, Gujarat, and couple of other states also, they have better radiation than our state. So purchasers of the state, they find it is more beneficial to import power from other states through open access, because open access is encouraged very much. So it is beneficial for them to import power through open access rather than take the same amount of power from the inside state producers. So my suggestion will be, let us consider a graded open access charges. Though power coming from outside, because they are already enjoying ISTS charges nil, and power coming from inside the state, there should be some concession on the open access charges, so that there is a level playing field, and they can produce power inside the state producer, they can produce power competitive rates. The second main issue is the availability of land. As such, you know, there are geographical limitations. So we cannot have plants in our eastern region. Of course, we can western side, we can have plants, but that is forested and hilly tracts. And we also know that our state is a very mineral rich area. Vast patches of land has to set aside for mining activities, not only mining activities, but we have plenty of scope for metallurgical industries. So we have to set aside large patches of land for aluminum, steel, etc. So that overall effect is there is a paucity of land for large scale development of solar projects. So in that case, it is the policy should particularly look into this aspect, and they have to make the land bank system more strengthened land bank system, so that it becomes easier to for developers to get the land. Another alternate could be the floating solar installation, because we have very vast lakes built into the hydroelectric projects like Hydropower, Renewable, etc. So we can have hundreds of megawatts of solar park, floating solar parks there. But the only limitation is that energy produced from floating solar park is costing maybe around 25% or so extra than the land-based installations. So that should not be a bottleneck for that. So we have a suggestion for that. There was something called Odisha Renewable Energy Development Fund in our policy in 2016, which has not been operationalized, nor it has been activated also. So our suggestion will be, let us make the fund more proactive and infuse some funds to it, so that it can be incentives in the form of capital subsidy or BGF or something like that should be pumped into the floating solar sector, so that the floating solar sector becomes viable. And not only that, particularly for small solar power developers, they are finding it much difficult to sell their power, to produce the power at competitive rates, because they are developing small patches, 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt, 3, 5, like that. So this fund should also encourage small developers who are doing small developers. So these are the two main suggestions I would have. Third will be, of course, the NPO, RPO, Renewable Purchase Obligations. Those who are not observing or obeying to the RPO, there should be some mechanism to enforce the RPO and bring them to the book and penalize them if it is necessary, absolutely necessary, of course, so that there is more demand is created inside the state. Thank you.
To Mohabbatas are very, I would say, straightforward, clear-cut recommendations. So we'll discuss them later. Now, I would like to request Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, who is CGM Commercial TPCODL. So you are also a professional from the field, and I think we heard some of the views in the morning session from TPCODL, but now I would like to touch base with you more details on what is expected, how can we improve the policy, and what your experience.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. At the outset, let me thank iFOREST to invite us, because very good beginning, because as you know, this is the right stage actually when the policy is going to be formulated, reformulated. Just to appraise you, sir, I was also part of the initial committee who drafted the first policy, this solar policy in 2000. Actually, the year 13-14 drafted initial draft, which subsequently the help of a consultant to finalize 2015-16. I think few gap area which also my colleague has also from ex-GATCOL is elaborated. One is, of course, COVID came into picture. That is one part. But the what gap area, look at it, what was their policy and what looking at it, what should have been done there that point of time. Because as you know, that point of learning, a lot of learning has happened in the course of time now. Because initially look at it when 13-14 started, many of the feedback we are getting now from developers are not available. The feedback we are getting different civil society are not available. Just I think whatever we get the feedback from the national level policy, everything also based on that, we just get the input and drafted that. But looking back now, at least now, what is storage of knowledge now? If you just morning, I was just listening to iFOREST and other PWC from Vishwadev also, and they have a lot of knowledge storage is there. I will know the issues now. Look at mostly the gap area first is there's no business model clearly defined there. If you look at it, when it's a business model, okay, policy is there, I can install so much capacity solar by so much time. Where will we do that? And what kind of condition environment has to be there for that? So criticality part, what was lacking in that part, how to build a condition environment for everybody, like for developers, so that also they come in, invest, and what kind of policy framework is there, at what rate which was supposed to purchase, because as rightly mentioned them, anybody, because a lot of people come to us also, sir, I want to install in Balangir and to supply here, can it be possible? Sir, I like to install there, can it be possible? So that the whole point was, okay, initially when any developer comes in, any consumer comes in also, they have a thought in question, first is where I to sell. And when look at the market, only the bigger is, one is Gridco part who procure the powers. And second is, okay, fine, individually he can also find out some captive audiences or the big consumers, industrial consumers or commercial consumers whom we can also sell. So this framework need to be more, has to be clearly spelled out in the new policies, so that also at least Gridco has a price or let may be fixed by the commission also through hearing, tariff hearing, whatever policies also, commission the part of the process also, and so that what kind of rate Gridco can procure. So that need to be very critical question need to be answered there. And to add on that, because there is rightly pointed out, though Gridco procures power vis-a-vis our power availability locally may be differential. So that differential offset mechanism need to be thought of also in the policy. Maybe in terms of like, as I see it, like is mentioned, my colleague, Renewable Fund is there. Because Odisha, as you know, last week, coal-based plants are there, they're giving a lot of fund we are getting from that, we are getting a lot of fund also from carbon emission incentive fund. So that fund must be utilized. That must be utilized for this kind of mechanism for some years, maybe 5 years, 10 years, down the line. So at least to offset the price difference between the price I'm getting from outside vis-a-vis price I'm getting here. The second thing may be price. Another thing may happen like green certificate. Like recently we introduced green certificate. The consumers who can like to procure power at 50 paisa extra, we are using green certificate. So that additional cost is more and more consumers because they started beginning now. Already like Infosys has come in, TCS is coming, SBI is coming now. So now that will also give another additional revenue, like which can offset also a little bit of this price difference. What I'm trying to say also, that mechanism first thing the consumer who is developing the power, where are you going to sell? And ways to clearly market need to be available and through say regulatory mode or through policy mode also. That need to be clear. Second aspect is like feed-in tariff. Also discuss that is a very critical part. At what rate like still I'm selling to someone else also. I'm injecting power to the grid also. What rate I am going that clearly need to be yet to be finalized. And along with that comes in open access charges also, which also now we know center is now it's free now for inter state. But as long as state is concerned, we are yet to have very clear cut policy there. So what I say there is a policy gap in terms of creating conducive environment for the developers. Similarly, now how to say sensitize consumers. Let's say consumer have two responsibilities. One is not only the responsibility of the government is sensitize large scale to consumers to come for solar and go for solar, but same time also how to consumer motivate and told you are the part of the problem, you are part of the solution. Because if I am just using generating CO2, it is my responsibility to see that how can mitigate the loss. So not only consumer must become aware of it, so also to use the power and to go for solar power or go for renewable power, but same time also consumer also make to happen that is his responsibility to see that how more and more solar power can be generated, and for that what we have got proper feedback mechanism should be in place. What I can feedback mechanism, like everybody's got some, you ask anybody, everybody got some complaints, some grievance. And morning also you ask Mr. Jagadananda Sahib who was telling his grievance also. But what the feedback mechanism should be there, the feedback, what is what is happening here, why is it happening, and once you have a feedback mechanism, how to resolve them. So there is another also Lakuna was there, the last policy matter, the monitoring review mechanism. So if you take anything like operation, as you know, we have heard potential is there, we know the people are there, talent is there, but how to operation all this sort of things. Then comes the monitoring mechanism part. When is the monitoring mechanism? Like once, for example, like say if you find a time every month, one day, all stakeholders, like Gridco, maybe GetCall, maybe government, maybe discoms, developers, sit across, then sort out their issues. So that way also, so what I'm trying to say is there's a my way of looking what mean by conducive environment, to say that also everybody in a forum to say their feedback and get a solution of it from the right person, not that at the level where you will get only discuss, will not get a solution. So there also I think when policy through policy framework it can be spread out, obviously government becomes the owner of it, and at the end of the day, initially next 10 years also government has very big role in that aspect. And once definitely once that is developed, market developed, the automatic market force will take into picture. So when you ask a question, the market or is it mandatory? So it has to be a combination of the both. Initially it should be mandatory kind of thing, because as you know, when people don't mandatory in the sense that any infant, he requires support. So he requires support in terms of regulation, in terms of policy also, in terms of the subsidy or incentive, whatever you can call. But you need some kind of same time also to consume it in the mandatory mechanism also, like we heard in the Odisha context, like captive power generation. So they are the biggest contributor to the entire mess. And in that case, they don't have any kind of obligation they're supposed to have. So they are also, of course, that now identify it. I'm hoping in the policy matter that need to be captured and must to address how the RQ obligation can be also shifted, balanced. RQ has to be there for both discom side as well as also captive owner side. Besides this also, what another perspective like from developer side also, like how to see that bring more and more new technology into front, like in your modular concept, how to use, because at the end of the day, efficiency matters, and efficiency will help us to reduce the cost at the end of the day. When the efficiency in terms of like presently, you have got top of around 16-20%, even to 16 to 17%. Now, if you like to reach around 30%, 40%, then definitely you need new technology in not on the modular front, in the panels, everything also need to bring in. So how to also adopt new technology and bring in that. So there also some kind of forum like seminar, everything, or sending the people to different parts of the world, so also to learn that, bring in there, and also use that here. So at least also, so again, that can be spread out also. So what I'm trying to say, one is support, develop, and see that it also serve the purpose of selling their power to the consumers or also to the purchasers. So I think these are the various inputs. I think if you can take up in the policy matters, and also it will have a better way to go. And also to add, and also what to add, also today's meeting also, whatever seminar happen also, what I request every time also, kindly give your feedback immediately after day or two, at least to commission and government. At least they know these are the feedback you receive. So they okay, fine, it can take some time, so that also it can be used properly. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this point, I would like to inform about one thing. You all know that in the last COP26, India made certain pledges related to carbon emissions. And in pursuance of that, the government of India has set up already what they call it designated national authority DNA, the MOAFCC. And I think the exercise is going on to, on the pattern of the way energy efficiency program is being run nowadays by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Though India has not accepted any sectoral, I would say, the targets on emissions, but I think some way of either carbon tax or some sectoral, I would say, limits or on the emissions and these things definitely will come in the future if India is to achieve its carbon emission norms or targets. So that will link all the industry, whether captive power plants or anything, because on the other hand, suppose India doesn't do it, then, for example, the steel manufacturer, if they want to export their products, that will be stopped because of cross-border tariff, which the Europe and other countries are going to put in. It means your products will become non-competitive, that can't be sold. So I think these kind of things, whether we like or do not like, are going to be there in the market. So I think some control will come from there. But I think now at this point, I am looking towards Mr. Shaufik Das, representing Amp Energy, and you say that you have a small presentation. So can you go ahead? Please.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to iFOREST for giving this opportunity. And it's a very enlightening session. So far it has been. AMP is a power developer. We started a journey somewhere. I'll not take much of a time with somewhere in Canada, 2009. We are today present in 15 states of India. We have a 2 gigawatt portfolio. And we probably bring all the experience, and we are probably one of the major developers who are there present in Odisha on ground. And we are hopeful, of finding solution after discussing with all the stakeholders. I'll just skip through the different, slides that whether on utility or on open access, where all we are there. And I'll simply come to the Odisha solar part. So the first one which I would like, and of course this was discussed earlier, we look at a pie chart. Probably we missed this pie chart. If we look at India and we put it on the different zones, we will find that eastern states all together, and when I talk about eastern, I say about West Bengal, Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar, Northeast, the entire Northeast. So far, till I'm talking about March 22, MNRE, as per MNRE data, we have adopted 3% of the solar installation, which was 50 to 53 gigawatt at that point of time. That has increased probably now to 55, 56 gigawatt. So what probably this calls for is there is something which is lacking. And I think morning there was a discussion that we have lesser potential. No, we don't have lesser potential. Probably what we lack is some sort of a conducive policy. The challenges which we have faced, like whether as AMP as a developer or any developer out here, is same whether it happened in UP maybe 1 or 2 years back, or maybe in Maharashtra, which is a very state very knowledgeable in terms of regulatory proceedings. So, and we need to probably find solutions, and there probably are solutions in place. So this is the graph probably which we have seen, and I would not also take much of a time to dwell over this. The target was to 2,200 megawatt. We have achieved 450, primarily ground mounted, and a small bit of rooftop solar. Now, when we talk about the policy support, and if we are looking at sort of industries in other states are able to source renewable power through open access. Open access probably is not a challenge in Odisha, but to do that, the CUF that we would get over here is, let us say, 17-18% on the DC side. Maybe on the AC side, it will be 23, 24, 25%. Now, I can only replace that much of energy, of a customer, and that probably, is a dampener for him. So what is the solution? The solution is some sort of a banking. The green open access says that you at least provide a monthly banking, 30% of that. I do understand that we are an energy surplus state in Odisha. Now, we will be generating during this 6 hours. We will be injecting power. Now, to that extent, we probably can have a reduction in the variable cost of power sourcing, which Gridco has, and then returning back the power. So commerce has to work out, and we also have to look into the investment that probably would come in, whether from AMP or any other developer, once a policy is in place. And that this is probably one very big challenge which we have faced in last so many years, which probably has been one single most factor, while there has not been a development, at least in the CNI sector, because that's where you need banking for solar to come in. So we just made a comparative. And also there is another point. This is one. The other point is the policy that came in 2016 that had talked about waiver of certain charges. True. But then that was mentioned for a year, and now we do not have the waivers on paper, so to say, although we got certain clarifications verbally from the commission in terms of transmission charge, how that would be levied on the consumers, which is on a per unit basis. The new policy should very clearly spell out that for the next, let us say, 25 years, what the charges are going to be. Otherwise, the plant, when you put a plant in a state and it is for the next 25 years, it's not going to go away. So whether it is the transmission charge, or in some other states, they had even, waived off cross subsidy surcharge. In that case, even the people who are unable to invest can participate in such project. Whether if it is possible, that would be a welcome move. The cost benefit can be calculated based on that. Other than that, there are electricity duty waivers. Neighboring states, some has done 7 years, some has done 5 years. Odisha has a policy which mentions 5 years. The existing policy which is going on, now. So just if I have to, and then I think Mr. Mahapatra very rightly said that, see, ISTS power. Now, when we talk about ISTS, yes, that's sort of a energy rich state from which I can draw power. But then the investment, it's probably some sort of a resource socialization which is happening. But then no investment, investment is not coming directly to the state. Now, if I go to the state of Rajasthan and put a plant, I'll get a CUF of, let us say, 30%, near about that, 29%. Here, probably I will get somewhere 23, 24%. There's a 7 to 8% gap. So probably, with a 3% transmission loss, that will have to spend 5%, I will get 5% more generation, spending the same amount of capex. A very, easy way to look at that. So while deciding the policy matters, one will have to probably clearly think that which is the way that Odisha wants to grow. We are ready to invest, and we are looking forward to invest, but few regulatory moves are very essential. So we hope that through such conference, through such meetings, we are able to discuss the various concerns, rightly so, and take all cognizance of all those things and find a way forward. If the other states have done it, I'm sure the eastern states can do that, and definitely Odisha, because this has been an investor friendly state. So and just a very last one, because I have worked 14 years in Karnataka and I've been a part of that journey. In 2014, they made this policy, wherein the various policy measures which I talked about, they just waived it. And they gave a window period. This is also another important thing, that you give a window period, not that it is available throughout the, for a very long time, let us say a 2 to 3 years window period. So from 2014, Odisha gave Karnataka gave a window till 2018. And if you can see the spike, 3.9 gigawatt of solar got installed, and solar and wind, because it was for renewable energy, they waived off all the charges for solar. For wind, there was a 2% banking charge. Now, charges are fine, but only thing is that it has to be defined for the period for which it is applicable. That's what the investors look for. Now that even open access, if we see 1.26 gigawatt of open access happened in this, and the penultimate year, because that was the last year after which the benefits were not there. So that's the amount of investment the state could generate. And in the discoms that we are talking about, we were just looking at the credit ratings of maybe the bonds, and they are coexisting together. So to my understanding, and here we have very efficient private discoms in place. So definitely it can coexist. So that's all. Thank you. Thanks a lot once again. So we are working closely with you, and we would like to, contribute.
Thanks. I think after the initial, I would say, the observations or the experiences shared, few points are coming very clearly. One, that it appears that the solar parks need to be developed. Now, I know that MNRE has a policy on solar parks. They have set up certain, I would say, boundary conditions like 500 megawatt is the minimum kind of capacity. So it means the question is coming to that in view of paucity of land and things. Do we need to revisit that? Whether that 500 megawatt limit is good for the state or not, or what should be that limit? Because I think for the benefit of all the participants, that scheme mandates the state to come with the land. I mean, the states are supposed to identify the land and come out with the proposal that these are the lands available, land areas, and then MNRE supports development of infrastructure by giving up to 30% subsidy. So that was the solar park scheme. So I think a strong view is coming that probably in some form the solar park scheme has to be looked into. Maybe the limits can be thought of again. Second, I think is coming on the evacuation, the system requirements. So I would like to think that a provision is made to do system studies to find out that what kind of strengthening or what kind of system upgradation or transformer upgradation, which areas would be required, and then a holistic plan is developed, probably that can be useful for the state. I think apart from that, of course, the floating solar and all, I think is a matter of, that makes a lot of sense, that low-hanging fruits can definitely be done. For example, the dams for the hydro projects or even other projects, that's the low-hanging fruit there, the floating solar can be done. And I think the cost differential probably, in my opinion, is because the technology is relatively new, only I think 100 megawatt or in that range, first project has been set up. But I think as we move along, that differential should not be there, need not be there, at least for the low-hanging fruit kind of system, because you are sharing the infrastructure part with the hydro projects and transmission network and things like that are already there. That should not happen, so that can be pursued. Now, with these kind of thing, I would like to come, again, not exactly what you said, but I think one issue is left behind. Nobody is talking about manufacturing. I don't know. Odisha is such a great state in terms of availability of resources. Even like I know that quartz quality, which goes into the manufacturing of the silicon material, that's very good in the state. But nobody is talking about that. You have power surplus state, you have the power, you have the basic material. Then why nobody is talking about? So because Tata, I know, have been in manufacturing also, but still, I would like to ask your opinion. Maybe anybody else can also chip in later.
Yes, particularly for manufacturing, definitely target is there for Odisha. But the fact is, the same, the availability of power, reliable and quality power. And right now we have invested 10,000 CR in Tamil Nadu for the model manufacturing models. But at the same time, that kind of power requirement.
Why not Odisha?
Correct. We had a plan in Gopalpur, but unfortunately that shifted to Tamil Nadu. So that that kind of scale of land bank and power power requirement is not available in Odisha. That's why these are two points.
Would
And
you like to say anything on the policy, let us say, in the Odisha, which is not supporting, let us say, such an investment? Is there something like that? Because land and power, I think, should not be the issue. It doesn't require that big land and
in terms of policy, definitely some incentives should be there, to viable a project. So I can say some viability gap funding should be there to, profitable output from the business. So I believe that point of view should be there.
okay. So I definitely strongly feel that should be one of the areas for the
To add you, sir, rightfully, I think you mentioned that part, because as you know, as long as is looking at that kind of target we are setting 2013 in terms of gigawatt, 28, 26 gigawatt to have, and that cannot be possible without end-to-end solution, like starting from manufacturing to development to sales to use. So at least then also logically you have to also that cycle entire end to solution is there. The end of the day, if you like to achieve that kind of target, what are having an Eastern General like target also, I think that is a separate segment maybe, which is also again missing in the very fast policy. So that can be there, add on there, so the manufacturing part and what kind of ways he was mentioning that some hybrid funding, but that issue.
Yes.
As you know, land student issue, power student issue, but the kind of promotion may be done, which also state government does through its various industrial meeting and various time to time, that maybe also the government level can be highlighted among the big developers. And so also it can be also put in policy, or once you put a policy out, automatically attracts other investors. I think we are agreeing totally, I think what you are saying.
Yeah, one more point I can.
Yeah.
One more point I can add, like see the implementation, installations you can see in comparatively to other states as very less. So in that point of view, the logistics you see, let's say in Tamil Nadu, we invested, and the consumption of solar modules in periphery, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka is very high. So in that point of view also the delivery of modules and transportation is also matter for from the business point of view also.
No, okay, that's one point, but I would like to think that if you are starting from the policy, words to policy, so that can be instruments, you can make the ingots that can go to other factories or, that can be split
Yes.
also. But your point is well taken, so that can be definitely, that is one point, that where is the market, and that's, you want to be near to that. So, Patra Sahab, I think you talked one very interesting thing about that Odisha Renewable Energy Fund.
Yeah.
What is that, and from where the fund is coming into that fund? Because I think ultimately the state might feel that how to, organize funding for under this fund.
The existence of the fund is indicated in the policy, but the source of funds have not been mentioned. And the mode of utilization or the mode of sanctions are also not touched upon. So these areas can be addressed in the new policy. And the contributors, of course, will be the polluting industries, of course. So those who are generating carbon dioxide, they have to contribute it. So that way the fund, there will be accumulation of funds in the money in the fund, and it can be utilized. So operationalization of the fund and make it more efficient and workable at everything. So there is SOP, standard operating procedure, should be defined in the next policy. So that.
So does it mean that the state should think in terms of levying some state level tax? State level tax.
Yes.
And actually that fund, when you mentioned, the whole idea was there is a captive generating plant who are generating from coal-based plant also, some cess kind of there. And from cess that need to be there.
That's why I said state level tax, because at central government level, we
Yeah.
already have a carbon cess. So now whole thing is the state and central relationship in terms of financing
Yes,
is such that even in GST or anything, there is a standard formula. State gets so much, central keeps so much.
Yes.
Probably it would be interesting. It will be interesting to see that how or what kind of taxation or what kind of cess can be put up by states.
Yes.
So I think that will be interesting to know.
How this fund is transferred? Because of central tax of
Well,
charging,
yeah.
how the state government is coming, where is it?
Because this fund we want to have for the benefit of the state.
Yes.
It means that has to be populated, that has to be supported either by the center
Yes.
through, I would say, that finance commission report or
Yes. Yes.
something,
Mm.
or state has to collect
Yes.
some money for it.
Mm.
So I think because until and unless we have some idea on that, use point, I fully agree. And I think everybody would agree that use can be done in, in that way that we can support some our own program.
Right.
So that is one point. And other point with both of you, I would like to touch upon on you both referred FIT, feed-in tariff. In my opinion, I'm a devil's advocate. That's not going to be accepted anywhere. Nobody is going to accept the feed-in tariff now. It's a times of competitive procurement, competitive anything, under National Solar Mission. That's the first bullet where India says that what we did, we went for the competitive bidding instead of the FIT, and that's the set to be the success parameter. But I certainly, I am not discounting. I am just giving the background. I know I have heard it various levels, and there is, I think, some case for it. But still, how difficult it would be, and do you think it's really possible?
No, I was indicating at the ISTS charges, because IST charges have been made nil.
Yeah.
That means those states who are endowed with better resources, they are given still benefit subsidy. It is a form of subsidy. Those who are having better resources, they are given subsidy. So that way, it should be, if that is given subsidy to better enriched states, then state also open access charges, some concession should be given that there is a level playing field.
Or would you like to think in terms of, let us say, as at the central level, an experiment is done through, let us say, formation of SECI, that there is a government, I would say, intermediary in between the project developer and the buyer. And they are taking all responsibility for payment security, for bidding, transparent bidding and price discovery and all. Would you like to think that at the state level, some replication of such kind of experiment can be useful by creating some agency like that? So that's the question. Would you like to give to?
We have to see that.
I agree, because just like in our state also, like Gridco is an entity, that kind of concept. Because Gridco is actually shock absorber. He procures power from different sources, sells at discovered the rate fixed by the. So similarly, from what you're talking about in this case also, somebody will take care of that portion, that part, and bidding part, everything also. And developer, no need of worrying part, only he will just develop and supply the power, and this person, gentleman, takes care of the other part.
Because, another thing in SECI's experiment was that government was behind it. Government created what they call it payment security fund or mechanism. It was a notional, I know, that they said, okay, 100 crores we are giving you. That was quite less as compared to whatever power you are procuring. But at least all the developers had that kind of confidence that they'll get the payment. So that was done. So I think in that case, if that you people recommend, maybe they'll write in the policy and they'll talk to the state government. Yeah, please. I think
I agree. Yeah, I think the one point which you mentioned that is very relevant in terms of like, RESCO model. If we are operating and there is a central agency, a state agency who would coordinate for the bid part, do all the evaluation, and then, there is like a payment security available to the developers through that agency that's backed by state government, then that probably would be meaningful. But we'll also have to look into the bandwidth of that agency, that they'll have to fulfill those obligations.
okay. Thanks. Maybe another alternative could be that you have separate contract with SECI to organize bids for you. So that could be easier way out. So I think now we go to the Q&A from the participants. Please identify yourself.
Yes, sir.
To the panelists, you want to ask.
Good afternoon, sir, and respected Ashwini Kumar, sir, and the respected panelists. Myself, Susmita, Joint Director, Auditor. Sir, while we are talking about this large-scale project, and really delighted to note that all these findings will be recommended to, as suggested, that I also humbly shared, submit that this also would be recommended to Commission and Honorable Government for the consideration, if at all. Sir, there are 2 points I want to touch, because we are on the process of formulating a new policy for up to 29-30 for a long 7-8 years to work. So one thing is that now RE is so competitive, especially solar and wind, these sources. So they are competitive, and they are, I can say with bet that they are now even less than the conventional power. So people are now trying to look and source power towards the gap also, even for the power shortfall also. So is it that we can treat those like there are 2 scenarios, up to RPO and beyond RPO, because people are now sourcing power as for beyond RPO also, as suggested by our Prasad sir. Up to RPO, at least we can consider some concession like for the plants to come up, because what we are talking about, how the plants and the investment implementation come in the state. So is there will be, can we have a thought, and I really humbly submit to the panel, honorable panel, to please draw your kind attention that up to RPO at least we can think of some concession. That is one part, sir. Second one is now we know that Odisha is mild in terms of all the RE potential, and everyone, including our regulators, is also aware. So that's why they were not always at par with the RPO, whatever is specified by MNRE GOI all the time. So is it now the time, because 500 gigawatt is ultimately the national target by 2930? Is it really time to adopt whatever RPO trajectory has been suggested by MNRE? Or always, because again, Gridco has the lowest or lesser than whatever the RPO trajectory suggested, and the CGPs are even lesser than that RPO target. So that is, we are not at par with the national target. So can we take our RE policy as a space where we can think really, is it really good to adopt the RPO trajectory, whatever MNRE is suggesting in the long term, or then we can.
I think I got your question. No, I would say statutory position is that central government makes policy, but power is a concurrent subject, so state has to accept it, or SES. So it means the final ball lies in the court of your state regulator, what they do. And in the past also, the center has been giving you trajectories, but these are not compliant. So because that's in the prerogative of the SERCs. Similarly, for pricing also, I would say the state has to sit together with the regulator. If they make up their mind, so whatever is price discovered through this transparent mechanism, and they are going to approve those tariffs, not compare them with the Rajasthan tariffs or Gujarat tariffs, I think there is no hurdle. So that's my response.
One point to add what Madam has said. We heard in the morning that probably one recommendation would be there will be no like recommendations, but it would not be a mandate to fulfill. If that is the policy direction, my request will be, why don't we create a system wherein we have enough, RPOs available? I mean, that's the first thing, because and then unless and until in India, what we find, unless and until there is a mandate, even if there is a mandate, it is not followed. So if there is no mandate, then to what extent people are going to oblige by that?
Just to add on, sir, always RPO target is fixed. As a government organization, we are not bent to do that. So that's why I think, as I mentioned earlier, also is a mandatory also requirement, mandatory as well also market mechanism has to, both has to combinedly work. Right?
But sir, there is one more point.
I think let's go to the participants. So, yeah, one more question, please. I think only one question they are allowing. So, is there a question to? If it's not there, then we are better off. So I think he has the.
Hello. Chandrasekhar Mishra, publisher of Hydropower. My question to Dr. Ashwini Kumar sir, how this draft amendment electricity bill, whichever is coming with a central pool tariff, is going to affect the renewable energy in large, because ultimately it is going to be a regional game altogether. Will there be a skewed approach of all the investors again going to other states?
I don't think right now. I would say it is just a concept, and no further. I would say any details have come out. But in the background, I would like to share with you again. I am taking benefit of my background being in SECI. SECI, did number of biddings. There was different prices discovered in each of the bids. Then they are going to sell this power to various states. As a consumer, as a buyer, you have a choice. You say, no, I take power only ₹2.90. I don't take the ₹3 power. So SECI was in a, finding what to do, because you have already discovered the prices. If PSAs are not signed, what do you do with that? They went to the regulator, CERC, that we want to pool it and will sell at the pool price. Regulator said no, strictly no, because it's a separate project, separate bidding. they all have sanctity. You can't fool them. So that was probably the case. Now, maybe the central government wants to take the support of some regulation or something to legalize it. I think at the end, this should be good, at least for the buyers. Everybody is getting it the same price, and whether the discovered price was more or less, that will be averaged out. So maybe that's all. Hope for the best. So I think, thank you very much. I know the session probably overshot the time, but thanks to all of you for coming out with your recommendations. Definitely, I think the organizers will take note of these and will try to accommodate in the policies. But my further add-on recommendation would be that whatever you work as a work out for the policy, you need to be in touch with the Central Electricity Authority or the central planners, because you need to put them across to them that this is the state we think good for the state. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm skipping my presentation on the to save the time, and I will request all the panelists and the moderators for the third session on rooftop solar to come on the dais. I will request Ashok Chaudhary sir, ex-director OREDA, to come on the dais, please. I will request Gati Acharya sir, CEO Crux Power, to come on the dais. I will request Gopal Das, Director of Parkland Solar, please come on the dais. I will request Sanjay Dhawan, founder of Kalinga Commercials, to kindly come on the dais. Also, I will request our moderator for the day, Mr. Debashish Mohapatra, to come on the dais. So I will request Debashish sir to kindly take the session. In the interest of time, I will request if you could finish by 2:15 or something, then we could have our lunch. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Harper. Yeah. Good afternoon. So I think we are sitting between you and the lunch. We know that. So we'll try to ensure that, at least I will try to ensure that I keep everybody under control so that we can finish much before that target that Manvi has given us. Now, just to set the context, I think too many things have been told about RE policy and the various things that are happening inside the state and outside the state. But just to set the context for this panel discussion, I would just bring in some narrative that in terms of the rooftop solar capacity addition in India, we saw around 719 megawatt coming up in 2020, which went up to 1700 megawatt in 2021. The residential and commercial segments accounted for nearly 35% and 33% respectively of the total installed capacity. Industrial rooftop solar around 26%, and the remaining 6% was from the government sector. Now, in terms of the capacity addition by the states, we saw the highest capacity addition by Gujarat as on 31st August 2021, around 1357 megawatt, 27% in the entire share, followed by Maharashtra which was around 14%, and Rajasthan was the third. Now the top 10 followed by in the top 10 comprised around 85% of the total rooftop capacity addition. Unfortunately, we as the state, that is Odisha, we were at the 22nd place. Now the big challenge for us in terms of, when we are setting a target of 30 by 30, which we saw in the morning session being discussed, 30 gigawatt by 2030. So among that, a significant capacity addition has to come from the rooftop solar. And, like we have a few, like enabling, supporting, provisions coming up in the recent past. One was the policy, of course, that was not operationalized or implemented because of the pandemic or whatsoever. And in terms of the net metering also, there is a facilitating regulation published by OERC very recently. I'm sure, like people who are thinking of taking up a rooftop solar connection would be looking forward to it. So apart from the cost savings and etc. that are associated and being discussed, I would, ask the panel just to think of, 5 dimensions on which we can split this discussion in this session. One is, of course, we have discussed that in terms of the policy and regulatory provisions, what can be facilitated further so that, we encourage the rooftop solar participation. In terms of the OEM and supply chain, what can be done better to support this? Not to undermine the role of financial institutions and insurance companies. When you are talking of Odisha being a cyclone-prone state, and you install the rooftop solar and then it flies off and goes away, then you lose your investment. So that is one aspect that we need to talk of. The government, in terms of the subsidy administration, of course, we saw one of the prominent gentlemen of the state, stating his own situation in the morning. So we have to take that with a pinch of salt and see in terms of government what they can do. And last but not the least, I was the other day talking to my landlord and asking him that you have such a huge rooftop space. Would you be interested in, putting up a rooftop solar installations? So I would not elaborate the discussion that we had, but it was not so encouraging for him to put up a installation for whatever reasons. I mean, he would have other reasons. So the last but not the least is that how would you bring in the consumer involvement on this? So I think I would start with Mr. Das. I will start with you. So these are the 5 dimensions on which, any of the, you can pick up any or all dimensions that we're talking of. So one is the policy regulatory, the second is OEM and supply chain. Third is FI, financial institution and insurance companies. Fourth is the government. And the last but not the least is the consumer aspect. So any of these aspects, if you, I have one question, but that is split into 2. So one is, what is your perspective on this or any one or any of these 5 dimensions? And the second is, what do you expect from the new policy and what could be your recommendation specifically on any of these dimensions? I can give you this if you want to just have a look at it and have a cue.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank iFOREST for inviting us to the great opportunity to attend this meeting. And also I would like to thank Saswat Bhai whose tireless effort to make Odisha as a carbon neutral state. And Mr. Chandrasekhar Mishra sir, also he is like a big brother to us. And also his tireless effort to make all the small entrepreneur in Odisha to be a renewable entrepreneur. And I would like to thank Mr. Ashok Chaudhary sir. He was the director of Odisha sir. Sir, I would like to first that there will be a single window operation for DISCOM for all the developers in between customer, and there is a single framework for a flexible business operation. Then there will be a flexible software system to avail subsidies and for all the benefits for the customers, and to make a user-friendly policy. And sir, actually there is a no user business policy in government of Odisha due to no government support taken care of small industries who are involving in production of renewable industries, lack of training activities, and energy professional to make SOP and policy in government sector. So.
Okay, sir. Now, if you can just elaborate on these are the things.
Very happy afternoon to everyone. And thanks to iFOREST for having me here. Am I audible on the microphone? Okay. So I have been asked two simple issues to which I was asked to address. The first issue was my experience with the current policy. And the second one was the recommendations for the upcoming policy. So talking about the current policy as regards to RTS, I would say that this current policy doesn't have anything to support RTS, except for a very big government intent to go ahead with RTS. Apart from that, this policy explains what is RTS, what is DRE, and it also indicates the regulatory support that is available. And then in this policy, we also find that the institutional or the organizational mechanism, which organization will do what. So overall, we don't really see a policy support except for a very good intent of the government in the current policy. Of course, there is a very good regulatory support in our state. But in spite of that, I would say that in the RTS segment, during this policy period, ORIDA and JEDCOL, they had 4 megawatts each in the phase 1 of RTS, which they definitely achieved. And apart from that achievement, ORIDA as an organization was also doing a lot of hybrid and off-grid RTS and certain DREs also. So all that put together, ORIDA had another about 11 MWs of that. So a lot of, I won't say a lot, but a significant achievement was done in spite of the fact that this policy didn't offer any real policy support, only with the intention of the government and the support of various government departments. So there was very good achievement, I would say. So now coming to the recommendation part. So that has been the experience. Now coming to the recommendation part. What we are actually looking forward to in the upcoming policy. In the upcoming policy, I would say, first of all, there should be a target. In the earlier policy or in the current policy, there was no target for the rooftop. So there has to be a target in this, and this target has to be segmented for the residential segment, for the commercial segment, for the industrial segment, for the government segment. For every segment, there has to be some kind of a target. Then apart from this target, how to implement this target? So for that, there has to be an ecosystem in which this target can be implemented. And then we should have the incentives, the disincentives, accountability, and enforceability. Unless all these things are there in the policy, this policy just becomes an open document kind of a recommendation. Because here I was also listening to all others. Here I find very intelligent guys everywhere. Everyone does a very good recommendation. Everyone understands what is what, but still things are not happening actually. And we were talking about RPOs in the morning session. In the RPO also the same kind of thing happened. There is no enforceability. So there has to be certain enforceability, implementability, enforceability, and accountability. If these three things are not incorporated into policy, any policy will not work. And above that, there has to be definitely a very good ecosystem for implementing the policy. So all these things are definitely required. Without that, it is impossible and we just cannot do anything. So that would be my recommendation for the upcoming policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaudhary sir. Mr. Acharya, your views, please.
Good afternoon, all. And many thanks to iFOREST for giving this platform, creating this platform for a policy dialogue for rooftop solar. Okay, from the macro level, let me get down to the absolutely micro level of rooftop solar. We know we have a capping of 500 kilowatt for rooftop net metering. And as a solar integrator, rooftop solar integrator for. Hello, is it audible? Yeah. So as a vendor, I mean, I'll put forward some experience of mine as a rooftop solar integrator as a vendor. I think there are few other vendors present here. They can realize the trauma of doing solar business in Odisha. Sir, just ping me, I mean, give me a hint if I'm crossing the time. Okay, but I'm going to take a few very sensitive points because government officials are here, people from Oreda are here, people from DISCOM are here, and I'm going to take few very sensitive, practical difficulties a vendor is facing today doing solar business in Odisha. I'll touch upon two aspects in the policy matter. One is the net metering permission process. The second one is the subsidy issue. So these two issues I'll take up. And finally, I'll give my personal suggestion. The first one is the net metering issue. My personal experience is, on an average, if you put an application for a rooftop solar, be it commercial or a residential, it takes average 60 to 90 days time. However, I have examples of 15 days permission and I have an example of 9 months, 10 months old permission. Still it is pending. And why that is happening, that also I'll share my experience. See, when there is a restriction on profit, because profit is in solar business, profit is not in my control. So how I will generate my earnings? By increasing the operational efficiency. Normal business ethics says that. So I'll have to increase my operational efficiency to optimize the profit. Just imagine if for a residential project to put up a solar plant, installation takes 5 to 10 days maximum. And in a commercial segment, depending upon the size, it takes say around 15 days or maximum 1 week to 10 days time it takes. But if permission is granted in 3 months time, how much time we are wasting? That is one aspect. Second aspect, the kind of impact on the customer. Has anybody, analyzed that? See, the things the things I am expressing here, putting to the audience, many people may not realize the customer psychology or a vendor psychology in these aspects. Even the officials in the government, they may not also realize. But these are the practical difficulties we are facing as an integrator. The vendors who are here, they will realize this. Then if 15 days formation is happening, why 9 months is happening? And everybody has not supposed to be a bureaucrat or a influencing official in the government to get a 15 days permission. People are intelligent, you can understand what I meant to say. Okay, a general customer needs investing money, needs early installation of his power plant. So this delay of the permission granting causing demotivation with the customer, loss of money to the vendor. And my personal recommendation here is if we are discussing on policy matters, please give priority to this particular issue. Why there should not be a deemed permission? The entire control is in DISCOM's hand. They can cut the line anytime. But give a deemed permission, let the customer enjoy the solar, and rest all the formalities can be completed. And if you ask me personally, there are two necessity things need to be done by a SDO or JE. The one is he has to check a feasibility at the site. The second one is the meter testing. Besides these two things, I don't think there is any other checkings are required at the level of division. First thing. Second thing, when we are applying for a customer, we are taking care of the all payments and everything. I mean, it is unless and until everything is clear, the application is not accepted. Then why so much of delay? My question is that. So this is about the net metering process. It is indirectly affecting the customers, very badly in giving reference or giving a direct promotion in the marketplace, because a lot of wrong signals are going to the market. Okay. Now the very sensitive issue is this subsidy matter. There are two aspects. One is a pre-19 era. The other one is a post-19 era. Before OREDA take over this, solar business, we have done business, I think in 2015 and 16, we have done almost a megawatt business. OREDA took over, it was smooth. Even OREDA, there are issues for the subsidy disbursement. There are bottlenecks, but somehow OREDA has tried their level best to disperse most of the subsidies. I think Mr. Chaudhary will agree with me. But when after this Phani and Tata transition, it's quite obvious there will be a transition effect and there will be delay in. But the whole issue is that the last 3 years there was no subsidy disbursement. A very sorry state of affair. So what kind of signal is going to the market? That is one of the major reasons for the customers getting demotivated for the solar. So maybe this particular, today morning, I just had a word with Mr. Senbagam, CEO of CODL. They said, I mean, things should be smoother. I think, I mean, that should happen as fast as possible, because we are actually getting the hit there while going to the customers. Then another aspect on the subsidy matter, if you people have analyzed about the other states, take the states like Andhra Pradesh, take the state like Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, forget about Rajasthan, Gujarat. I'm not talking because they're the benchmark. Bordering states like this Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, this empanelment L1 price, and what is the price in Odisha? Okay, I accept we have our vendor friends who are very prone to commit suicide. That is a different thing. Okay, so, but the vendor will survive only when he makes reasonable profit after paying the employee's salary. So I was just talking about the operational efficiency. So what a vendor will do, I'm just putting forward the naked reality here. So obviously he will compromise with the quality of the product and installation quality. Because with the Odisha empanelment price, he cannot give best quality project. There are technological advancement. This obsolescence and innovation is a regular phenomena. So many new technologies are available, and with this price, that is quite impossible. And how to address this? Why this solar market should not be an open market like any other consumer goods? Why there are so much of restriction? My personal recommendation is scrap this subsidy. I tell you as a vendor, this empanelment we have not participated consciously. This is a conscious business decision we have taken, not participating in this empanelment. There was a request to accept the price and do. We decided no. We will do business at cost, not at any cost, and with quality. Still, we are getting customers who are conscious, quality conscious customers. They're coming. Rather, I will say this subsidy is restricting this solar business. So my recommendation is scrap this subsidy, make this market open, let the customer decide which quality he wants to use. If a customer is having the price to go for a Mercedes, why he will go for a Khatara to get subsidy? Let the customer decide what he will buy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sanjay Dhawan. I'm from Kalinga Commercials. We got into the solar business in 1986. This is our 36th year. I thank iFOREST for giving us this opportunity. And I think since morning, a lot of thought and provoking points have come up. And everybody has contributed well. I will just add a few more points and expand a few others which have been raised by Mr. Acharya and some others. So I would like to speak for basically small rooftop solars. So by small rooftop, I mean any installation which can be done on a rooftop. We believe that rooftop installations are more environment friendly than ground mounted installations, especially megawatt size plants. So the challenges which one faces with rooftop systems, one is like expressed by Mr. Acharya's the metering issue. And second thing is the subsidy issue. Third thing is the cost issue, which is investment vis-a-vis returns. So for metering issue, like he mentioned, it is time we do away with metering, especially for small plants up to 25 kilowatts. If somebody is installing a meter, inverter at home, they don't ask for any permission. which is much more dangerous than a grid tie inverter. So why should a grid tie inverter require a permission? So when somebody submits an application, they can automatically go and install the system, and maybe an inspection can be carried out after installation of the meter and all. Secondly, for new homes also, they should be allowed to buy bidirectional meters. Otherwise, a consumer has to invest twice in a meter. It is evident that very soon we will move to prepaid meters. We must ensure that these prepaid meters are bidirectional. Bidirectional meters should become the norm instead of being an exception, which means the distribution companies should have the provision of bidirectional reading in their software. And all future installations should be bidirectional meters. So this will take care of the metering side. However, if there are any issues, technical issues for which reason, if this whole proposal cannot be carried out, then there should be a time-bound instruction for installation of a meter. Like he says, if an installation can be done in 5 days, then meter should be installed in 7 days. And this needs to be monitored. It should be there in the policy. As far as subsidy is concerned, I have seen since before MNRE, it was MNES, and before that it was DNES. And even then there was subsidy. That time solar panels used to cost 400 rupees a watt peak. And because it was not commercially viable, there was subsidy. Today, solar panels cost 30 rupees a watt peak. Still there is subsidy. About 1.5 years ago, it used to cost 17 rupees. Still there was subsidy. I don't understand why there is subsidy. For a product which is commercially viable, there should not be any subsidy. And otherwise also, even if some technology is not commercially viable, like now we are going in for green hydrogen, there should be no subsidy after 10 years. After 10 years of a technology being in market, there should not be any subsidy. If things have to be looked from an economic point of view, then let's not execute such technologies. So like he suggested, it's time we do away with subsidies. In fact, I will say that this subsidy should be diverted as a reward to the distribution company. Any business will prosper if all participants, all stakeholders are benefited from the business. So it is time we involve the distribution company, like Joint Director Orida mentioned, that once a distribution company has achieved its RPO, it is time it should be rewarded. And this 50, 100 crores which you are giving to a state for a subsidy, which limited people get, and others wait, they don't buy a product, they say, I'll wait for next year, maybe next year I'll get subsidy. They will be waiting for next year's quota. You give this money to the distribution company for doing good work. So that will incentivize the distribution company too. Further, the distribution company should encourage storage. Like it was mentioned in the morning that on the load side, the load management side is going to be a challenge. Suppose you want power at 11 o'clock in the night, you're not getting it directly from solar panels. So yes, it's time we encourage storage, which is now being done all over the world. This is another aspect. I think these are almost all the points. And now I think we can go ahead with the question hours.
So I think we have 5 minutes to close the session. I'll just take 1 minute to summarize. Like what we heard from the panel here is that one, we need to have a policy which clearly mentions about the targets for the various classes of customers. There should be clear-cut guidelines about how to implement and what should be the incentives, how it should be rolled out, who are the agencies or agency which should be accountable, and what should be the enforceability about the whole thing, how it can be enforced. I have my own views regarding the subsidy, that maybe, like it can be opened up, but I think there would be a class of consumers whom you need to bring into your fold, who may not be able to, get it in an open market. So maybe that can be specifically targeted towards them, maybe in a rural area where people cannot afford in terms of their economic capabilities. You can specifically identify those segments of persons and then clearly direct the subsidies towards them. But yeah, maybe agriculture sector, or maybe, like in a school or something that can be specifically targeted. But in a city area where you clearly have identified economic capabilities beyond a certain level, you can think of, like having the option of the subsidy rolled out. With that, I would like to, open up the session for any questions from the audience. Please identify yourself and direct your question to any specific panel member or to the whole panel. Thank you. Oh, so yeah, ma'am, he forgot one.
Just 1 minute. Particularly as Mr. Singh is here, Mr. Singh, it's a small request from my side. See, my personal, I'm recommending this out of my personal experience. The division people like JEs, SDOs, executive engineers, my personal experience says they lack hour of knowledge about solar. There need to be a training for them. Of course, we have tried our level best to upgrade their knowledge at our level, but the ego plays a role there. Many people, they don't open up to take suggestions from a vendor. It's a practical situation, so please do something for that. Thank you.
It was there, but maybe during this transition, maybe someone missing, some link is missing somewhere. I will review. I think ma'am also morning also she was also mentioning the same thing. We'll just relook that entire thing and I'll rightly mention what input given. We'll take it and see that how can it be done better for your people. Thank you.
Sir, I will say that you just took the words from my mouth. The same thing I was just only going to say, that it's not lack of knowledge, even awareness is not there. Like something net metering is there, even JEs, SDOs, even JEs who will really implement the net metering. They are saying that really something like that. Now some awareness has been there because there is a persuasion from the vendors itself and from, but what I mean to say, because all the stakeholders, related stakeholders are here. And the ultimate goal is what is the target implemented in Odisha as far as RTS is concerned. It is not Odisha who is answerable. I'm not asking or I'm not making responsible anyone. It is the target what Odisha has achieved, and it is very, very pathetic. Because last we know that even it is a 40% subsidy, I'm not blaming anyone. It is only for the growth of the state. So because Chaudhary sir is here, I can say that in RTS 1, there were clear timelines that within 70, even Rupa madam, when she was there as chief executive, she has even downsized the timelines from 90 days to 72 days. 72 days is the timeline where a customer, because he is paying upfront, he will get all his installations done along with the subsidy. So that was kind of the timeline. But RTS 2, I don't find any timeline. We have to, because I appreciate the words of yours, whatever Chaudhary sir is telling, we have to have a timeline and a target. We don't have a target. Does Odisha has a target for RTS? Its answer is no. Because we had an open target of 1000 megawatt from MNRE, which even the country is not looking at. So we must, I would like to request PwC team to please note it that in our coming framework, we must have a target for Odisha. Even if it is not achievable, let's have a target. And we'll look into that. Second one is that it's not, we all are related. We cannot say that Odisha couldn't do it or DISCOMs are not doing it. It is always a circle. The OEM, starting from the supplies, because the vendors will get their supplies from the OEM, and the vendors are equally important. So here Odisha is there and DISCOM is there, but as a recommendation, as a suggestion, as a request, sir, at the down level, the trainings need to be there. And to mention in RTS too, when it was a transition phase from Oreda to Gridco, because Gridco was monitoring at that time, there was a free technical assistance for that kind of thing, for awareness. And it was really due to COVID, we couldn't reach it because we wanted to go and have, and I've called all the 4 DISCOM nodal officers that we want to conduct the awareness, because they need to also be taught. They need to also, how they will know unless they are told or given the responsibility. So we, as because Oreda is also a part of the RTS, we are doing so moto because as an SNA for the commercials, we also want to participate in the knowledge dissemination at the field level, sir. And we will, World Bank team is there, EY is there as the TA, and we must create some workshop and awareness workshops for our DISCOM personals who are telling that. That is as a recommendation and a suggestion.
In the other panel discussions. Hello. Okay. In the other panel discussions, we discussed about the nodal agency and all. See, recently there was a web portal from MNRE for for application claiming subsidy and all. A lot of questions automatically comes to the mind. They have invited applications to get empaneled with MNRI, and there is a token fee to be deposited. But for that application to get empaneled in MNRI, the obvious question happens: this empanelment for what? For my own state or at the national level, or and what happens to the state empanelment L1 price, because prices are different in different states. So a lot of ambiguities are there, and who is going to address that? We have written to MNRE, no answer. We have written to the concerned DISCOMs, no answer. Only I think TPWDL has responded that they will look into the matter in consultation with the MNRE. Other 3 DISCOMs, they have not replied. Concern is that here in Odisha, in fact, TPWDL is a much advanced stage in getting all the things online. And we are getting permissions in maximum 15 days time, 15 days to 20 days time. They're in a much advanced stage in comparison to the other 3 DISCOMs. Thanks to Mr. Kale and Mr. Sangwan, they have taken a lot of personal interest in that, because we are constantly in touch. They have taken our feedback on that year. I must hats up to them. If you put the application online, you don't have to visit to the concerned division or J or A, and you get everything online. Even the permission, only thing is that at the time of net meter charging, you go and do it physically. That kind of thing should happen across the state. These are the realities. Many people don't know this, because we are experiencing, this is the right platform to share all those things here. So this is happening. If that is possible with TPWDL, that should be possible across the country.
Thank you. I think because of the paucity of time, so we need to wind up this session. You can obviously connect to the panelists offline outside this room. We need to continue. So with that, we would like to end this session. And I think I think we ended in time just to ensure that I ensured that we didn't stand between you and the lunch. Thanks. Thanks, Manvi.
So please, you're all invited for lunch now. Yeah, maybe we do it a 45-minute lunch break. What time is it? So we regroup at 3. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I will request those who are having lunch to finish it fast. It's already 3 o'clock. Please come. Shasha ma'am, if you can help others to join back. They can have your desserts here. So very good afternoon, everyone. This session on DRE for livelihood is a very interesting session and is a topic which is very close to most of us. Reason behind that, we are not much directly linked to large solar or large wind sites, but जब अपने घर पे solar लगाने की बात आती है तो लोग interest दिखाते हैं. And when we want to make income out of renewable energy, then also there is very good interest among the people to come into the sector, understand the technology and try to do something. So in this session, I will like to request our moderator for the session is Itisri Kangno, State Coordinator for Climate Parliament. I will request her to come on the dais. Okay, so I will take the liability and request other. So I will request Benudhar sir, Benudhar Sutkar from Desi Technologies to come on the dais, please. So Itishri, please join us on the dais. I will request Gautam Pradhan from Selco Foundation to please come and join. Yeah. I will request Nirmal Chandra Mohanty from Gram Vikas to please come on the dais. I will request Palvan from Digilite to come on the dais, please. I will also request Ashmita ma'am, if you can please join us on the dais for this very interesting conversation. So Itisri, let me hand over this to you. And also I would like to add one thing that this is a session which is after lunch. So people may feel bored. So try to keep it as interactive as possible so that people also take interest in this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. In my opinion, it's not always true that after the lunch, the session is going to be a boring one. It never happens actually. Once this is told, everybody is alert, and we train our mind to be little up. So we'll try to make it interactive though, but decentralized solar energy or the entire solution part of it itself is quite interesting. And that is what we come across on a daily basis. And that is what you all are in business in your own organizations or corporations. I welcome all the panelists on the dais. May I? I welcome Benudhar Sutar, founder Desi Technologies. I welcome Gautam Pradhan, who is the regional head of Selco, Mr. Nirmal Chandra Mahanti, manager, Grambikas, and Pablan A.A., regional head of Delight, and Sasmita ma'am from Oreda. It's been a delight to hear her from off dais, and everybody. In fact, today, ma'am, this was a talk of the lunch time, that it's very rare to see a person from the government talking, from the industry side, from the vendor side, and understanding the issue of the entire sector. This is literally a shift of mindset, shift of attitude. So we are really happy to have you, ma'am, here. This is really a great pleasure, and Oreda, being the nodal agency to deal with all the solar solutions that is below 1 megawatt and coming under decentralized solutions. So this will be a great opportunity for all of us to put our recommendation, put our suggestions, put the bottlenecks we feel or the industry feel or the vendors feel in this platform. And we hope that this will not only be part of the policy, but will also be taken at the implementation stage. So being the implementer herself or being the person in the nodal agency, she will definitely take those actions which has been missing. And we are quite fortunate to have Mr. Ashok Chaudhary, who was in earlier session, who has been quite proactive with people like us. And now we have Sasmita ma'am here. On this outset, I would start with the note. While we are having the meeting here, half of the state is inundated. It's underwater. People are suffering, people are having flood. And this has become a recurrent scenario in the state, either cyclone, flood, drought, or land erosion somewhere. So some way or other, some part of the state is always affected. Sometimes it's drought in some part of the area, sometimes it's flood in another part of the state. In those contexts, when we talk about the decentralized solutions or applications or appliances which is powered by solar, that is the only solution for affordable, efficient, and accessible electricity. Because that's a huge number of days we get disconnected from regular electricity supply. There are power outage, and there are n number of excuses for such power outage in rural areas, in tribal areas, in hilly regions. So in those cases, many decentralized solution come handy. And decentralized solution in our policy goes up to 1 megawatt. It's not only constrained with the smaller scale things, but it also covers the rooftop solar solution that is up to 1 megawatt, and 1 megawatt is huge for the state. Like probably that is the biggest solar plants or solar rooftop system that can be planted on any institution. So besides the solar park or big industrial initiatives, this all comes under the policy. So decentralized renewable energy solutions are major part of the state policy of the for renewable energy. So here we have in the panel our eminent speakers who have been working in this field, and I'm literally very happy that I know almost all of them, Yeah, all of them. So, and I have been knowing their work, and it's not very restricted to some kind of brand, some kind of product line. But when you talk about innovation, they jump in. So I would start with Benudhar Sutar, who was in Desi Technology, along with Oreda then, and Benudhar Sutar's organization, Practical Action, and some other interested agencies in the government. uh, we started an initiative that was called Solar Cart. That was completely a decentralized renewable energy initiative that was displayed at the state forum, where it was shown that the cyclone affected areas can be reached out through renewable energy for different purposes. And the same model from that initiative was discussed further and was developed by IIT Bhubaneswar with the initiative of the then Chief Secretary of the state. And it was scaled up as a big program. It was rolled out as a big program for irrigation. So those kind of RE initiatives have happened. It's not that these remain to certain number of people or certain number of organizations, but it can be scaled up, it can be replicated, and the impact can be seen in later stage. At first, I would request Benudhar Sutar to speak about the initiatives that can be very viable, very cost effective, and what policy support we are getting out of it from the current policy, and what recommendation we must give to the government for the upcoming policy so that these programs can be strengthened. Benudhar Sutar, now the stage is to you, and you can please suggest us.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Benudhar Sutar, working in renewable energy field since last 25 years. I started my career in micro hydro. Basically, I work on community-based micro hydro, where we have taken the technology, the renewable energy, one of the most efficient renewable energy technology, to play a vital role to enhance the livelihood of the community. That was our first basic objective when we started the activities. And with that concept, I landed in Koraput in 98, and sorry, 97. And that was the period nobody was thinking of, small, very micro level hydro project can be done, developed, and can be managed by the community, which can ultimately enhance their livelihood. So I'll just share some of these because this is a session for RE for livelihood. So I'll just take this, that how RE can play a basic, means very vital role for enhancing the livelihood in the communities. I just put through this is one of the project in Koraput. It's a 39 kilowatt project. You can see because these are very micro level projects, and it runs from a small stream. Because the water comes from a small stream, so the need of catchment area development was very crucial. So when we develop the catchment area, then that particular catchment area, because this area falls basically dominated by the tribal communities, and mostly the tribal communities, they depend their livelihood on forest. So when the forest area is taken care, obviously their livelihood is also taken care. And then when we are making small check dams or diversion weir, that ultimately gives the better water management, water management system further, so that the erratic soil erosion can be stopped. Third, when we are diverting the water at higher altitude, so we through this water we can create lot of irrigation area, irrigated area in the higher altitude valley, and that can further enhance the agriculture. That also include ultimately linked to their livelihood. Then of course, when the power comes, that changes the life. And these are the communities I'm talking till today. Some of my friends are also very coming from those areas. They know till today there are certain villages are yet to be electrified. And these are the areas I'm talking about, and the technology can play a big role. The capacity building, of course, it has been discussed a lot, how to manage, maintain the system. Education, of course, is improved if the electricity is there. And then there are a lot of enterprise activities can be happened around if the electricity available at the village level. So I just don't, I'm not going very detailed. So far, with various agencies, uh, around 13 different projects are already installed. This is the present condition. Some of them are mostly these are NGO initiatives. And then after 2008, when we advocated with the government and particularly the tribal welfare department, then the tomorrow Mr. Susanand is coming. So he was very proactive to support us. And then that time he was heading OTELP, Odisha Tribal Empowerment and Livelihood Project. So he had agreed to conduct a feasibility study wherever the projects are working. And I think we had done around 60 to 70 sites feasibility study, out of which during his tenure, 2 projects which you can see there are, it is in Kandhamal. 2 projects were taken off for installation. Apart from this, in the present policy, there is no, there is no provision or scope to promote this technology. And this particular technology can play a bigger role. How that I will come a little later. And also, this is the best technology. What we found is that can address the rural electrification issue in remote areas, particularly in like in our Eastern Ghat. And this is the potential, very good potential area, the entire Eastern Ghat area, to have this kind of micro and mini hydro projects. I just take the example of what Andhra Pradesh has done. Andhra Pradesh has formed a company. It's called AP Tripco, Andhra Pradesh Tribal Power Company. And then the objective was to harness the hydropower in the scheduled areas and installed the solar, hydro systems. And that power either can be fed in to the grid. Basically, presently they are feeding into the grid, and that income can be, the profit from the income can go for the livelihood announcement for the tribals. So far they have done, I was part of some of their feasibility study, and so far they have done around 100 project sites feasibility study. And in 2011, the first project of 1 megawatt they have installed in one of the scheduled areas. And now I think another 2 or 3 projects are under pipeline. This is one of our means the best example, because we have ITDA, we have DRDA, there are different agencies working for the tribal region, but we don't know how to take up this because if you see in the installed systems, mostly it is NGO driven initiatives. I just take, this was my first project in 97 when I started my career. It was in Nepal. And how Nepal has done during that point of time, and how their policy has incorporated micro and mini hydro into rural livelihood enhancement. This is a place called Sarleri Chalsa, where we have installed around 200 into 2, that is 400 kilowatt hydropower project, which has been integrated into a, tourism scheme. And this place is it's altogether around 40 villages. There is no roads. There is no road communication. We have to go by the flights. So when we installed, we have to carry all the materials, everything through helicopters, and we have to travel every time through a chartered flight by paying just 35,000 rupees at that point of time. So what they have taken these 40 villages and isolated from the main grid. And this 400 kilowatt project is supplying the entire electricity to these 40 villages. And how they're managing it. This is a wonderful example for us. It was supported by Swiss Development Corporation. I was part of that team. They have formed a company, a small company with the local people, and each consumer, that means those who have connected, are the shareholders. So it's called Salary Chalsa Electricity Company, which manages the entire this system. And you can see how beautiful this. I just took a team from Sikkim to implement the similar concept in Sikkim. It was in 2016. You can see the condition of this. So I'll come to Odisha. Odisha, after doing similar projects, we thought that because it is just because of NGO initiatives, we have done some projects, but how it can go forward. So that time, we fortunately met Joydev Mishra, the ex-advisor, who is no more now with us. And he has shared this document with me, which was done in '96. And in this document, they have the government of Odisha had identified some sites. I just took the photographs of that document he was having, and then I'll share with this. At that point of time, they have just listed out this document, the projects to be done under micro, mini, and small hydro projects. And that time, the definition of micro, mini, and small was different. It was up to 100 kilowatt micro. And what is the way forward? If we are talking about these small projects and talking about the livelihood of the communities, what way forward we have? This is, I again take the liberty of, taking a reference of Climate Parliament. Climate Parliament has done a very intensive policy research study for the rural areas on RE. It was in 2014, I think. And at that time, it was elaborately discussed that there should be a very strong institutional framework to drive this kind of technology into the rural areas, and which can further strengthen the state-led RE efforts, basically at the district level. So that means if we plan, this technology can incorporate in the district planning, then there will be importance, and then the state will come to know that, okay, in this area, these systems are there, and these sources are there, and that can be utilized. And simultaneously, if we have a strong framework to steer the RE initiatives in the rural areas, of course, the private sector interest will be, will be encouraged, and which will ultimately lead to pro-RE ecosystem. Basically, we have now presently, if we talk about RE, it only understands solar. So there are so many other sources which has to be integrated, but that the present policy is not conducive for that, and that needs to be addressed. So I have just elaborated the entire things. I don't want to go through. Yeah, I just don't want to go through. But one thing I just want to say that for these small projects up to 100 kilowatt, I think the regulation should be in such a way that the panchayat can just give the permission to take up this project, and this has happened in Kerala. So we need to do, and we this will be available
I think you can take it up. And I think that's all. Thank you very much. Yeah, that is one of the biggest challenge now we have, because out of this 17 projects, 13 projects, some of the projects are now defunct, become because of the grid connectivity into the village. Because once the grid connected to the village, the interest to manage the system is very difficult by the community. So there is a policy gap that I mentioned in my this thing. No, this is not the common. This is, see, this is small system installed for say 2 to 3 villages, and the community made their own institutional arrangements, and then we gave them a kind of maintenance requirement. Based on that, the tariff is calculated. Except one project, in only one project which was done by Sri Lankan team, it was induction generator. Otherwise, all we have synchronous. Excitation, actually, we never experienced the loss of excitation. Otherwise, you have to take a battery and then do it on site. But generally, because it's a regular driven thing, so we never had experience of that.
Thank you, Mr. Belder. It was in fact a very lively and quite mind-engaging presentation. Though we didn't plan for a presentation in such kind of a session, but I think a post-lunch session deserves that. So probably the pictures said more than the words. So we didn't have to really do that exercise of mind to think about like how these projects would be looking like, how things are moving there. So it gave us a different perspective altogether. Thank you so much. And all the questions were also answered which we intended to ask, like what would be the policy recommendation, and the questions asked by you are quite pertinent also. So next we are moving to another, the next panelist, Madam Susmita Bhattajoshi. I would request her to give her view on the entire policy thing on DRE, and say in case she is having any loopholes she is finding in the current.
I had a presentation, but okay, but
I think we can go for a presentation, Mani.
no, I will go by like this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Itisri ma'am. To start with the thanks note to iFOREST for such an opportunity to present before such a august audience, where we have such like we have Ashwini sir, and we have Chandrabhushan sir, and so many august gathering in the audience. And my thanks, heartfelt thanks to my ORADA officials. In fact, this is a chapter where actually the highlight should be there because of the fact that in earlier policies also, we haven't thought of DRE in the sense that we are only looking at the megawatt scale, because Odisha was just about to start implementing something in RE. Now we have established a good thing in megawatt scale, and then now rooftop is also in the mid section. We can say that people are geared up, and things are happening automatically. Even if there will be no policy, no subsidy, people are now coming with RTS penetration into their lives in high. But DRE is a distributed RE, is a chapter we have to now to be taken up very seriously, in the sense that if we want to grow holistically, if you want to touch the RE policy as such in a very holistic manner, then we have to touch this section also, where I have seen, because after joining OREDA, I have seen that so many NGOs by themselves have approached that they are already working, even if there is nothing, a set of policies too far, but there is not a set of any kind of mandate or, but it is a suo motu initiation by them. And then so many local communities, because by this section, we can touch each and every life with renewable energy or a solar, whichever is feasible. So OREDA, being the state nodal agency, we have the opportunity to, or have the mandate, or we have the authority to initiate such and this DRE applications. And since long, OREDA has been working in this section. And we request the policy makers of the state and the initiators like iFOREST team to give due importance to this section in the policy itself. There is a large change. This both the socio-economic change in people's life. We are at large as a general public and general consumers here. I can ask, who doesn't want things to be solarized and to be retrofitted as and to carry it as, and because we are there is a plug, we need a socket to get in plug in, but I have a device, I can carry it anywhere I like, and then I can get my electricity over there. So that is the luxury of that thing. So now government and public are geared up to see to retrofit everything what is possible. So OREDA being the state nodal agency, getting requests and getting due attention of different government departments for retrofitting of everything almost. So what we have done on this section and what we are planning in the near future. So there is a very prestigious project what OREDA has implemented very recently of MNRE GY under this 100% solarization of Konark Temple and Konark Town. So under this Konark Temple illumination, very sophisticated and very state-of-the-art technology with new technology interventions. We have done applications like water kiosks, solar water kiosks, 40 numbers all over these Konark NAC areas. There are solar trees. I was at Gridco, I was unheard of solar trees. But on the other side, I have seen that it has already been implemented. So visiting Konark is visiting the Sun Temple, and along with there is such a prestigious project which is already implemented. There are street lights along with solar trees. We have charging stations. We have e-rickshaws provided by Honorable MNRE, Government of India. So there is already these applications are in place for very important prestigious project. Also, we are touching upon this off-grid, on-grid RTS or this solarization that is always there, but inviting solarization or intervention of RE in each of every product that gives livelihood to the general public at large. So we are working with different government departments, one-to-one being the SNA. Like already we are in conversation with agriculture for everything of their mills, their dal mills, rice mills, this paddy thresher, whatever we take, we are going to retrofit with solar power. And you think of something that people anywhere, any part of the state or country can use that with a small solar application, whatever this combined or such a device we can say, so that they will avail electricity. Likewise, you think of, we are working with forest department, providing this water supply to the wild animals where this grid is not there. We cannot provide grid electricity or because of that electrocution problem. Then with solarization and with retrofitting, we are arranging drinking water for the wild animals, even in the reserve forest area. Can we think of any better solution apart from this? And such a great economic change. So along with everything, there is an additional benefit. We are touching each and every applications for with solar. That is one thing. With that, we are hugely changing lives. And then we are working with Mission Shakti, under Mission Shakti, that everything will be, there will be retrofitted with solar, and then we have distributed solar lanterns, and we are working with the artisans, the handicraft artisans, handlooms. The looms will be solarized. You think of that. So each and everything what we are witnessing now will be solarized. People will be have the luxury of using solar power or renewable power, because now I don't want to use solar only, because I can also see 10 kilowatt of micro plant is already being implemented and being supplied. So it will be RE will be better. Always there will be scopes and other provisions. So this section, this distributed RE is a very important section, and definitely there should be a specific policy part as far as we are concerned about this policy is there. As a SNA, we are now carrying it out, but with a specified set of policy or policy intervention, this will be manifold success. And one more thing, so motto government departments are with us as far as DRE is concerned, but with policy interventions, other sections or other interior areas, what sir has nicely represented, the tribal people to whom we want to provide this luxury of having, because even electricity is a luxury in many part of our country, in our state. So from Oreda, we are trying our hard, but still with the policy will empower us to take beyond, because now what is agreed or mutual agreed between the government and Oreda, we are implementing that, but the policy will give us more power to take these DRE applications to each and every people or each and every corner of the state. So any question regarding that to Oreda is welcome, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
This was in fact a very good insight to all Oreda's initiatives that has been taken over past many years. We have been knowing about Oreda's activities since decades, like had it been biogas plants or to smaller solar home system. These have been the forte of Oreda all through. But Oreda should take it up more proactively, as there is now mandate for below 1 megawatt of projects will be handled by Oreda and is being handled by Oreda. So that kind of policy inclusion that will definitely bring the transition from the conventional source to a great extent to the renewable sources of energy. I would now request Mr. Nirmal Mahanti, who has been really working in this sector, in the sector of renewable energy, or the pioneer organizations who are in the field. He has played very major roles in implementing those programs. He has seen policies being formulated from close quarters, has tried and influenced those policies. I request Mr. Nirmal Mahanti to put his views on the coming of policy.
Just a minute. Just few photographs are there. Before that, thank you. So Itisri has given a very long introduction to me. Actually, it's my pleasure to see this hall is filled with so many renewable energy lovers. Few years back, after COVID, it is the meeting. Few years back, whenever there is a meeting in renewable energy, we find very few people. some veterans I am seeing here in the front row, and some young people have joined. I hope in future these people will come into the front. Some people have lost their livelihood. Some people lost their jobs. And many companies have also, startup companies especially, they closed the shops. It was a very tragic for this sector. But still then there is hope. I'm very optimistic that some have also sustained, and there is a long way to go. Since this is a policy discussion meeting, so it is better everybody should speak from their mind and put their words, so that for the 5 years you will not have a chance to say that policy to acha nahi tha, police support nahi kiya, administration system wrong hai, ye common ye hai. Just with the permission of P3, 1 minute मैं audience की तरह एक बात बोलूँगा, because launch के time मैंने नहीं बोला था. So the last session, I thank you, Mr. Acharya and Dhawan, that 2 things they pointed, that the subsidy should be scrapped, and he also pointed that there is a trauma for the vendors. I 100% agree to that. And thanks that by saying so, no reaction was here because everyone was hungry. When at Delhi meeting, I along with some manufacturers, in the presence of the director emanary and the secretary to the minister, and in the presence of all the bankers, when we say this thing that subsidies should be scrapped, let the market decide what be the price, and consumer have the choice. There's many players should come, and there should be a market driven approach, because this sector has evolved in such a way that it can walk on its own. Initially it was crawling, but to some extent it has come. Then for 10 minutes there was a so from banker side, ministry side, even director told that how you people for yourself, for your benefit only, the subsidy was there, and people are thinking that manufacturers are getting the benefits, and now you are telling that subsidy should not be there. So this is a big discussion. This is not the forum. I'm not going into deep into it. But there should be, I think, further discussions of this category to have a refreshing type of thing. Not that the policy, it should be a dynamic nature, not something is done, it should last for long. Second thing regarding DRI, Madam has told that there is certain possibilities. I also faced that one while addressing some parliamentarians from India, Sri Lanka, and some Commonwealth countries regarding solar small lights, microgrids. So somebody from the government, they told that 2024 all villages will be electrified. There is no chance of microgrids. And my friend Delight, he was there, Sun King, many small light providers, there's small lantern and small solar lights. So they gave a figure that still so many small lights are being sold in India. How it is happening? That means there is still some villages, some households who needs that one. And after so many years, when Draupadi Murmu became the president, it was validated. And third example I'm telling, the Director General of ISA was an Odia, you know, many of you have visited. While he was just appointed a Director General, I had a just meeting with him. Then he told me, Nirmal, आप एक काम करो, मेरा गांव में अभी electricity नहीं है. मैंने तो लंठन लेकर के पढ़ाई किया था, आप थोड़ा वहां पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लगा दो, सोलर लगा दो. So why I'm just telling these things, still there is a scope of solar in all fields. So अभी क्योंकि अभी बड़ी सिस्टम सोलर पार्क, सोलर बिग प्लांट्स, तो DRI स्मॉल लाइट्स 1 किलोवाट 2 किलोवाट कंज्यूमर, तो उसका कोई इतना ज्यादा ये नहीं देता है. Then coming to my point that livelihood I was supposed to tell, पॉलिस में लाइवलीहुड का शायद वार्ड भी नहीं है शायद, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, वो लाइवलीहुड का वार्ड मैंने ढूंढा, मिला नहीं मेरे को. सो ओके सर, थैंक यू सर. तो ये भी एक इशू है, व्हाई इट इज नॉट देयर, माइट बी initially when we started in Odisha, the subsidy for the micro irrigation, solar pumps, now Kusum is there, but by that time Kusum ward was also not there. So no manufacturer came, no vendors came to promote this one. Orida struggled a lot, NABARD struggled a lot, forcibly the banker, that is regional banks, Grameen banks, they call all the Grameen banks and they called me and told that you just convince them that solar can be financed. Yes, just this slide. Okay. Okay, I'll just take 1 minute because presentation. Sorry, I was waiting for that one. I also missed that one. Okay. I was searching that. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll not. So institutional solar power plants, we have moved a little faster on that, and solar powered piped water supply system and solar street lights. These things are convincing at the consumer point of view. People see this and they are convinced. Promoting solar application in livelihood sector, it is lagging. I am not talking about what different options are available because Selco is also represented by Gautam. He will tell about this. And creating conducive atmosphere for private, public, community participation. A lot has been told in the first sessions. Ecosystem for solar system. All the meetings, this word is very popularly used. So skill development, there is not availability of qualified skilled people in rural and everywhere in the conventional electrical shops who can just fix the problem for a solar. Even if he is a very trained technician, he thinks that solar is something different, but he is not attended to. Then on-grid solar system, that net metering single window system, that is also my suggestion, that should be done. We could not wait for 6 months or 8 months or 90 days. There should be a fixed time for this because we have already gone through this trauma. Just 1 minute about the finance. In livelihood sector, finance is mostly essential and we should involve the microfinance or small banks in this field so that it will be popularized. That is the single point I'm making. And all these things are there, just I will move faster. This is as a end user now, I'm telling as a end user in Gram Vikas, we are using this. This is a 48 kilowatt automated solar power plant at Mouda. Why I'm showing this one? Because this was installed long before. Because of the wrong design, again we have to invest so many rupees to make it functional. So that is a drawback also in the solar systems. This is the microgrid Benudar Sudar has already mentioned the solar microgrid. This is a 45 household को serve करता है ये. ये अभी भी वो लोग 50 रुपए ऐसे कुछ देते हैं, but they are also still using that one. This is the recent biojal water from air we have already installed. That is a around 400 liters of water we are getting per day. This can be tested also. This is the automatic weather station. So this is in Gazpati, we have installed that one. Around 15 already installed for the last 2 years, and it is can be one of the agri livelihood sector we can think of. Okay, just a last point, finance, and second is that renewable energy fund, if we can promote research and development and the new technology or innovations made elsewhere, and to promote these things in Odisha and put some fund, earmark some funds, then there could be a freeze. There could be a solar pumping system, there could be a juice maker system, food processing unit, whatever may be the case, mini cold storage. So 2-3 meetings we have done, inviting different vendors through ORIDA, but still we think we are lagging on that. So these 2 suggestions I am making from my side. Thank you for bearing me.
Manvi ma'am, this I'm impressing on actually. Government has already come with the statement that wherever diesel is used in whichever sector, so in government departments, it is usually has come that diesel is to be replaced. So also this can be a part of the RE policy that anywhere in the wherever there is a use or there is any use of diesel, that we can make it that we'll replace it. Second is this thing, whatever actually the road plus 1 point actually does it, that is very true, is the financing, because most of the people, like many people have the urge to do it, but some or other due to this financing part only things are not being, like cold storage can be done in a very large scale. We have done 10 something like that, but we know how it is very difficult. So this financing, any kind of, like we can tie up from, if it is a state's policy, then the state can tie up 1-2 FIs or block banks, nationalized banks to facilitate that. These are my 2 points.
Thank you very much, Nirmal Babu. It was in fact a very good presentation, and he wanted to put many points. Sorry, Manvi, I couldn't stop. When the panelists are your friends, it's just impossible to stop them, because you know what's in their mind when they speak few words. But thanks for bearing with us, all of us, in fact. We have 2 more speakers to go. I'll be hearing Gautam for the first time, but I have worked very closely with Selco, and we have real good experience with Selco, with their DRE initiatives, with the research-based work, and some of the very brilliant people from Selco have been in the network that we have been working at the policy level. So the diocese to you.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to express my views. So first of all, I must be proud of myself being an ODIA, that we are very good in formulating policies. We are first state to formulate electricity reform policy. We are first to SDG policy. We are first to renewable policies. And another thing is that we can also formulate 2 policies for same type of thing. For example, FPO policies, FPO 1 for OLM, FPO 1 for agriculture departments. So these are the few things that we are very good in formulating policy, and I'm glad that few persons and few people who are present here, they have given their heart, hand and head for formulating policy. But when the implementation comes, we just leave behind the head only. Head, hand and heart, they got disjointed. So generally, this is the fate of our policy implementation. And we had our policy 2016, renewable energy. And I believe that we are still, we have not achieved as we have expected to do this. Because we have expected in our policies, there was a mandate that we not only generate electricity from renewable energy, but also will have some kind of manufacture as well as some kind of research and development. Everybody was talking about it. Probably we have been successful in generating some kind of maybe 5%, 10%, whatever it may be. The target was 10% in 2021, and it was around 18% in 2022. But we felt probably we are far behind achieving the target. And whenever we are talking about the new policies, we have a solar park in Bhubaneswar, Biju Patnaik Solar Park. It was basically meant for demonstration of something. But as of now, the situation is very, very, very bad. And definitely we need to revive those things. It was only meant for demonstration of some kind of solar related activities, renewable energy related activities, which can be implemented at the grassroots level. And as far as previous policy is concerned, generally we have concentrated two things. One thing is generation of electricity, and second is irrigation, particularly. But livelihood was not there. And I believe that what Nirmal Bhai told is generally in this policy, we are expecting that there is component of a livelihood which can be catered so much. And so far as SDG goal is concerned, my concern is that we are talking about SDG 7. And in Odisha, as per Niti Aayog report, Odisha is placed not even 20 best states, performing states, as far as SDG 7 is concerned. It is in 21st. And our score is 80 against the state average, national average is 92. And I would be very happy if at all what Ma'am was talking about, Ma'am was talking about, that by 2030, if at all we can place ourselves at a very respectable position, Odisha state, for this, that will be a great achievement for us. And as far as new policy is concerned, definitely we would, being one hardcore implementer at the grassroots level, definitely we would like to see Odisha in a different proposition. Propositions means it is connecting actually SDG 7 to SDG 8. SDG 8 talks about the decent work, mean livelihood. So SDG 8 means there are few components that we need to concentrate that. One first component is our SDG cells talks about accessibility of the renewable energy, affordable and renewable energy. But prior to that, we need awareness. That Ma'am has already identified earlier, that we need to create massive awareness among the people who need the electricity or the renewable energy based interventions. And next comes about the accessibility is there. If accessibility is there, whether there is affordability of the members of the particular, the end user can afford to that. That is also important. After that, adaptation is going to happen in the large scale replication. And as far as renewable energy based livelihood is concerned, I would talk about definitely the ecosystem approach, ecosystem development approach for livelihood enhancement through renewable energy based interventions. The ecosystem may be of few parts, maybe consisting of few parts. One part is that technology, definitely OREDA and other institutions or companies are there, they can provide that type of solutions. But apart from that, there are also other factors like linkages. What is that linkages? Linkages means bringing few people, that's NGO, civil society organization, companies, they can create some kind of ecosystem or conducive environment which can replicate the process of livelihood, integrating livelihood with renewable energy. And next is the financing. So generally everybody knows that who can get the finance? Me or we people who can speak English, we can give generally PowerPoint presentation, finance is available for us. But people who cannot speak English, can they avail finance? In today's contest in Odisha, definitely people from Kolahandi, there are no micro enterprises. There are, of course, they have the ability to do some type of business, but it is very difficult for them to get finance. And in this workshop, probably we have luck, one thing that we have not invited vendors. Probably they are the best person to tell how to take it ahead. And last is the policy implementation. But now we are talking about the policy, and I believe that in policy, all those stops, all those blockages can be taken care of in new policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gautam, for keeping it very short and very specific. It was, in fact, a very good point of recommendation. Few points came up very nicely, those which others also emphasized, and some new recommendations. Would request audience, any question? Should we? Okay. Okay. So we take questions from audience together from for both the speakers. Now we have with us Mr. Pavlan AA. That's how I tell your name. That's okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. Thanks, Ms. It is free for pronouncing my name rightly. It is Pavalan. So it's a pure Tamil name. So I am from Tamil Nadu. Yeah, no issues. Thank you, iFOREST, for inviting me. As all the panelists have already said that, like, the title of this panel, like DRE in livelihoods, was obviously not in the earlier policy. So like before, like I get into the policy matter, like how the DRE supports the livelihood. That's where, like, I would like to share something about the organization Delight, which I represent. Like, we spoke about a large projects, a rooftop projects, like DRE of individual domestic utilities, all those is there. But in terms of livelihoods, like, is it really helping them? The end user who is there on road, like who do a livelihood activity, like CB was saying that, like, there is a 850 people per square kilometer in Odisha. So when so many vast people are there, or all are working a group? No, there are many small entrepreneurs. There are many individuals who survive on daily activities. So just an example, there is a person by the name M. Sagar from like I forgot the state name, like I think it is Barga district. Yeah, M. Sagar from Barga district. So he runs a small like tiffin shop, a dinner timing activity which he do. He comes by 6 o'clock and he runs the shop till 10 o'clock. So daily what do you do? He rent a small battery and 2 LED lights, which he takes home, charge it in the power which is available in his house, take it back to the shop, starts by 6 o'clock, run the entire event for 4 to 5 hours. And how much he pay? 100 rupees as a rent. On and above, the charge what he do from his home. This is the daily routine for him. So now I give him a solar light, a portable solar light, which he can charge it in the day, which get fully charged in 6 to 8 hours, which has around 300 to 400 lumens, which is as equal to the same 2 LED lights. And the cost of the product is around 3,000 rupees. And a maximum of 2 months, he collect the cost by saving the rent per day what he pay. After that, he generates the money by saving out of it what he pay every day. This is what the actual livelihood impact what we intend to do. And as of today, Delight has impacted 128 million people in 73 countries in this way. So this is what the livelihood activity is what we wanted to do. So like there are many such instances are there. For example, like I really appreciate the government of Odisha, which has formed a special development council for the tribal districts. There are 9 tribal districts which has been identified, where around 175 crore rupees fund has been allocated for the upliftment for the districts. Recently, like a collector by the name is Shweta Dev of Raigada district, she bought around 210 standalone home system, which has been given to the tribal people. They don't have the a proper grid connectivity. Even if it is there, if there is a rain, if there is a storm, it cuts off. Then, like with the manpower what we have to regain the connectivity, it may take its own time. So what these tribal people will do, they live in the dark. Whereas now, these 210 families which are there in those tribal areas, they don't want to worry about anything. At least their basic is taken care of. They have the ambient light for moving around. The kids who go and study, they can very comfortably study. Like their basic is taken care of. So there are many such instances happening in Odisha itself, but it's happening in bits and pieces. As Mr. Gautam said that like uh, first the awareness is required, second is the affordability. Like as my friend from Gram Vikas who has told that the finance support is required, like we were able to reach all these 120 millions, almost like 70% of this will be through the support from organizations like Gram Vikas who work on ground, reaching to the last mile people through their SHG initiatives. So there are very many such institutions which are working, but what I'm coming to say is that like they are in bits and pieces. So now the policy what we have to work upon, it has to be in such a way that like first the availability of the product should be there. There are occasions where many people like who used to reach us, like for example during Cyclone Fani, we have worked very closely with iFOREST. Like we have given more than like 10,000 of lanterns, solar lanterns for so many people who were not having the proper access to the power. But there are many institutions who approached us, who asked us that we need a solar lantern. So when we say the price, no sir, this is very costly. So what do you want? So we want to cover 1,000 people. When we say the price which comes for 500 people, it is not about the quality or the utility what the beneficiary is going to get. It is about the coverage only for that particular point of time. It doesn't work. If we are going to give something, it has to be at the best quality. So iFOREST, like in that's the way like they procured so much good number of lanterns which benefited so many people. So one is the availability of the product, second is affordability of the product, then the quality of the product. All three things are very important. And moreover, like for livelihood, like it is not that they need a domestic rooftop system, they just need a light. What a school going kid required, a 2 hours light to do a homework. So like there is a 600 rupees light which 2 years warranty, which will solve the entire problem. So that is what we focus. And when we are driving the like writing this policy, I urge in such a way that like there should be a clear attention to such portables also, apart from the large systems which is required for their home utility. Please include the basic portables also, which even now is benefiting so many people in their day-to-day lives for their livelihood activities and educations. Thank you.
So there is a part of in market being listed, we call it isolated area or kitchen and joy, where no communication, like communication is such a problem, it takes days to reach that place. So now under that, to, because a small step can change the whole life, like it can bring huge changes to the people's life. Is that only a home lighting system? There is 2 9-watt plugs only to each house, and then the whole area and the households were identified, and the scheme, thanks to government of Odisha for that Setu scheme to bring such huge change to their lives. So such mandates are there, but still we have to further like what we can say, that the scope is to be increased manifold.
Can we get questions from audience, or we wrap the?
Hello. Very good afternoon, all. Yes, very good afternoon, all of you. I am Mona Lisa from the Department of Energy. My question is that as the nodal agency, Orida can have any scope on solar park, as Bhubaneswar is declared as the solar city of Odisha. So, is there any step is taken by Orida to making any solar park in outside of Bhubaneswar or anywhere in Odisha?
Having the trust on the state nodal agency, I can say that there are 2 things. One is our pilot project, what sir has told, already Biju Patnaik Energy Park, which is under the administration of Oreda. So it is with the intention that small pilot, whatever RE projects can be showcased. So it is under renovation, sir. I also wanted to address you because there are new technologies, and what we have done it for Konar. I will urge this and take the opportunity of this platform to say everyone that yes, our 100% Konak solarization project, as far as this, apart from only except this 10 megawatt online project, ma'am, which is under implementation, except that all the projects are completed. And we can now proudly say that with this implementation of the 10 megawatt project, which is going to offset the total consumption of Konark, we can now proudly say that our Konark is 100%, it's a first net zero city. So I would also like to know, is any other city till now has been net zero in India? I doubt. As far as my knowledge is concerned, because that is a query from my side. But proudly, Odisha again, sir was telling we are pioneer in framing. We are now also, we have done the first net zero city. So Konark, so in a year, I think I'll be hopefully saying that within a year, this 10 megawatt plant will come. And Konark temple illumination is already on the solar, already the nighttime, whole nighttime illumination. So coming to your point, Mona Lisa, BPP is under renovation for new technology interventions like the water kiosk, the solar tree. Whatever these new things Orda has done, we are going to showcase it. It is under renovation. So taking your request or submission forward, we will also definitely explore other places where we can get a contiguous patch of land where we can showcase this or pilot new technologies. We'll get a government land. Definitely Orada would like to have such parks, because like in Barampur, we can have in Raurkela, because it is a smart city. Under smart city, we can go there because we would like to showcase these interventions, new technologies as and when come to our general public. So thank you for your concern. Yeah. So definitely we will take forward your submission.
Yes, ma'am. I am professor in OUT, working in renewable energy for last 30 years. And fortunately, government of Odisha has already going for a new department of renewable energy. My question to Orida, actually we have installed so many power plant in Odisha. Can you review it? What is really it is going on? Is it running properly? particularly dairy. Second thing, the plant which are this Venudhar Babu was telling, so many mini or micro hydro plant are going on. I have visited almost 3-4 plants. Almost all are defunct. That means there is no relation between the NGOs and government organization, because before that it was installed, and after that government has given power to that that village. So there is totally defunct. So many money we are investing, but unfortunately that is not working. Similarly for biogas plant, thousands of biogas plant already been installed in Odisha. If you go to website, if you go and tell, everybody will tell thousands. Unfortunately, I am telling, hardly you will get 100 biogas plant in Odisha, which is running. Please review the matters why it is fall. I don't blame anybody. Why it is fall, and that should be our policy matter, that why we are failing, and while go ahead, we should not fail. That should be our motto first. Thank you very much.
This forum is really obliged for participation, sir. I'm very senior in RE sector, so I have immense respect for you. So taking your questions, one is these assets. So these assets has to be maintained by someone because it is invested. It is okay. So we are providing 5 years maintenance, which is the scope of the vendor. So I will take the opportunity to intimate that after reviewing all these things, now Odisha has taken one project and this to take the maintenance of these assets which are already across 5 years, which is not in the scope of the vendor. So Odisha with some little payment, because we are also need this permission, or because the asset belongs to the beneficiary. So with the beneficiary, we are going to maintain those assets with the small charges, whatever. Again, many of the RE assets are either in the CSR fund by funding by some agency, or by subsidy of MNRE or the central government through any of the funds. So unless and once it is implemented, there is an inbuilt 5 years maintenance. After 5 years, because the life is usually from 20 years to 25 years, the beneficiary's participation is also required. Along with the consent, there will be charges will be there. So again, beneficiary's participation is also required. But I'm happy to inform you that Odisha has chalked out a bigger plan. Those RE assets which are defunct, I can mention that even, sir, we have done so many microgrids past. So in the last cyclone, because the microgrids are scattered throughout the state, and in the cyclone, many of the microgrids are not in running conditions, which we are reviewing them. Whatever can be possible to revive, because they need a expenditure, capital. So we are on the process to revive those assets, and if the beneficiary is interested, then we can take the maintenance for the 6th year to 25 years.
None of the solar plant is operating. Unfortunately, the battery know that battery will be, we can create problem to the society. And inside hostels, these are installed. So please take care of this thing. Most important. Yes, sir. Okay, I'll come to you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your patience and listening to all the aspects of the discussion. We'll give the concluding remarks later, Monday, probably when all the sessions are over. We are not taking time of the next session. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you the audience.
Uh, so we are moving ahead with the agenda, and now we are going to the last technical session, that is on the key technologies and innovations which are related to Odisha, and what are the experiences from on the ground. So I will request Chandrasekhar Mishra as a moderator to please come on the stage. I will request Mr. Devi Prasad Das, Executive Director of IESA, to please come on the stage. I will also request Mr. Manas Mishra, Sesi. Okay, I will request Mr. Prashad Dahapode, founder of the Varat Group, to please come on the dais. I will also request Suprasna Nayak, Head of Green Hydrogen of Canon Consultancy, to please come on the dais.
Very good evening, everyone. Thank you, iFOREST, for organizing this forum. And it was very much necessary. And thanks to Chandrabhusan for bringing all the stakeholders together. And I remember, Mr. Bhusan, if I tell you, 10 years back in 2012, we organized Odisha Solar Conference for the first time in Odisha, and I was on the organizing side. And it's a great pleasure to be on the speaker side after a decade. And all thanks to our earlier speakers, and the session were really interesting, I would say. I was talking to Manvi. I would say that each of the subject have potential to be half a day session. And lots of questions were there from the public, and perhaps a lot more deliberations are required. So not getting into much into those things, I would like to start with our session. It's a very interesting session going to be, because I have very young people with me who are trying to innovate as well as bring new technologies to the arena of renewable energy, because we have enough of solar, wind, and many other things are coming up. But how to go about the round the clock things? What are the future of storage? Is it battery or something new? Perhaps maybe green hydrogen. What is green, gray, blue, and all these matters are there with the hydrogen? What is to be done with that? So all these points we are going to discuss, and I have with me speakers from IESA and Canyon, as well as the Varat group. I would like to start with Mr. Dhabde from Varat, and would like to know about your perspectives on the key technologies and innovations we need for renewable energy to be in true sense a base load power or energy for all the consumers. And for that, what is your view, and what should be done for the round the clock thing to come in true sense? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Prasad Dahapade. I'm founder of the Varat Capital Private Limited. what is most important for us is the energy security and the food security, if we have to survive. But Europe is paying the price of, or anybody is paying, and we are also paying indirectly because our LNG as well as all petroleum product prices have gone up significantly. And the work to make it worse, our long-term LNG contract is going to be renewed next year. So energy security is most important. What we look at East and Northeast India is more or less as a rural economy rather than an urban economy. If you look at Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu, these are urban states, whereas the whole of East and Northeast are absolutely rural states. Now, the rural states, they definitely have the food security. What they need is energy security. So what we try to do is 2.5 crore rupees of biogas plant or a biocoal plant, which is pellets. That we try to do with farmers' involvement, and generally it should be set up rather than a proprietorship or a partnership, it should be set up as a YPO. Here, what works, because cooperative is not big here in East and Northeast, what works here is farmer producer company, which is ROC registered entity, but works in cooperative. So we are trying to do this in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. This could be replicated in East, densely populated, so possible. When you see this potential, I mean, there are two missions. First is the Ministry of Power mission, which is Samarth mission. Samarth mission clearly talks about 1,40,000 crore rupees of biomass pellets to be fired by NTPC and all of the thermal plants by 2032. If we look at Odisha, this should come to 3,000 crore rupees if you fire at 5%. If we do the co-firing at 10%, it will come to the 6,060 crore rupees by 2032. But it will start with even 1,000 crore rupees just because of the NTPC culture going in a big way, which is 150 kilometers from. That's one, but do we have enough of biomass for doing this? Or do we have enough of other type of biomass which is required for the biogas and the biomass pellets? The second one is the Mission Samarth, which is on biogas. So they talked about some 500 CBG stations here, and to have the 500 CBG station, you need another 3 million tons of biomass, which again, Odisha doesn't have. What Odisha has at now is 18,952 square kilometers of wasteland. Now, Indian Institute of Grasslands, Jhansi, is the ICAR institute. They have done a lot of projects, including one in Odisha where they convert wasteland into fruitland, horticulture, as well as grassland. And they have a lot of models. Their director is the right guy to talk on that. We'll have some technical type with them very soon. So when you look at this, if we do just 100 square kilometers or 10,000 hectares, we work with the mix of this as a fodder, like the napier grass. And then even the brackish water is okay for napier grass. And then fruit plants, which is the local fruits all the time. And this is to be done with the farmer's help, the tribal sales, so the tribal or farmer YPOs. And using this partially for getting into the cattle, then using this napier grass directly also in the biogas digester, as well as indirectly because napier grass goes to the cattle and it comes out as a cow dung. Again, using that because that organic manure is very good and very well accepted by the farmers when this happens. Once we do this, I think you get biogas and you get biodigester, which is used as organic manure. These projects are very, very good, 32% IRR, but you need a good project management consultant to implement this. And again, the 50% of this biomass, which could be drivers, which we can use with the moringa farming, where you get roughly 40 tons per hectare kind of thing in a wasteland site. If you do it in a irrigated land, it could be as even 120 tons, but on wasteland converted thing, it should be 40. And still the people who are working on that can make 40,000 per acre to 80,000 per acre. And if you do this 10,000 hectare or 100 square kilometer kind of wasteland conversion with the biogas and biomass initiative, I think it should earn total, farmers as well as the FPOs total, revenue should be around 2,000 crore rupees. That's where I stop.
I would like to add something to your comment. Is there any learnings from the Jatrofa thing that government was trying to do, and how it is different, the Samarth scheme or whatever you mentioned? Because Jatrofa could not took off, if I remember correctly.
Zetrova did not take off. I have not studied it, so no exact answer for that. Samarth is taking off, is doing good because NTPC has floated a lot of tenders, commercially possible. And NTPC is a cash guzzling machine. But they produce also a lot of cash. They produce 35,000 crore cash every year, very honest and very good company. So people are setting up plants for them and they are successful. They already co-fired 72,000 tons or 72 KTPA in FY 22, and they are trying to do triple of that this year. So whatever was not worked earlier, I think it's at least working on the Samarth side. Satat did not take it until the Ukraine happened. So now you see Satat was absolutely stuck at 12 plants, all India basis. You see now it's 30 and you just watch it. Next 9 months, it would be roughly 300 plants.
Do you really believe this mix of coal and biomass, to what extent, to what extent the thermal power plant, the present existing boilers and all these equipments are going to manage the biomass percentage? Maybe the blending, if I tell you in a different manner. So the blending can be at what ratio it should stop, at 50-50, or any study has been done for that?
So the first one is, I think Mr. Kumar of Shakti Foundation, they had done the study, so that's the man to answer it. I think he's not there, but he was sitting behind me. They have done the study, so there's some of the plants where you cannot do the co-firing, you have to do the separate firing. But if you see otherwise in most of these NTPC plants or even Mahagenco plant or other state electricity, or the largest one because states are no more producing much power now, mostly gone to the IPP, so Adani and Tata's. They are the bigger one after NTPC. All of them together roughly have 90 gigawatt of capacity. They all can co-fire up to, I mean, if you talk to the NTPC director of operations, he says that he has 7 plants that can go 100%. Okay. If you do the torrefication of pellets, its density is nearly same. So it's say 1.1 to 1.02. And your coal powder, which is fired into the boilers, is also 1.1, 1.16. So slightly similar. So with the bucket filling quantity, BFQ as they say, if you adjust it properly, you can fire it 100%. What is in their mind is wherever this CAQM hits them very, very hard, and they have to close the Badarpur already closed, you know. So they could convert in when NCR is extended to Dadri and Jhajjar. They are actually thinking of converting into 100% biocoal. So your answer is 0 to 100%. There are some of the plants, but some other plants you can have the 100% biomass fire with the vibrating grades. Technology is not a problem. Willingness is the problem.
The last word was really good. Willingness is the problem. I remember when we started solar journey in Odisha, it was very tough to convince Gridco to buy at rupee 10, 12, 18 per unit. But slowly the solar has come down like anything and everybody is talking about solar. But I remember before all these megawatt scale solar plants, there was a 20 megawatt Salibahan biomass project with which a PPA was signed from Gridco, but they had a very bad experience with the resources. As they started operating the plant, the resource assessment or the pricing of the resources went up because the plant has come up, whichever is the way, but the biomass plant had to use coal. And ultimately we had to depend on coal because it was in Dekanal, near to Angul. The
third largest coal producer, as iFOREST says, and they have a book to be released tomorrow. So the same problem lies with biomass, and no more biomass projects came in Odisha after that. So it's a sad reality, but we have to think of new possibilities and directions for biomass applications. Maybe the tail end applications in different grid side with 2-3 megawatt or 1-2 megawatt biomass projects with proper resource accessibility. So from biomass to, I would love to speak to Devi from IESA. He is a battery guy and storage guy. So from biomass to battery. So I would like to know about your perspective, Devi. When it comes to 1 or 2 battery having in your home for your power cut scenario to meet the requirements, the minimum requirements, it's okay, it's proven. But people say, and the grid says, that there is a issue of that kilowatt and that issue of reactive power to the grid. Now we are thinking of megawatt scale storages with batteries. What are the challenges you have already done some research on that, and perhaps you are globally connected with most of the battery technology providers, different kind of batteries you have seen through, and what is there any manufacturing plan in India or for that matter in Odisha from IESA perspective? I would like to know from you.
Thanks. Before answering your queries, I was hearing few of the panels. Just the earlier panel, Susmita ma'am mentioned about Konark city and what is the next step. Actually, we should learn from the Madeira Sun Temple. If anyone knows, in Gujarat, they actually one-way step ahead from Konark. They are not only installed a 10 megawatt here we have planned to do, they have installed 20 megawatt solar with 16 megawatt hour storage system to supply 24 hours energy to the sun temple. So that's the next step. It is not like we have achieved everything. Yes, we have achieved some part of it, but there is a long way to go. So that's just keep our ambition high so that we can do the next step. Now, regarding battery, it's not about battery, it's energy storage. The reason is batteries is just limited to electrochemical. Because when we talk any forum, Odisha with so much hydro capacity, now we're doing one of the study in one of the hydro plant in India, which can be converted to pumped hydro storage, and it's in Odisha. So we're doing that study for one of the largest conglomerate. So irrespective of it is mechanical storage like gravity storage or compressed air or pumped hydro or any type of battery storage. It's not about only lithium ion prices, which is increasing for last 6 months due to the labor cost in supply chain. India, unlike solar, we have starting of the industries working across the supply chain from raw materials to manufacturing to implementation. Currently, as a whole India, we have more than 30 megawatt of large scale installations in energy storage, and in pipeline is more than 300 megawatt hour, which is currently at the installation stage. So just a comparison, 30 to 300, and in the tendering stage is 3 gigawatt. So it is just 10 times. So the acceleration pace is higher than the solar, what we witnessed 10 or 15 years back. So that's the growth what India can achieve in any of the emerging space on adoption. But adoption is not everything. So it's about manufacturing. As a whole India, we are now under PLI scheme. We helped the Niti Aayog. So there is more than 3 companies who has got awarded for the gigafactories in India of a 50 gigawatt hour manufacturing. But there is beyond PLI scheme, we see 145 gigawatt hour, which is not a small capacity on manufacturing of advanced chemistries. Beyond advanced chemistries, there are other chemistries like flow batteries and aluminum air, like Indian Oil is doing and other companies are doing like zinc-based batteries. So they will come under SEC and other chemistries manufacturing will come. So what Odisha can do just specifically, we cannot go for another gigafactory because we may not compete with them. So that's the mistake we may do in other chemistry, other industries. Like if there is some factories coming in Gujarat or Tamil Nadu or Hosur in Karnataka, we should not replicate the same. We should go for maybe some ecosystem development. Just dealing in the battery manufacturing, we need steel, copper, aluminum, nickel, cobalt. But don't think about lithium only. So these are the things where, for the cathode or anode, Odisha can set up a large scale factory which can supply to this 145 gigawatt hour manufacturing capacity. And there are few large conglomerates in the steel industry, aluminum industries. They're planning to set up the cathode manufacturing in Odisha. That's the one part. Other part about MSME, which was I heard someone spoke in the morning session. So there is a huge opportunity for the battery case, which is a plastic, or there is a BMS, which is more on the software side. As we have good skilled resources in Odisha, we can develop BMS. There is separator. So these are the things where MSME can go instead of going multi-crore investment in this space. So this is about the investment side. The adoption side, I just gave an example. The next step, what we can do from the 10 megawatt solar, which we are doing in Konark, to integrate a storage system for that. So this is the next step on the adoption side. So both as a whole of energy storage space, there is the opportunity which is catered by other states. In last just 2 weeks, if you saw, there was Honorable Rajnath Singh from the Ministry of Defense. They commissioned a project of 2 megawatt hour in Ladakh, which was with a 1 megawatt of solar. So that was for the military base. And there are 3 projects has been announced by Karnataka, 1 gigawatt hour by Gujarat, another was, if I'm correct, it was from Maharashtra. So all these states are now coming up with the state level storage projects apart from SECI and NTPC. So Odisha may not have this multi-gigawatt project in storage, but we should think about it and don't feel that this project, if there is any authorities from government side, don't think about from the day one first project will be profitable. You should consider it is from your pocket to give the energy resiliency to the people, because if you're just working on energy security, then you don't think about this technology. You have to think beyond energy security, like giving energy access, now the power quality, because for last 2 years I'm staying here, I know there is so much power outage, power quality, like voltage level issues is happening. Maybe in the grid side, they are using discoms and other to manage it. So for the power quality and resiliency, if is the issue for the grid, then you should go for these advanced chemistries in the batteries. And not only batteries, I'm not putting here in batteries. It may be energy storage system. It may be green hydrogen for the commercial industrial space like fertilizer, steel industries and other. Any of the technologies need to be integrated to the grid for the better quality of power.
Thank you, Dev. So you mean to say Odisha is again missing the bus in terms of other states taking up the storage thing when we are only thinking of on-grid things?
Okay, so in that regard, yes, wherever there is a policy intervention required, yes, we are missing the bus. We agree on it. When there is a huge investment from the industrial side, we may not missing the bus. Today, there is a meeting happening in Delhi on the Ministry of Mines and on the steel industry. I just got a mail. So there is a delegation from EPCOL and Invest India. They are putting with around 9 to 10 companies and setting up these cathode materials on ore side. So when it is coming on industry side, I have a huge hope as I am from Odisha. So I cannot tell we're missing the boss on manufacturing space. But if it is on the implementation side, because there is very less commercial establishment in Odisha, which can adopt this high cost energy storage system at this point of time. If there is a big hospitals, hotels, or you can consider, because they are the critical infrastructure. They are using energy storage systems in Mumbai or Delhi or Chennai, like IT offices, they are using. But in Odisha, they can do, but some policy support is required, allowing them like DRE. We discussed just in last session about the microgrids or rural access. We never discussed about the distributed renewable energy system in a university, in an industrial campus. In Gujarat, there is an industrial campus by ABB. They are actually using their own energy with the energy storage systems and supplying to the manufacturing. Last week, they released L&T, 300 megawatt of green hydrogen and also 500 megawatt of BSS system for their own Hazira plant. So that type of concept we should develop in Odisha's industrial hub. So there is no financial support government or state government should give to these industries or commercial establishment. They should allow this resilient grid to develop like a distributed microgrid in a campus environment. So policy support definitely required for this.
Thank you. So in a way, what my co-panelist is saying, it's about willingness again. the same thing, willingness. And I take liberty of saying this to Honorable Commission sir, Member Technical Sir is here. So we need to think of the RTC and storage things and look for a new regulation along with some fit-in tariff or some structure. Perhaps that will help Odisha government to implement some of the storage-based solar projects. So now coming from EV perspective, if I ask Devi in a minute or two, I mean, the way EV is proceeding in India, and every now and then you have a new company, and things are not that grounded. Still, companies are coming in. It's just about investment, or really new technologies are coming in, and the cost needs to be reduced for that only, or the PLI is given in true sense, or the PLI is to be given in 5 years down the line, over a period of 5 years. How do you see the sector coming up? Because the infrastructure is not ready. Many other aspects are there with EV. So before going to our other co-panelists who will be talking on green hydrogen, I would like to hear from you on EV.
It's a good question. So 2015, I was speaking at 7 years back at ICAT. There was 800 e-rickshaw companies. And now how many e-rickshaw companies are existing in India? It's around 180 to 200. I mentioned 50% of them will close down, but more than 75% of them are closed down. Today, I'm repeating the same thing. Like whatever you are seeing, the two-wheeler manufacturers in the corner of India, even maybe in Andhra Pradesh or in Himachal Pradesh or Rajasthan, Gujarat and Gurgaon, or some of them are 50% will close down over the time. It's not only about the manufacturing, it's about sustainability. Are you addressing the fire safety issues of the batteries? If not, no. Are you addressing the large scale procurement of batteries, or are you developing anything indigenous by yourself, BMS, EMS, or maybe your thermal management system? No. So 50% of them will be shut down. But the result of that, some good quality product will evolve. Like Aether, one of the company I always proud to tell them, you have not got any fire till date in Aether. So we need such type of companies to evolve in India, have a good quality product, both in two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and also in the 4 and electric buses segment. And what will be impact on the grid, which is mostly ignored in India, is like, as you mentioned earlier, there is small power systems or UPS are now used in the houses. Similarly, every institutions in Odisha, they will have electric bus fleet. Just giving my institution's kit. They might have 100 electric buses, but they can also be integrated with the grid. That is the next step our regulators, policymakers should think about, like when these buses are ideal in the night, electric buses, how they can integrate to the grid to manage the grid frequency or grid power quality through a virtual power plant. So that should be the thinking process of both industries, and appropriate inputs to be given to the government. Like we try to give to the central government and limited states like Karnataka, was the first state to have a EV and ESS policy in 2017. So this type of virtual power plant concept, or how the fleet of EVs can supply to the grid, because now in the net metering in rooftop solar space, now it is a nightmare for all the load dispatch centers like in Tamil Nadu and others. I think it may be the same thing in Odisha to managing these small generators, because now each rooftop solar which is having the net metering or gross metering, they are a generator. Earlier, the load dispatch center used to manage just 10 or 20 generators like a large conventional power plant. With these small generators, it's a nightmare. So how this load dispatch center can go to the next stage? Now they should integrate with large scale EV fleets to manage the virtual power plant concept to the grid. So that should integrate in the new policy. So that is one part of the EVs, which will actually, these good quality EVs, which will evolve, because you don't expect next year all EV companies will sort down and you will have a good product. It is the evolution of time. Like in 5-6 years, you will have good products, and parallelly the charging infrastructure will also come up, like indigenous standards are coming. I'm part of ETD 52 committee, which is creating the standard for it. ARI is also developing. That will actually create similar, what is the problem we're getting in EV getting the fire, same thing should not happen in the charging infrastructure space. Because now charging infrastructure are setting up in the Indian Oil and other oil stations. That is also have a vulnerable to fires.
So these standards are developing. So as the ecosystem will develop, we'll also think about the grid, how it can, because all the EVs which we're using our office will go for charging in the evening. Currently evening has the peak power. And again, we will go to the home and charge our EV. So this will again do the load to the grid. The peak requirement for the evening time will definitely increase when we all have the EVs. So what should be the part of the grid management systems that need to be addressed? So these need to be in the futuristic policy, not now just giving from 450, which is actually very low. I heard today the installation capacity of solar. We should not think about just 450 to 25 gigawatt of installation of solar. It may be 25, like Hawaii is a very small part of the US grid, but it is one of the advanced grid. So we should think about Hawaii, not like California and other PJM grids are good, but Hawaii as a small grid, we should learn from that. Maybe Odisha maybe adopt a very small amount of solar energy, but how the grid can be so advanced that can manage all type of loads.
Thank you. Thank you, Devi. You touched upon many points. I would, we will take questions later if time permits. So from EV to green hydrogen, whether EV or green hydrogen, so Prasanna, that's going to be my question, because next 5 years are going to be very interesting to look after, whether it is EV or green hydrogen or both will be there in the market.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure. I really appreciate iFOREST to invite me, and it's a great honor here. In fact, you know, whenever a new bride comes to a village, people just go and see how beautiful is she, right? In the Indian marriage context, I'm talking. So the situation of green hydrogen is like that. There is a lot of hype, lot of ground reality also involved. But question is that why hydrogen right now? Hydrogen is not initiated now. It is since the beginning of the universe. But it is the evolvement and how the industrialization process has been happened since last 100 or 150 years ago. It has come gradually. It didn't come immediately because oil and gas has captured almost a century. And it has given a lot of energy, a lot of industrialization, which is actually helpful for the humankind since a few years. But the climate change and the greenhouse effect has taken into a consideration how this hydrogen, which is abundantly available here in this planet, and how it could be used more efficiently. And whatever the energy we have, how it could be generate the electricity, how it can generate the fuel, and how it can serve to the, the ground level need of the every human being. So now question comes, hydrogen has been produced from different sources. It is actually basically right now, almost 70 to 80% hydrogen is getting produced from natural gas and the refinery sources. And some of the coal related gasification techniques also there, which produce around 10% of the volume of the hydrogen. Now the green hydrogen, which is, the so-called, the naming green, gray, blue, the red also there, pink also there. I am not going into deep into that, but I'll take broadly into two categories. One is wherever the hydrogen is getting produced, either it is carrying any content of carbon dioxide or monoxide. This first. Or it is not containing the carbon dioxide or monoxide. So this is the renewable source which can give a complete hydrogen without any CO2 or CO. So that's why it is more eco-friendly, you can say, and it has a lot of impact for the environment. That is the reason it is getting more popular. Then let's come to the point of how it is getting produced. Let's take an example. This is a bottle of water. It's 1 liter of water. These contain almost like 100 to 150 grams of hydrogen. You can't believe you are putting your gasoline in your car and you are going around, put 100 rupee, then you can hardly drive 10 kilometers.
if I consider on an average 800 or 1000 cc of the car. Hydrogen can take you around 300 to 400 kilometer with 1 kg of hydrogen, which cost around 500 to 600 max right now at this point of time. If it is getting more integrated, it can evolve to make around 1.5 to 2, which is actually the target of the whole world, not only the India. India is a part of that. And this is going to be developed slowly. And the main thing is that how it could be industrialized, like whether it could be used in the power sector or it could be used in the residential part, and it could be used in the more transportation, like the marine system or any kind of long haul trucks or the buses or aircrafts also. That is the possibility that this ecosystem has to come. This ecosystem has to develop. It may take 1 year, 2 years, or maybe 5 years down the line. Well, it has a lot of scope. It can save a lot of, the fossil fuel import to India and energy independence, and it can help. And locally, I am saying this particular the eastern part of India, it is highly industrialized. A lot of minerals are there. The port is there. So the opportunity is immense. It can have a very great color, what I can say in future. Yeah.
So again, EV or hydrogen?
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
This new bride, right?
When you were talking about the industrialization and the application of hydrogen or green hydrogen there, in the morning I read an article. BMW is going to completely use green steel. What is that green steel again? And how India, being one of the largest steel producers, and name it anybody, Tata, JSW, Jindal Group, or AMNS, everybody is into steel. So is there any, or is there any mandate or going to be some mandates for producing green steel? What is it? Or is it a kind of nomenclature only?
Well, whenever any heavy industry is operating, it take the energy to produce whatever the physical product they want to produce. Either they can produce from the outside electricity, or they have the captive system which can generate the electricity and make their physical product. Basically, now the target is if they are going to make green ammonia or green steel or any kind of physical product which is going to cater to the further value chain of the ecosystem, that energy could be sourced from this kind of renewable sources. Like from the solar, they want to produce the hydrogen, and that could be used in different kind of process, I can say. Yeah.
Hello. There is a big news about Renewable venturing into Odisha, that too in Paradip port city. They're going to invest around 3,000 to 4,000 crores for creating ecosystem as well as green hydrogen plant. Who are going to be the off-takers? I mean, unless an investor knows or the state government do the assessment of the off-takers, how will there be a policy? Because it has to be treated beyond renewable energy, I believe, because green hydrogen is something which perhaps, as you said, can make India as fuel independent.
Well, uptaking is a very specific question. It is not like uptaking, rather it is a part of development. They can't develop immediately, right? It is a matter of 2 to 3 years whenever they're developing a very highly capital intensive project. The government will be involved. It takes time. The government also will get involved. A lot of the industrial belt also get involved. How they can get the benefit of the power, whether this power is much more viable, maybe in a cost model, or it is much more efficient, which is going to be. That is one part. And rest they may export. There is a lot of export market for the green hydrogen in Japan and the South Korea. They are looking for that. And what I remember, the Middle East is trying to push a lot of green ammonia to Japan.
That's what I would like to ask you about your experience with that NEOM city, which is developed in Saudi Arabia. You were involved in that green hydrogen architecture.
So how India is placed so far as the technology is concerned, and any R&D is going on? Because day before yesterday, there was a green hydrogen bus, which was developed by KPIT with CSIR in Pune. So Neom City to green hydrogen bus, how far we are?
The Middle East is a different context because most of the technology they procure from the Western countries and some of the involvement of China also there. Rather, I'm not going into that and talking about the Indian context. India is very much self-power and they have the capability to develop different electrolyzer technique and they can produce their own technology and mostly the OEM which is going to involve as making the electrolyzer, the components, those are the key primary area which India has to focus. Where to get the material, how to create the efficiency of that material. Like take an example, the membrane of the electrolyzer, how effectively they can produce, whether they can procure it from any outside country or they can produce in-house. Those are the few questions which is actually going to drive the future of the green hydrogen.
Has given me 5 minutes more. I would like to have a debate between green hydrogen and EV, CV.
No, I agree with green hydrogen. The reason is the investment is by Reliance and Adani. That's a major boost because if I go through the policy paper by MNRE, with all due respect, there is only two things. Only is interstate transmission charges has been webbed up and included in RPO obligation, the green hydrogen. There is a lot of improvement required, not I cannot tell improvement, lot of addition required in that policy paper of the green hydrogen by MNRE. But the huge investment and the ambitions of Ambani for a $1 green hydrogen productions, that's actually a good target. If that is happening, with major bottleneck is price and second is in the transport. If there is a large scale electrolyzer installed nearby a commercial industrial usage like steel or fertilizer, anything, then transportation cost you are eliminating, just the production cost of electrolyzer. And electrolyzer, no one manufacturing in India. Now the like ThyssenKrupp, Nail from Norway there or L&T is now partnering. So if the electrolyzer is coming, I think the first big boost is the industrial space. There is no doubt on that. But maybe for the mobility space, because it is the usage is very small. It is not like in megawatt, it is in the containerized shape. That may take some time. And if you think about the electricity grid using the green hydrogen, that's a decade away. So I agree with the green hydrogen boost, and we also work on that. And we see that there is a huge boost as these big companies are investing with all background study. There is background impact. It is happening.
I think the answer is biogas. It is already there, the CBG. Okay. So there are 30 CBG stations right now. If the Satat is successful, 5,000 CBG station, 40,000 rupees kit. What are the hybrid they talk? What are the EVs they talk? The cars are 3 to 4 times. Proton exchange membranes they use for that hydrogen cars, the Prius or whichever. I did my project on fuel cell cars in 2000. But anyway, in 40,000 rupees, your petrol car will be converted to CBG. And a lot more methane, 4% more methane than CNG. So it runs little more.
So let's dream of a day where we have EV, green hydrogen and biogas dispenser in our petrol pumps. Thank you very much, audience. So I would like to take some queries if we have some time.
Well, actually, it is not any tug of war. Like it depends on the society. Depends on the how the collaboration is going to happen. Biogas, green hydrogen, EV, they can congregate together. That could be an hybrid. I'm not denying that. But how it is going to be feasible, whether it is viable for a guy who is earning maybe 10,000 rupee per month, whether he is going to afford or not, that is the question. So if this is happening in a hybrid way, it's happening only in EV way, or only in green hydrogen, that's a great pleasure. That we need to welcome.
Yes, I have a question, but I have question for all three things. First of things, the biogas. If we are not hiring the peoples, then we are definitely the shortfall of the raw materials for the biogas. because where we get the materials for the biogas, those areas like forest area or the where the cattle are well in the village area, that those peoples are not aware about those that use of biogas, and the material are wastage in forest area. The peoples are not aware but the leaves from the trees, and in village area the cow dung, they are not aware what is the use of that. So those material are wastage. If we are not engaging any NGO or nowadays the SG self-help groups, if we are engaging them, then we may get some results. Second thing, for the EVs, EVs is not go so high. So far, if we are not installing the charging stations in that number, because the charging problem is the main issue in the EVs. People buy the vehicles, but they are not getting nearby places for the charging their vehicles. That is another problem. But that another policy is to be implemented for the EV charging station. They should be applied in the day times, so that the grid should not be loaded. If we make a guideline for that, charging station will be operated from the till 6 p.m. or something, and during the daytime, then that is a good thing. Second thing, the green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is not useful till it has not getting any consumption. Generally, the oil refinery is using green gas, green hydrogen for refining their oils, and green hydrogen is also be generated, or we can produce where we get the waters like the sea area. So that things should be combined.
Your suggestions itself had an answer. So your question was the SHGs and all those things. So I think SHGs coming together at Mada, Solapur, 500 cows at the one place. Yapio owns the cattle shed, so cow dung is not wasted. Since it is Yapio, it's an institution. So roughly 50 farmers have set up the Napier grass farming. So the green fodder comes only at 1 rupee per kilo, so which is affordable. As long as you keep the fodder low. So we take Napier grass into biogas directly also, and we take indirectly that Napier grass goes to the cows owned by the SHGs, IFPO, and we get the cow dung. It's not wasted. So organized way being done, and even in the smaller way, like 2.5 crore rupees, it is possible. That will be ours.
Land here. Well, she asked about the green hydrogen is used in the oil and gas sector because they have the setup, and natural gas, whatever the pipeline is there, gradually they are feeding the green hydrogen, and it has to ramp up like from 5% to 10% and 25% it can grow. So it is going to increase the calorific value of that fuel. So that's the reason they are preferring to have the green hydrogen stations and the system of about the water. We need a demineralized water. It depends on the electrolyzer, how it can able to process the make the hydrogen, and with a more efficient way and with more purity. That is a question about the system. It is not subject to any kind of water. It can vary also. Yeah.
So I thank my panelists for making it as lively as possible at this evening when everybody must be thinking of leaving the room. So thank you, Sivi. Thank you very much for giving this answer.
So Swati, please come on the dais in Mohapatra sessions.
Hello. So this is the last session. It has been a long day, but a fascinating day. What we are going to do in next 25-30 minutes is to first of all listen to two guests. We have Shashantaji from OERC, Mr. Swain from Gridco, and I think we should also hear them. But before we hear them, I would also like to give them a brief of what has happened today. In the last 5 sessions, including the inaugural session. I just want to, because this discussion of hydrogen and biogas and electricity was going on, I think we forget something what we have. India has 200 million cattle. And if you assume that each cattle produces 20 kg of cow dung, we are talking about 1.4 billion ton of cow dung in this country. It is 2.5 times, actually now close to 1.5 times the coal we consume. Every year we take out 1 billion ton of biomass from forest. Every year we burn 300 million ton of biomass for cooking fuel. So our part of the world is biomass rich world. And we will, while we can talk about the most modern technology, solar and wind and tidal, we should not forget about biomass because it is our natural endowment. Unfortunately, we have not discussed in this country biomass because we think it is for the poor and it will remain for the poor. I think we have to think about biomass for the rich. If you really want biomass industry to grow, then it has to become a mainstream. So I'm really happy you talked about biomass because I'm very passionate about it. It is a renewable source and we need to build on biomass. Biomass for hydrogen itself. Why do I need electricity only solar electricity for biomass, for hydrogen? Biomass gasification can be done for hydrogen. We can produce green hydrogen from biomass gasification. So I think this is a fascinating debate that we should have. Forested states of India like Odisha have the potential to think about biomass in a much more innovative way than we are thinking right now. Okay, I just wanted to make this point because it will require half a day or a day of meeting to discuss about biomass economy. Now, I'll request Mandvi to quickly give us the wrap up of today's session. Broad recommendation, Mandvi, okay? And then I'll request our two guests to give their closing remarks.
Sure. Thank you, CP. So I'll very quickly give a wrap up of the sessions because in any case, we'll develop it in a more proper manner and then circulate it to all the stakeholders, including the government. This is just a summary of in terms of what were discussed in the technical sessions and some of the key points that that speakers had made. The key theme of the meeting is about the new RE policy. So the conclusions are also aligned to that in terms of what the expectations are. So for large scale solar projects, broadly what has come out is that ensuring healthy returns for investors who put in money within the state is important. And business models need to be clearly defined for it. A level playing field needs to be created for developers who come and invest within the state. And the distortion that has been created by ISTS that somehow needs to be managed within the policy. And land banks have to be strengthened and land owners need to be made partners in the entire process. And then supportive and facilitative additional things like evacuation system development, etc., need to be aligned to what your target is. And markets need to be expanded. Captives, we've understood during the day, are a very important player going forward with the new RE mandate. Now that mandate implementation becomes imperative for this. And in this context, banking and group captive promotion, etc., also become very important. The charges need to be very clearly spelled out for the policy duration, which to provide sort of investment clarity to developers. And then there was also suggestions on perhaps exploring FIT and VGF, etc., for certain technologies, for sure, like floating solar, which could be a little more expensive. This was followed by the next session on rooftop. Again, very lively discussion. Very clear targets needed, again, consumer-wise, and policy needs to be made very user-friendly. Ecosystem for implementation facilitation is important. We need window clearance. There's need for very clear SOP to be defined on net metering and other incentives, and accountability and enforceability, again, very important from a DISCOM perspective. And MSMEs are a key consumer segment which are currently being neglected and need sort of dedicated attention. Issues with subsidies, they were also discussed at length, and in fact there was case being made that subsidies should be done away with, and metering issues also need to be prioritized. And in fact, again, another suggestion was that bi-directional meter should in fact be made a norm going forward. And of course, system of consumer sensitization, feedback mechanisms, and monitoring, etc., need priority. This was followed by a discussion on DRE, where it was very clearly established that Odisha still has a very important destination for DRE in terms of the role it can play in livelihood enhancement and in not just rural areas, but also like forest communities, etc. And this needs to be clearly acknowledged in the policy, which is currently entirely missing. And strong state-led RE effort is needed, but also what you need is bottom-up implementation and planning. DRE investments need to be supported and facilitated for private players. It can be done through the local community consent process. And financing is a critical issue, and subsidies kind of remain important. But you can also look at new implementation models and business models that can help with the financing aspects. Prioritization of effective O&M is very crucial. You can have technology supporting you in that, also capacity building at rural grassroots level. And diesel replacement in agriculture needs to be prioritized. So these are kind of some of the policies defined for the RE segment. For emerging technologies, I'll not delve too much into it because it was kind of focusing on the role it can play in grid quality and energy security, etc., etc. But the broad point was that supporting these emerging technologies within the policy framework, that is crucial. But you were there already for the last two sessions, so I just skipped on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manvi. I think we should give her a big hand for just what she has captured quickly. What we will do is, of course, we are going to summarize this meeting. We are going to capture all the recommendation. We are going to, we had a discussion with the Energy Secretary. We are going to submit it to the Energy Department, because that's the agency which is looking at policy. And we will continue this discussion. Now, let me now, request Gagan Bihari Swain, who is director at Gridco, for his quick remarks. Thank you.
Very good evening, Mr. Bhushan, respected Racer, and dignitaries of DAS. It's a very good initiative by iFOREST. I appreciate at the outset to have these deliberations of the stakeholders in the RE framework. And in the time of when the state is now envisaging for a revised RE policy, we had a RE policy which is made in 2016, and this time frame is already over. And in the meantime, there are a lot of developments happening in the nation-wide and the commitment from the nation. And when the nation is committing for the RE non-fossil fuel sector, the state, in the federal system, all the states are also contributing in that. So Odisha is a part of the Indian states who are also taking initiative from the RE sector. As far as the SDG goals are concerned, the green and affordable energy is one of the segment which is part of the national indicator, framework indicator, where we need to also contribute. That is the result of all the inputs and the implementations in this area. So we are committed to that. As far as the national goal is concerned, as COP26 target, or maybe for the 50% target of non-fossil fuel by 2030, and the government of India has come out with the target for 43% non-fossil fuel for the states on the consolidation basis. We have also made at the state the plan for this target, and the state, because GRIDCO is taking initiative for the energy security, we are part of the government to have the RE in place. Maybe that there are different agencies they are implementing, let's say JETOL, Odisha, and the government also thinking to involve the EIC also for the implementation in small hydro and other sector. But as a whole, the power procurement will be done by GRIDCO. So the state's energy security and the plan for procurement is done by GRIDCO. In that initiative, we had discussion of the government for the revised RE policy. The main objective is to create a environment. I was listening to Devi and the team. They were talking about what is the future of the new technologies and how the state can take initiative. It's not copying what the other states are doing. The state is also now looking at all aspects, all non-fossil fuel sector. In the RE policy, we're looking at to include the green hydrogen. There is a new thrust on the energy storage. And particularly, I'll inform you that we're also looking at how the new technology and the innovation can be motivated or can be encouraged in the state. So for that, how we can have the pilot projects, which will definitely not be cost effective or the remunerative to start with, but how we can fund it and what is the policy framework, because the bottleneck is always that in the government system, how to take some initiative, we need to have a policy framework which should be conducive, and the decision makers should follow that rules and policy so that there will be no conflict in future. In that context also, the major other issues need to be dealt in the resource allocation. As we are discussing, I was listening that the land allocation, let's say in the hydropowers, what is the potential hydro stations resources are available, how it is to be allocated, whether it is best in the MOU or it will be on the tendering process. That need to flow from the policy, so that doing those implementing these projects will not be difficult for decision making, and it should be also as the one point was raised, and we said that it should not be any differentiation. It should be all the players should be given the right weightage. So that need to be clear. So the other aspects like the role of the first implementation, in that context also the nodal agencies will be agency will play a major role in the implementation to sensitize, to motivate, to ignite the industry, and the respective framework to sustain those industries is important. It's not that we're bringing the industry and to create for the implementation to put their industry in the state, but it need to run also in the long run. That environment or the policy or maybe the regulatory requirement also need to be made clear so that they can sustain. So in this regard, there will be this policy paper is underway. We are targeting to converge with the 2030 requirement of the nation. So this policy paper will be aiming at to what we will achieve by 2030, and to achieve that, what are the requirements and how the different sources to be encouraged, and how the industry can be called and they can put their plans inside the Odisha. That is one of the major objectives. And as far as this recent MNRE, RPO and ESO target they have given, there is a complete change in the approach. Earlier the solar target, minimum target were given. Now it is the wind, as well as the major focus has gone for the ESO. So those aspects also we are capturing, and I hope respected members are also here. The OERC will also come out with the maybe near future or sometime align with the government of India target. So in that perspective, one is that policy what the government can put forward, which will be creating a conducive business environment for the industries to be in place and to have that in the system for their sustainability. The other is that how the its segment of the society, like transportation, maybe in the school mass education, in the different segment, how they themselves will also be encouraged to have their RE content in their day-to-day business. Like our state government have a very SDG goal in the budget itself. Budget content, how the different elements of the SDG framework is included in the budget. There is also the green and affordable energy. The seventh goal is also taken into consideration. And in that initiative also state is doing one other initiative that state energy action plan is also being prepared. It is underway. All the 17 departments and few organizations there in discussion, where each department of the state government, they will also have their internal goal to include to have the non-fossil fuel energy in their operations. For example, school will have the rooftop solars, the buses will have their EV, the transport and commerce department will have the EV buses, or maybe in the future they'll be looking at the hydrogen fueled buses. So they will have their own targets, how they can incorporate non-fossil fuel energy content in their operations. And in that, any new schemes, they will also include this RE or non-fossil fuel content in their projects. That is also being discussed. And in that, we are also taking the help of GIZ Germany to help us to prepare this state energy action plan for 2040, where both the demand and supply side, utility side from the different departments and the organizations, and from the sourcing side also, from the GIDCO and the agencies, by how the state will also have the sourcing of the green energy. That is being considered. So that will give a roadmap for the state. And in the implementation of that, definitely this policy initiative will also helpful. I'm thankful to once again to the iFOREST. They have right time that deliberating of this. And on the policy, draft policy, I hope that it will also be taken to the public opinion views consultation process. That time, I request all of you to contribute where it can help, like the one point Manvi was mentioning about the banking for the solar. Similar kind, any industry, particular industry, they need some incentive or some kind of support which will give their sustainability. And it is also feasible by the state or by the organizations, maybe the GIDCO to also provide those facilities. That can be discussed and that can be incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Shushantaji, with a little focus on captive power plant. This captive RPO target of captive power plant was raised by everyone. You know, 2/3 of all the electricity is produced by captive power plant, and how they will meet the RPO target. So thoda sa us pe focus karke, and then your overall remark. Thank
you. Distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to all of you. It's my pleasure to be part of this August gathering of experts. I missed the first part because we are busy with our hearings in the first session. Otherwise, I would have loved to hear all those experts present over here, because sometimes we miss this opportunity to listen to these experts. So actually, regarding this RPO target, what you are saying for the CGP, actually in Odisha, you will be surprised to, I think you must be knowing that our CGP captive power plant installation capacity is around 10 gigawatt, which is more than our total installed capacity of 9.5 gigawatt. So most of the RPs, the CGP now, I find they are focusing on this cogeneration use of this facility. So they are claiming that we should be given the opportunity of RPO obligation through this cogeneration or not biomass, I think waste heat recovery system. They want to use actually as a person, as an individual. I don't support this because this is not a renewable source of generation. The primary source is fossil fuel based generation. But still then, because of regulations, because of so many so many orders from APTEL and Supreme Court, we are bound to give them as a renewable purchase obligation benefit. Even if they are using fossil fuel generation and they are getting the, instead of getting the energy efficiency benefit, they are getting the benefit in terms of RPO. So, so that way, yeah, that way they are getting the benefit so far. So for exclusively, there is no RPO obligation, particularly for CGP. There is a general guideline for all the generators who are working, who are operating in the system. I think recently also Government of India has come out with a different RPO obligation, totally different from what it was there. There will be HPO separate and wind separate, and rest of the things will be clubbed together. That will be other than wind and again. So that target is very tough. So as far as RPO for Odisha, we have reduced our level, considering because Odisha is not a renewable rich state. So from that point of view, our level of obligation is much lower compared to the target set by the Government of India. Again, we have to revise the things. And one more thing they have also added, that is energy storage system. Again, RPO obligation for energy storage system 1% to I think every year, or 0.5%, 0.5% is also a challenge for a small state like Odisha, and particularly for Eastern region and Northeastern region. Recently, we had a discussion in the forum of regulators of Eastern Northeastern region. There also this RPO was one of the major issues. Whether we should go for a uniform RPO all across the country, same and binding for all the states, where there is no this renewable capacity is much lower than the other 7 renewable rich states. Our renewable potential is nothing. With the solar, we have only 26 gigawatt of energy compared to 750 gigawatt of total installed capacity. Even wind, we don't have much, hardly 3 gigawatt against 300 gigawatt of total installed capacity. So one can imagine what is the status of a small state of Odisha, but Odisha is always progressive and takes initiative to adopt new changes and improvement what can bring changes in the entire system.
I just wanted to say that one of the major discussion we had today was on re-estimation of renewable in Eastern India, because the current potential estimation is based on how much of the wasteland can you use. And of course, Odisha has little waste, small, if a small state like Odisha, if you say that I will only use 2% of the wasteland, then your potential is 26 gigawatt. Okay. Whereas 2% of wasteland in Rajasthan is 100 gigawatt. So the way we are estimating renewable potential itself should not be uniform like we are doing it. So one of the major discussion today we had both in the inaugural session as well as in the other session is now there is a time to re-estimate renewable potential in eastern and northeastern part of the country. So that discussion was also here because the current numbers are very conservative based on a thumb rule which should not be uniformly applied as well. So that discussion also happened today. Just wanted to let you know.
Our potential, as on date, we have hardly only 0.6 gigawatt of total.
Yeah. Right now it is 0.6 gigawatt.
Yes,
and
6% of the total installed capacity.
Yeah, and if you have to meet your RPO target, you need 30 gigawatt by 2030.
Yes.
30 gigawatts. So that is, it's going to be 50 times more. Yeah, Gaganji wanted to say something.
Even 2030, as per our estimation from this National Electricity Plan, which is in the process of finalization, I could see that there is a target of renewable energy installed capacity will be against 39%. We have to meet a target of, against installed capacity of 62% of renewable, 52% of renewable. We have to 62% including 10% of hydro. So 62% installed capacity, we have to meet a target of 43% of RPO obligation across the country.
Absolutely.
So how far it is feasible, we don't know. So 52% your RE and 10% from hydro. Total is 62%, against which we have to achieve a target of 43%. That is uniform across the country. So small states and particularly eastern part and northeastern part, it is very difficult.
It's difficult because, you are starting from very low base right now. 0.6. Yeah, Nagan, go.
So the first point, what you mentioned about that, we have large number of industries having the CGPs. So the consumption, if you said, Sir has said about the megawatt basis, but if you see the consumption, it is 2/3 of the consumption in the state is by the CGPs own generation and consumption, and 1/3 is in the grid consumption. So if you're looking at the RE to be a transform, I mean, we'll have a transition to the renewable energy, the contribution of the CGPs in the state is immense. So their contribution participation is very much essential to have real term of, green or non-fossil fuel energy. So there the catch is that in the industries they have put for the long-term investment with the aim to have economic scale and the availability of the coal in the state. So there are a lot of industries I know personally, they are coming out to have some internal target to it is completely green energy, so that we discuss about few minutes before that, green steel and etc. So they are taking the steps as a social responsibility, as an industry, as a corporate house. But at the same time, there's sustainability, like, RE industry sustainability. The other industry sustainability is also, fine balancing is required there also itself. But it's a end of the day, their contribution participation is essential to have our social goal of non-fossil fuel. As far as this, solar target and all, that is wasteland is one part. There are a lot of other avenues of the solar, like rooftop solar and the PM Kusum scheme and etc. Where there is, it is not the wasteland, it is the even cultivated lands, how it can be utilized. So that ecosystem is developing, how we can make it more attractive for the farmers, and how we can look into that policy will also, because that is a national policy of the PM Kusum scheme, and the state, how we can encourage that maybe to some extent can be addressed in that policy framework.
So, so we are at the end of a long day. We started at 10. It is 5:35. I'm really thankful to all of you. I think about 50% of people are there. At the peak, we had 140 people. So we had 140 people. I think we are still 70 people. Thank you very much. Double thank you to those 70 people who are here. So I think you all should give a big hand to yourself. And single clap to those who left after lunch. Okay. So thank you very much. We will be in touch with you. We are going to do a summary of today's meeting. We will try and capture your perception, your comments, your recommendation. We will forward it to the government, and then we will work with you in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you. The meeting is closed. Thank you.
Yeah, you're saying we are faster. Sure.
Right. Yeah. Acha, meeting is not there.
This is my card.